Chapter 17. Storm. Chapter 17. Storm. It was in the middle of the night that the Empress Dowager draped her clothes over herself and asked through the bed canopy, "What's that din about?" Hua Shangyi nudged the canopy aside and helped the Empress Dowager out of the incense-scented and warmed bedding. She replied in a soft voice, "The students of the Imperial College want the Emperor to retract his appointment edict." The Empress Dowager got up, and the maidservants on both sides quietly lit the lamps and raised the curtains. Hua Shangyi helped the Empress Dowager to the arhat bed with a girdled waist, horse's hooves, legs, and plain boards at the sides. A soft cushion and heater were presented together to the Empress Dowager, while fermented milk, too, was warmed up for her. The Empress Dowager stirred the spoon with a light frown on her face. How did that happen out of the blue? She pondered it over for a moment. The appointment order was only given yesterday, and they came to stir up a ruckus tonight. Isn't that way too fast? What's more, the ones creating a commotion are those from the Imperial College. Hua Shangyi went along with the Empress Dowager and said, "Auntie, all the literary talents in the world look to the Imperial College. Even the Secretariat Elder himself would find it ill-advised to step in." The Empress Dowager scooped up the fermented milk. Although her makeup-less face showed signs of aging, it added character to her looks. She gradually put aside the bowl and leaned back against the cushion to stare at the glazed lampshade. After a short while, she said, "That's right. Shenwei is now notorious for his crime. By all sentiment and logic, the Secretariat Elder cannot come forward to rebuke the students. If the students force His Majesty to rescind his order, then I'll have to swallow this bitter pill in silence this time." "Auntie," Hua Shangyi said, "it wasn't His Majesty's original intent to release Xin Zichuan. Now that he has earned himself the infamy of being muddle-headed for no reason because of this order, I'm afraid it will create a distance between you both." "It doesn't matter," the Empress Dowager said. "Once Imperial concubine Wei is with child Dezhou will have an heir. The Imperial heir is the foundation of the Empire. As long as I have the heir in my hands, I'm still the Empress Dowager of Dezhou. His Emperor has long been at odds with me ever since he fell ill. Even if he flies into a rage this time, it's merely a tantrum thrown during a moment of illness. Let him vent." After his illness, Emperor Xianda gradually stopped going along with the Empress Dowager's will. Although these were all trivial daily matters, it was already an indication of his dissension. The Empress Dowager had assumed command in the palace with Pan Rugi at her side and Secretariat Elder Hua in the imperial court. If she wanted to ensure the continuation of the burgeoning power and authority of the Hua clan, then she needed a submissive and obedient emperor. If Emperor Xianda could no longer fit the role, then all she had to do was to replace him. The sole reason the Empress Dowager did not like Prince Chu, Li Jianheng, was because he had already come of age. For he was not a weak child, nor was he a child who had grown up under her. How could such a person, if he were to ascend to the throne, be as obedient as an imperial grandson raised by her? What's more, the appeal today is a blow to His Majesty's dignity. The Empress Dowager said calmly, "The 9 years His Majesty has been on the throne, his food and clothing, as well as all other matters, whether important or trivial, have to go through me. But now he wants to be an independent and imperious emperor. For this, he emboldened himself to show goodwill to the Shao clan. Not only did he refuse to release Xin Zichuan, he even wanted to protect the Prince Chu. But I understand him. He is outwardly strong and inwardly weak. He fears me. That's why he always aimed to be on both parties' good sides. Instead, he appears to be of two minds, and ends up thoroughly offending both parties. Didn't His Majesty imprison Xin Zichuan for so many years for the sake of the Shao clan? What does imprisonment mean?" The Empress Dowager took Hua Shangyi's hand and said soberly, "Imprisonment is a reprieve from death. His Majesty thought he did a favor to the Shao clan, but he's really just sowing the seed of disaster. Shao Jiming lost his younger brother. What Li Bei wants is for Shen Zichuan to die. As long as Shen Zichuan remains alive, His Majesty will let down all those 120,000 armored cavalry who came to his rescue. Think about it. Xiao Jiming worked himself to the bone, all to prove that he harbors no thoughts of disloyalty. He even dares to leave his younger brother behind in Kudu. He has conducted himself with frankness and sincerity towards His Majesty. Yet, in order not to offend me, His Majesty turned around and dismissed Shen Zichuan's death penalty and locked him up instead. If Shen Zichuan doesn't die, he will become the root of trouble. This is the period of the struggle between life and death. And yet His Majesty is still so naive. And need I mention the incident this time? To protect Prince Chu, His Majesty was not willing to launch a full investigation into Xiaofuzi's case and consequently cut off Panrugi's subsequent move. At the same time, he's afraid I'd harbor ill feelings against him, so he reluctantly let Shen Zichuan off. He thought the Xiao clan would understand his difficulties. But Xiao Jiming is far away in Li Bei. Once he learns about this matter, he will not be happy. If that's the case, Hua Shangyi said, could it have been someone from the Xiao clan who incited the Imperial College students to stir up trouble? Forcing His Majesty to rescind his edict this time would not only drive a wedge between His Majesty and the Hua clan, it would also prevent the Secretariat Elder and Auntie from stepping forward. At the same time, it can also eliminate Shen Zichuan through the hands of another. If it's so clear-cut. The Empress Dowager brushed aside Hua Shangyi's stray hair and said dotingly, then what's the need for Xiao Jiming to be one of the 4 generals of the world? That lad has always been prudent in his conduct. If he were the perpetrator, he would not be found out this easily. Besides, Li Bei has no dealings with the Imperial College. I can't guess. Hua Shangyi leaned against the Empress Dowager and said, like a pampered child, tell me, Auntie. All right. The Empress Dowager was childless this life, and she was not close to those on her maternal grandparent side. The only one she doted on was Hua Shangyi. She said, Auntie will teach you. Look at the surrounding 8 cities established beyond Kudu. The 8 cities are where the current 8 great clans 5 originated. Our Hua clan resides in the city of Diqing at the south of the capital. It has always been the city of choice for imperial concubines. But it's only during my time that the Hua clan was considered to be at the height of its glory and came out tops among the 8 great clans. A few years earlier, when the former emperor had only just ascended to the throne, it was the Yao clan who was the most favored and honored. This was because the Yao clan had been conferred as the emperor's tutor thrice. If it weren't for old Master Yao's lack of literary talents during his time, that Qi Hualien from Yuzhou might not even get to be the grand mentor of Yomi. 6, moreover, of the current Qi clan, only Shi Guin has been promoted to the post of commander-in-chief of the 8 great training divisions to manage the younger generations of the 8 great clans. Just think of him as a teacher of the military camps. The Shi clan has always been men of inferior morals and virtues. They will not achieve great things. Meanwhile, the Xue clan has already begun its decline after the glorious death of Grand Master Xue. Xue Xiuzhue is the only one now who has an official post in the central administration. As for the remaining Wei, Pan, Fei, and Han clans, I'll tell you about them next time. I've heard Father mention these before, Hua Shangyi said. So Annie is telling me these to suggest that the secret instigator of the Imperial College this time might be someone else from the 8 great clans. That's what I suspect. The Empress Dowager said, glory is enjoyed in turn. It has been many years since the Hua clan has enjoyed its rise following my ascent. It's possible for someone to harbor some other intent on seeing how gravely ill His Majesty is now. Summon Pan Rugi over tomorrow morning and let him have the Imperial bodyguards conduct a thorough investigation in secret. Kudu is such a big place. I don't believe there is not a single loose lip within. Xiao Jia wrung away the water on his clothes and entered Mingli Hall together with Ji Lei. It was already late at night, and Emperor Xinda was still awake. You have been grounded to self-reflect on the errors of your ways. Emperor Xianda held a memorial 7 as he glanced at Shao Qi and asked in a hoarse voice, "So why are you running around with the imperial bodyguards?" Shao Qi was really wronged. He said the commander-in-chief was the one who asked this humble subject to go. This humble subject thought that it was your majesty's verbal orders. After you went, Emperor Xianda asked, how did it go? Ji Lei immediately kowtowed and said, "To reply to your majesty, the students of the Imperial College acted upon someone else's instigation and not only spoke presumptuously on state affairs and slandered your majesty, but also lay their hands on Pangongong. The scene was a chaotic mess. This humble subject wanted to take them into custody, but Viceroy Shao was unwilling to. And he wasn't just unwilling. That imperial army was simply cast in the same mold as Shao Qie. They had acted shamelessly to obstruct the imperial bodyguards to prevent them from rounding up the students. All that was left of them was to lie on the floor and roll around. This bunch of idle military ruffians sure had skins as thick as the city wall." Emperor Xianda asked Shao Qie, "You obstructed the imperial bodyguards from arresting the students?" Shao Qie said, "They are just a group of students. If they are really taken to the imperial prison, most of them might not survive. We can disregard their lives, but what are we to do if it damages your majesty's virtuous name?" They banded together for selfish purposes and colluded with malicious people. They clearly intended to throw the imperial court into chaos. If we do not take these kinds of people to trial, then what's the use of the imperial bodyguards in the future? Ji Lei said indignantly. Emperor Xianda coughed for a long time before he said, "Suin has done well." "Your Majesty." Ji Lei could not believe it. This group of students rallied to stir up trouble. They even dared to shout the word rebellion. If we do not deal with them severely, it will endanger the empire and state. I'll be frank, Emperor Xianda said in a lukewarm tone. If they hadn't been forced to this pivotal moment, why would they come to blows with the imperial bodyguards and yell such words instead of attending classes? That remaining descendant of the Shen clan should have never been released. If it weren't for... Emperor Xianda cast aside the memorial and started to cough. He was back to normal after his coughing eased up a little. No matter what, they have to be punished. Reduce the Imperial College's fund for provisions by half and change their meals from twice a day to once. Impose the punishment on them for half a year. Knowing that Emperor Xianda had already made up his mind, Ji Lei said nothing more. He kneeled in silence, but Emperor Xianda knew what he was thinking. The imperial bodyguards are dogs of mine. Emperor Xianda stared at Ji Lei as the commander-in-chief of the imperial bodyguards. Why are you going around acknowledging others as your godfather? God-grandfather? I have never brought this up on account that you were still considered deferential. Tonight, I want you to appease the students of the Imperial College. Do you understand? Ji Lei kowtowed and said, "This humble servant obeys. The Imperial bodyguards serve only your majesty." By the time they came out, the rain had already lightened. A little eunuch from the bailiff office came to hold up umbrellas for both of them. Ji Lei did not look good as he raised his hand at Shao Qie and made to leave. But Shao Qie was unconcerned as he said, "Old Ji, I had no choice too. I was grounded yesterday. Even if I wanted to come out and play, I wouldn't dare to lay a hand on the students without careful consideration." Looking at how much of a jerk Shao Qie was made Ji Lei furious, but there was nowhere for him to vent, so he merely nodded his head at random, hoping that Shao Qie would leave. "But what do you think of my imperial army?" Shao Qie took the umbrella from the little eunuch's hand and dismissed him. He continued to head out of the palace with Ji Lei. Ji Lei thought, what else? Aren't they all nothing more than a bunch of scoundrels? They are even worse off now that they are following you. But he said politely, they seem to be much more spirited than before. Right. Xiao Qiye said shamelessly, I think the Imperial Army's drill ground is too small to be put to good use. Can you ask the Commander-in-Chief on my behalf if he could allocate a place for the Imperial Army? Ji Lei had heard a long time ago that Xiao Qiye had led the Imperial Army to play polo at the drill ground. He never expected the latter to have the guts to ask for more land. But it wasn't good for him to turn the latter down right in the face, so he said, I'm afraid that would be tough. Prince Chu expanded his residence last month, and his forcible seizure of civilians' residences had even been reported to the prefectural yamen. There are people everywhere in Kuta now, so where is Guin going to find the place for you to use as a military drill ground? Besides, even if there's a spot in the city, it has to be granted to the 8 training divisions. Oh, Xiao Qiye said under the umbrella, even if it isn't the turn of our Imperial Army to get a piece of land within the city, we can also make do with land outside of it, as long as the place is big enough to let us play to our heart's content. It was then Ji Lei grasped the intent of his words. He looked at Xiao Qiye and laughed. He said, All right, second young master. You've long taken a fancy to a piece of land, haven't you? So why still play dumb with me? I'm already here to ask you for a favor, am I not, old Ji? Xiao Qiye said, You're the one people give face to the most in Kudu. How would the Commander-in-Chief turn you down if you put in a request to him? We can negotiate if it's a done deal. There's no need to talk about money with me. Ji Lei finally softened his attitude. I've acknowledged a godson, and I was just wondering where to find a good horse for him. When it comes to horses, there's no one who is more knowledgeable than the second young master, is there? I'll send him a few horses to play with. Xiao Qiye said, The horses bred from the Hongyan Mountains are no worse than mine. In a few days, I'll send someone to deliver them directly to your residence. I'll speak to Guin. Ji Lei said, How big can the matter of a drill ground be? Just wait for my news. The rain had stopped by the time both men parted ways. Xiao Qiye got into the horse carriage. Qinyang looked at Ji Lei's sedan and said, Is the viceroy really going to give the residence's horses to him? What a pity. There's no free lunch. Xiao Qiye kicked off his boots. His feet had long been soaked. We need to have a drill ground. It's too conspicuous in the capital. If that old crook can't deliver after accepting the horses. He said coldly, Then I'll send his son to meet his ancestors. The carriage began to sway. Xiao Qiye wiped his face with a handkerchief and asked, Where is that man? Qinyang repeated that man? Shen Zichuan. He went back a long time ago. Qinyang poured tea for Xiao Qiye and said, His steps seem weak and unstable to me. With that kind of health, how is he going to take up a post in the imperial bodyguards? Rearing elephants. Xiao Qiye took the tea and gulped it all down. Invalids are only too anxious to dodge manual labor. He's most definitely the kind of person who will want to loaf on the job. The man who wanted to loaf on the job sneezed. He sat in the dimness for a short while, wondering if he had caught a cold. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a rotund figure strode in. Shi Hongxian marveled in wonder the moment he entered. This place sure is fine. Even the imperial bodyguards won't be able to figure it out. Without turning his head back, Shen Zichuan said, Just a dilapidated house with a courtyard that no one wants to rent. That's the only good thing about it. But this compound isn't easy to get your hands on. Shi Hongxian rubbed his hands and sat down. He looked at Shen Zichuan. This was the old courtyard that the former emperor bestowed to the crown prince, who then awarded it to Qi Huilian. It was later sold away after Qi Huilian's death. How did you get your hands on it? Shen Zichuan sipped his tea as he exchanged a meaningful look with Shi Hongxian for a moment. Shi Hongxian raised his hand unhurriedly and said, Look at this cheap mouth of mine, always trying to pry into others' backgrounds. I heard on the way here earlier that Pan Rugi was hit too. This move of yours is truly delightful. Eldest master, She is the commander-in-chief of the 8 training divisions. Xin Zichuan said, after this incident, he will rouse the Empress Dowager's suspicions. His life in the days ahead will not be easy. I'll feel good if Shi Guin has a hard time. Shi Hongxian placed his fleshy palms on the table and said, instead of waiting for the major figures in the imperial court to say a word, we might as well get the students to do so first as a preemptive move. After this incident, you could be said to be truly released. Xin Zichuan took the chopsticks and picked up some vegetarian food. Just a small trick. I've made a mockery out of myself before the second young master. 9. Shi Hongxian watched Xin Zichuan eat before he touched his own chopsticks. He said, what are you going to do in the future? Just trying to get by in the imperial bodyguards. Xin Zichuan said, Ji Lei is Pan Rugi's godson and Shi Guin's sworn brother. You want to kill Shi Guin, but how are you going to get past Ji Lei? Why not you and I split their lives each among us and let them be good buddies for life? Shi Hongxian sniggered for a moment. He leaned over the table and asked Xin Zichuan sinisterly, what's your grudge with Ji Lei? Xin Zichuan picked away the Sichuan peppers. 10, without even lifting his eyelids, he said, I don't like those shoes he's wearing. Chapter 18. Donkey Roast. Chapter 18. Donkey Roast Xiaoqia had a quiet time for half a month before he finally received a reply from Ji Lei informing him that the matter of the military drill ground was a done deal. He immediately headed out of the city with Chen Yang to take a look at the place. It was a piece of wasteland that was originally a mass burial site. The platform used for execution by decapitation one was later shifted away to another place, and so this place became empty. Although Mount Feng stands between it and the city, Chen Yang dismounted the horse, sized up the area, and continued, it's still too far. We just have to run for 3 hours before dawn to reach it. Xiao Qie pointed his horsewhip at one end. We have to treat those wily old men from the Ministry of Works to a good meal to cobble together some materials so that we can fill up this side, tidy it up a little, and make do with it. This place is so remote that even the patrols of the 8 great training divisions will not make it here. Viceroy, for us to spend money on them. Chen Yang said, I can't even say how uncomfortable that makes me. Hold it in even if you are uncomfortable. Xiao Qie said, even if they squat on our heads to pee on us, we still have to fix up this place. Okay. Chen Yang did not dare to say a word more. Xiao Qie stayed until it was evening before he rode his horse back. The moment he entered the city, he saw Li Jianheng's guard waiting for him at the entrance. What's the matter? Xiao Qie reined in his horse and asked. The guard paid his obeisances and said, His Highness has organized a feast at Huixiang Tavern on Donglong Street. He's waiting for your Excellency to go over for a meal. Xiao Qie thought for a moment, then spurred his horse over. The main street of Donglong faced Kaling River. Lanterns blazed the moment night fell. Wine taverns and pleasure houses flanked both sides of the street, while all kinds of gaily painted pleasure boats and small, light boats parked on the river. Xiao Qie dismounted his horse at Huixiang Tavern. The shopkeeper followed at his beck and call and personally led him upstairs. It was only when he raised the curtain for a look that he realized this feast was not simple. Everyone present at the feast was either well-known or young masters whose fathers or elder brothers were working as governmental officials. Next to Prince Chu was a fair-faced little eunuch who looked delicate and pretty. This should be the grandson Pan Rugi had found for himself again after Xia Fuzi's death. Suin is here. Li Jianheng called out to him. Come and take a seat. We're waiting for you. Xiao Qie picked a vacant seat at random to sit. He said with a smile, what a large turnout. Let me introduce. This is Pan Gonggong's grandson, Feng Quan, Feng Gonggong. Li Jianheng said to Feng Quan, this is my good buddy, the second young master of the Libei Xiao clan and the viceroy of the imperial army, Xiao Suin. Feng Quan was more pleasing to the eye than Xaifuzi had been. He bowed respectfully to Xiao Qie and said, "I've heard a lot about the viceroy." Shi Hongxian sat opposite them with one leg crossed over the other. He took up 2 seats and was so warm that his plump face was perspiring profusely. He said, "Let's dispense with the formalities. Your Highness, which other guest has yet to arrive today? If everyone is here, let's start the feast." Li Jianheng raised his eyebrows at Xiao Qie and said, "I have also invited a distinguished guest whom everyone wants to meet." Xiao Qie was baffled by his unexpected gesture. Just then he heard the waiter behind him lift the curtain and announce, "The distinguished guest has arrived." Everyone at the feast fell silent. Xiao Qie looked back just in time to see Shen Zichuan, dressed in his imperial bodyguard's robe, striding in. Shen Zichuan was visibly stupefied on seeing him. However, his expression was so obvious that Xiao Qie did not believe at all. Everyone present knew that there was discord between them. For a moment, the atmosphere was strange. Those waiting to watch the drama exchanged meaningful glances at one another. Li Jianheng said warmly, "This is Shen Lanzhao. Everyone knows who he is, right? Lanzhao, take a seat. Shopkeeper, start the feast." Xiao Qie felt that Li Jianheng must have been possessed to invite Shen Zichuan over just because of that face of his. Of all places to sit, Shen Zichuan just had to pick the seat beside Xiao Qie. Both men looked at each other as he sat down. "So this is Shen Lanzhao, whose name has been making waves in Kudu lately." Shi Hongxian looked askance at Shen Zichuan. Seeing is truly believing. "I heard that Lanzhao's," Li Jianheng said, "mother was an unparalleled beauty in Duanzhou back then. Shen Wei had to stake half of his princely residence before he won her heart. So how could Lanzhao not be born pretty?" A scattering of laughter rose in the room. Everyone openly and surreptitiously glanced at Shen Zichuan's face. Even Feng Quan made noises of appreciation and lamented, "If this master had been born a female, then what will the lady of the Hua clan be good for?" The group of rich young masters tacitly burst into laughter. Out of the corner of his eye, Xiao Qie saw Shen Zichuan with his head partially lowered. He could not read the latter's emotions. The nape of this man's neck was shrouded under the dim light of the glazed lamp beside him. It extended under his collar like white jade, looking as if one could taste ecstasy by kneading it. It waited defenselessly for someone to make a move. The contours of his side profile were smooth and beautiful, and the arch of the bridge of his nose was gorgeous. The corners of his eyes were the most devastating. Everything that could make one's heart itch all lay within them. A faint hint of a smile followed as those corners curved upward. Xiao Qie took another look. Shen Zichuan was indeed smiling. "Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Shen Zichuan tilted his eyes towards Xiao Qie. "Just looking at you in a different light." Xiao Qie retracted his gaze. Shen Zichuan raised his eyes and smiled subserviently at the various gentlemen present at the feast. He said, "I'm just of average looks. Everyone has been too kind to me." On hearing his words, those who were still carrying themselves with decorum loosened up. The more they spoke, the more vulgar their words. Shi Hongxian said, "Wasn't there a new trick that had come into vogue recently on Donglong Street? It's called playing with cups. Fill up a golden cup with top-grade wine and place it in the fragrant shoe of a beauty and pass it around to drink for fun. Your Highness, have you played it before?" Li Jianheng laughed and said, "I have the wine, but I can't find a beauty." Shi Hongxian motioned flippantly, "Isn't one sitting right here?" All along, Shen Zichuan looked as if he was not acquainted with him. He forced a smile and said, "I'm not worthy of the beauty label. If everyone really wants to have fun, then I'll invite everyone to the brothel tonight to play to your heart's content." When all is said and done, Shen Zichuan still had the Hua clan to back him. On seeing this, the others did not dare to push it. Only Shi Hongxian seemed as if his 8 characters too conflicted with Xin Zichuan's. The more ruckus he created, the uglier the situation became. There had been news lately that Shi Guin had lost favor with the Empress Dowager, so all of them simply thought that Shi Hongxian was venting his anger on Xin Zichuan for his elder brother. Xin Zichuan was about to speak when he suddenly heard Xiao Qie say beside him, "How can you ask His Highness Prince Chu to play what others have played before? This drinking from shoes and playing with cups is such an old game from centuries ago. Even the prostitutes in the south aren't interested in it. How about we try a different way of playing? Second young master Shi, take off your shoes and we can use them as boats to fool around with." Those at the feast roared with laughter. Shi Hongxian was obese, and his feet were much bigger than the average man. No one usually dared to bring it up, so they did not expect Xiao Qie to poke fun at it. That works too. Shi Hongxian rolled with it and graciously raised his legs. He ordered, "Men, remove my shoes." Li Jianheng started to have fun and cussed a few words. Shen Zichuan did not expect Xiao Qie to help him out of a fix either. He and Shi Hongxian had been putting on a show. He looked at Xiao Qie again. Xiao Qie ignored him and picked up his chopsticks to grab some food to eat. The little eunuch, Feng Quan, sat for a moment. When he saw that the dishes were more or less served, he said, "Having fun is a matter for you gentlemen here, so let me add another dish for everyone tonight." As he spoke, he clapped his hands. The waiters downstairs, who were already prepared a long time ago, hurriedly entered to serve the dish. However, this dish was a small donkey that was still alive. Feng Quan said, "Of all the delicacies in the world, donkey meat is the best. Gentlemen, have you ever tried donkey roast?" The noise in the room died down. Everyone looked at the donkey in the center. Li Jianheng asked, "What's donkey roast?" The waiters dumped some soil on the ground and deftly made a small circular plot of land out of the soil. They chased the donkey onto the soil and buried its 4 hooves in it so that the donkey's belly was touching the soil. Then they covered the donkey with a thick padded quilt. "Gentlemen," Feng Quan said amicably, "watch." A waiter half-crouched as he took the ladle and scooped out the boiling soup that came fresh out of the pot and poured it all over. Those assisting beside him held down the quilt and wiped it down over the head of the braying donkey to scald off its fur while it was still alive. But they were still not done. The waiter who had poured the boiling soup set aside the ladle and gouged the meat out of this seared donkey's body. The meat was placed in the dish, and the man by the side of the stove roasted it on the spot. After he was done, he passed the plate one at a time to everyone present. The braying of the donkey grew even more tragic. Even the people downstairs were alarmed. The color drained from Li Jianheng's face. He looked at this donkey meat and covered his nose and mouth to say, "Feng Gonggong, isn't this dish a little too? Your Highness, why don't you try it first? This donkey meat is the most delicious when it is gouged out right after boiling soup has been poured over it. Food must be eaten fresh." Feng Quan pointed out, "There's a meaning to this donkey roast. Let's take a certain person as an example. If said person were to fall into the hands of others, then he must put himself at the mercy of others. If the master tells him to kneel, he must kneel. If the master wants him to cry, he must cry. And if the master is eyeing his flesh, he must let others gouge him like this." Xin Zichuan's situation was like this donkey. He looked at the blood-stained quilt. The blood trickled into the soil until the stench of it permeated the air. It was as if he was looking at Ji Mu and himself 5 years ago. Excellent taste. Shi Hongxian ate a few slices. He seemed like he did not grasp the meaning behind and was only concerned about proclaiming how much of a thrill it was. All this time, Xin Zichuan's chopsticks did not move, while Xiao Qie's chopsticks never touched the meat. Li Jianheng felt something odd about those words when he heard it. He said apprehensively, "It's really too depraved. Take it away. Hold on." Feng Quan finally looked at Xin Zichuan. "Young Master Xin, My godfather was the one who specifically asked me to serve this dish. Why aren't you eating it? Pan Rugi was his god-grandfather, so by extension, Jile could really be considered his godfather. Exactly what connection or backing did this lad have for him to get Pan Rugi's favor and trust this quickly? Not only did he take over Zaya Fuzzy's duties, he even got into Ji Lei's good graces. Ji Lei could not kill Shin Zichuan, and now that Shun Zichuan had come under his command, he could not touch him either. Coming up with such a low-down way to humiliate Shun Zichuan tonight was to make it clear that the grudge between them was not over. Shin Zichuan picked up the chopsticks. Before Shun Zichuan could finish his words, the chair beside him was suddenly pushed aside as Xiao Qia rose to his feet. He picked up the plate containing the donkey meat and flung it in Feng Quan's direction. It crashed to the ground with a clatter. Li Jianheng hurriedly stood up and said, "Su Suin!" Xiao Qia stared at Feng Quan. Whoever Feng Quan wanted to humiliate on Ji Lei's behalf was not something he could interfere with. But he, Xiao Qia, was also a caged beast right this hour and day. He was no different from this donkey. This was a slap in his face too, and it hurt. Feng Quan looked at him in puzzlement and asked, "Is it not to the viceroy's liking?" Xiao Qia pressed his thumb down on the hilt of Lonely Blade, 3 at the side of his waist. Screams rose in the entire room as he drew his blade. His hand rose, and the blade fell to decapitate the donkey, killing it. Its miserable braying ceased. Blood seeped out of the soil onto the ground, turning the floor vividly red. The others all held their breath, not knowing what Xiao Qia would do. With his back to the dim light, Xiao Qia wiped the edge of his blade clean with the tablecloth. Only then did he casually turn around and smiled at all those present. "Gentlemen, please continue." Li Jianheng stared at his blade and said softly, "Suin, Suin, keep it away." Xiao Qia kept the blade back into its sheath and threw a look at Feng Quan. He raised his foot to lift a chair over and sat unreservedly in the middle. He said, "Roast it all together. I'll be here tonight to watch Feng Gonggong eat." In the end, Feng Quan called for his sedan chair and left in a hurry. Li Jianheng drank some wine and wept as he said to Xiao Qia, "Suin, I really didn't think of this. Who would know that castrated crook to be so despicable? We are buddies. You mustn't let this matter hurt our friendship." Xiao Qia tugged at the corners of his mouth and said, "There's a distinction between those close to you and those distant from you. I understand. You go on ahead first." Li Jianheng tugged at his sleeves, wanting to say more. Xiao Qia simply got Qinyang to stuff Li Jianheng into the sedan. "Send Prince Chu back." Xiao Qia said, "I'll walk back myself." In no way would Qinyang ramble on when he saw the unhappiness in Xiao Qia's expression. So he got on his horse and left with Prince Chu's sedan. Xiao Qia alone stood under a lantern. After a moment, he kicked over somebody else's potted plant. The potted plant, which was worth a lot of money, tumbled on the ground and hit the bottom of the stairs. A hand gently held it up. Shen Zichuan stood on the stairs and said unperturbedly, "Are you that rich? You'll have to compensate for this, you know." Xiao Qia replied coldly, "I have lots of money." With that, he felt around his waist, but it was empty. Shin Zichuan waited for a while, then turned to the shopkeeper and said, "Put it on this master's tab. He has lots of money." Chapter 19. Truth versus Lies. Chapter 19. Truth versus lies. The breeze caressed past the hot summer night, whilst the moon hung over the lush treetops. Xiao Qia was in tip-top form, so the rush of wine promptly made him hot. At the moment, he was irritable. He stared at Shen Zichuan as the latter made his way down. He said, "So Zhao Zui Temple can still teach one to purify one's heart of desires and change one's temper." Shen Zichuan dismissed the waiter and said, "I'm the best at grinning and bearing it." Xiao Qia accepted the waiter's tea to rinse his mouth. Then he wiped his mouth and said, "At least do a decent job if you want to make it up. You probably don't even know how to spell those last 4 words. We're all just playing along for fun. Shin Zichuan wiped his hands and smiled at him. Yet you took it seriously. Xiao Jie did not look at him. He simply threw the handkerchief onto the tray and said, "The show is over. Who would believe that? Someone has to play that particular role, no? Xiao Suin, was just perfect for it. Didn't you feel good watching it too? That blade is a treasure." Shin Zichuan's eyes wandered down. Xiao Jie raised his hand to block his view and said, "And the person isn't." One of the lanterns upstairs went out. Shen Zichuan sighed and said, "How do you expect me to reply to that? That's rather inappropriate. You have a good eye." Xiao Jie moved his hand away and stared at him ruthlessly and fiercely. Few people can recognize a good blade. The man himself is precious. One Shen Zichuan went along with his words. So naturally everything he wears is quality stuff. Even a blind cat can stumble upon a dead mouse. 2, I was merely guessing. "Why is it that when you praise me," Xiao Jie said, "I feel as if I've seen a ghost?" "You hardly get praised, huh?" Shin Zichuan comforted him and said, "I haven't even voiced my most sincere ones yet." The surrounding people had all dispersed. Xiao Jie said in a lukewarm tone, "You sure can endure. Grand plans are ruined by a lack of forbearance. There's more of my capability to come." Shin Zichuan smiled. "Don't be so anxious. Grand plans." Xiao Jie said, "Kudu is only this big. What else is there for you to strive this hard for?" "I was just saying." Shin Zichuan paused and looked affectionately at Xiao Jie. "And you really believed it. Second young master, I really couldn't tell that you are the kind who are naive and artless. I'm just a frivolous young master who's just loafing around drinking and dining and waiting to die." Xiao Jie said, "How would I know how treacherous the world is? There's even someone like you to coax me." "My bad." Shin Zichuan moved a step. "I saw how pitiful you were with your talons and fangs sealed off. Slaying with your blade tonight must have been pretty gratifying for you." "A little." Xiao Jie lifted his leg to block Shin Zichuan's way and said, "Where are you going?" "We aren't done talking yet. Sending you back to your residence." Shin Zichuan said, "You helped me out a tight spot tonight. I'm so grateful I'm shedding tears. There's no way I can ever repay you for this kindness." Xiao Jie smiled and said, "You are so full of lies. You must have deceived quite a number of people. Huh? There aren't many who have been taken in." Shin Zichuan looked back. A man always has to tell a few lies, like, "I've lots of money," that kind. Xiao Jie withdrew his leg and said, "I'm nothing compared to you. See." Shin Zichuan said gently, "You're being polite again." There was simply no way to chat with this man, because there was no way he could tell which of his words were the truth and which were the lies. Every sentence was like the superficial surface of muddied water. Even if he circled around it, he could still not pry anything out of it. Xiao Jie turned around and whistled for his horse. He said, "It was because of the incident tonight that you speak on such close terms to me. Everyone is gone now. It's meaningless to keep on pretending. Then what can I do?" Shin Zichuan picked up the lantern and looked at him gently and obediently. "Give you another bite." Xiao Jie swiftly took a step closer and said with ease, "You use this mortal flesh of yours to bewitch others. What do you want me to think by looking at me like that?" Unperturbed, Shen Zichuan said to him in a soft voice, "I was born with such a pair of expressive eyes." Xiao Jie used his whip to point between Shin Zichuan's eyebrows without touching it. He said derisively, "What a waste of those eyes. All they contain within are machinations." "I was born to be lowly." Shin Zichuan lifted his finger and slowly pushed aside his whip. He said, "If I don't machinate, then how am I going to have my fun? I did what I did tonight for myself. Xiao Qiye said mercilessly. Don't you go around thinking it was because I'm interested in you. The moon is so beautiful tonight. Shen Zichuan said, why do you have to spoil the mood and stop me from thinking so? Xiao Qiye flipped onto the horse and looked at him for a moment as he held the reins. He said frivolously, I fear that you will latch on to me because of this bit of kindness and get on my nerves with all those weeping and wailing. Did you have too much to drink? Shen Zichuan insinuated, you are beyond cure. Who knows about that? Xiao Qiye said, it's not like you have never made such an unreasonable scene before. The night quietened down. Xiao Qiye withdrew his eyes. This could be said to be a small victory. He spurred his horse on a few steps when he suddenly heard the man behind him say with a smile, have you found what you lost 5 years ago? Xiao Qiye abruptly looked back and instantly reined in his horse. He demanded in a frosty voice, return me the thumb ring. Shen Zichuan looked at him, but Xiao Qiye found the expression in his eyes wicked. Shen Zichuan said, want the thumb ring? Easy. Bark twice like a dog, and I'll give it back to you. The gerfalcon swooped down and landed on Xiao Qiye's shoulder. Together with its master, it stared frostily at Shen Zichuan. It was in the dead of night. An unnamed watchman 3 struck his clapper 4 and startled the lantern in Shen Zichuan's hand into extinguishing. The road went dark. It was several days later before Li Jianheng dared to show his face before Xiao Qiye. He was surprised to find that Xiao Qiye's anger had yet to subside. Ice fragments kept scattering all around them while they were listening to the music, scaring those delicate, smooth-skinned ladies so much that not one of them dared to come over to wait upon them. Li Jianheng held the teacup in his hands to shield himself and whispered, are you still angry? Xiao Qiye chomped the ice to pieces and said, nope. Li Jianheng's hair stood on end as he heard those crunch sounds. He said, autumn is right around the corner, so don't eat ice like that. It's rather terrifying. Such a big cellar of ice is prepared every year. It'd be a waste to leave it there. Xiao Qiye propped up both his legs and leaned back. Then I'll tell you something happy. Li Jianheng could not help but shift his butt over. He said, that Feng Quan, you know who he is? Who? Remember that little lady I told you about? Li Jianheng beamed and said with shifty eyes, Feng Quan is her younger brother. She has now won the favor of Pan Rugi. So how could Pan Rugi not promote Feng Quan? This Feng Quan is such a glib talker. He even coaxed Ji Lei until Ji Lei was over the moon and wanted to take him as his son. From the looks of it, Xiao Qiye propped up his head with one arm and glanced at Li Jianheng. You really have your heart set on that little lady. Of course, Li Jianheng said. So the incident that day was all done by that bastard, Ji Lei. As his son, how would Feng Quan dare to defy his father's order? So, you are saying you want me to let him off? Xiao Qiye asked. Li Jianheng was a flexible man who did not have the aspirations expected of the descendants of the imperial clan. He hurriedly slipped down from his chair and squatted before Xiao Qiye to implore him. Buddy, please let him off this once for the sake of my romance. Besides, didn't we make him eat until he puked? He's Pan Rugi's man, after all. It isn't good not to give him face. It has only been a few days since Xiaofuzi's incident. His Majesty is still watching us. Xiao Qiye suddenly stared at him. He sat up and asked, Did you touch her? Li Jianheng hummed. Xiao Qiye said, You touch Pan Rugi's woman right under his nose? If he were a real man, I wouldn't do it. Li Jianheng reluctantly stood up and said, He's just an old eunuch with just that bit of trick to liven things up. He beat up a delicate and ravishing beauty all day long until she wept. This beauty was originally mine. If you were in my shoes, would you do it or not? 5 exasperated at Li Jianheng's failure to live up to expectations, Xiao Qiye said, No. Li Jianheng pleaded again, Suin, we are buddies. How big an issue can it be? HM? Just turn a blind eye. If you let Feng Quan off, I'll give you something else to play with. Xiao Chia lay back again and said nothing. If Pan Rugi found out about this incident, then Xayafuzzi's episode would be nothing in comparison. That old dog would definitely think of ways to kill them both. His promotion of Feng Quan alone was sufficient for anyone to get a glimpse of how much he doted on that woman. Pan Rugi was already 65 years of age. He had no biological son, and none of the pretty women around him these years could remain by his side for so long. If he truly regarded this woman as his wife or concubine, then he might even dare to hack Li Jianheng to death. Xiao Chia listened to Li Jianheng's incessant chatter and said, "Since you dared to do this, does it mean you already have a plan thought out?" Li Jianheng sat on the carpet and lowered his head to study his mozo bamboo fan. He said in a small voice, "Not really. It's just that I've heard that Pan Rugi had once kept a toy boy. All I have to do is to just have to send him one to play with, no?" Xiao Chia said, "There aren't many who could surpass that beauty of yours, are there?" Li Jianheng was on tenterhooks and did not dare to hide it from him. He said, "Lately quite a number of people have been asking around about that." Shen Lanzhao. Asking about what? Asking about his price and whether they could afford to raise him. Seeing Xiao Chia's expressionless face, Li Jianheng hurriedly grabbed the chair and said, "Money is not an issue, but I don't dare to look for him. If he were to take desperate measures after being pushed into the corner. Suen, help me this once. You just need to send him to Pan Rugi. After the job is done, I'll give him silver, or even gold." Xiao Chia rested his hands on his knees in silence. Thinking there was hope, Li Jianheng said again, "Don't you hate Xinwei? Once you fix him this time, Shen Zichuan would not dare to throw his weight before you in the future. Think about it. If he didn't die, he would be able to turn things around. But if he were to be involved in such a shady deal in Kudu, he would lead a life worse than death. Furthermore, isn't the Empress Dowager also thinking of, 'I thought you were using your brain,' while speaking?" Xiao Chia slowly pulled out his legs and said, "Turns out it's all fucking mush inside." Suen. Seeing him leave, Li Jianheng lifted the hem of his robe and chased after him out of the door. Xiao Chia stepped out of the building and mounted his horse. Without even turning his head back, he left. Even if they let Shen Zichuan be Pan Rugi's forbidden pleasure, would Pan Rugi dare to accept him? This man was the man the Empress Dowager was always watching with the intent to protect. If Pan Rugi dared to take him, then he would be burning his own bridges. Li Jianheng was out of his mind. But if Li Jianheng really dared to do that, how would he suddenly dare to do that? Shen Zichuan got off work. He had only just removed his waist token and stepped out of the door when he saw that excellent, handsome steed of Xiao Chia. He descended the stairs and asked, "Here to ask for your thumb ring back." Xiao Chia snapped off a branch with leaves and held it between his teeth. He looked at him for a moment and said, "It's broad daylight and you are still not sober? Return it to me. Stop bullshitting me. You weren't this short-tempered that other night." Shen Zichuan looked at the sky. "It would be too humiliating for the viceroy if you were to stand here and bark like a dog. Which means you aren't here for the thumb ring. So what's the matter? Spit it out. Aren't you well aware of what's the matter?" Xiao Chia sat on the rock with his long legs to prop up his elbows and arms. Prince Chu wanted to give Xayafuzzi a thrashing, and you could even get a line on it from inside the temple. I forgot all about it at the turn of the head. But now that I think about it, you must have planted a man by his side, right? If he wasn't an informer, then he was the instigator who told him to do so. If I were that capable, Shen Zichuan said, I would not have been reduced to raising elephants. Who knows if that's the truth or a lie? Xiao Chia's eyes were aloof and cold. You have to give me a clear account before I can decide whether or not to believe it. Chapter 20 Decision. Chapter 20. Decision. I'm so wronged. Shen Zichuan said, "If anything were to happen now, it's definitely all Shin Lanzhao's fault. There has been trouble after trouble ever since your release." Xiao Qie said, "Zaifuzi, the Imperial College, Pan Rugi, how is it that every incident has something to do with you?" Shin Zichuan said, "Riley, that's right. Why is it that they all have something to do with me? Don't you know the reason for this? Back then, the hereditary prince found me in the Chaucer sinkhole. If he had used his blade to end me, then these incidents today would never have happened." Xiao Qie took down the branch of leaves and said, "Back then, you fought to survive and drag out an ignoble existence. Did you only come to realize what it feels like to live today?" The calmness in Shen Zichuan's eyes was so placid that Xiao Qie found it surreal. This man was extremely odd. It was the same that day during the feast. His every move carried with it an undercurrent of having left behind the past. But Xiao Qie could still clearly remember the look in Shen Zichuan's eyes when the latter had bitten him 5 years ago on that snowy night. Such disconnect from reality seemed to be like a bottomless abyss he could not get a grasp of. Those spurts of hatred seemed to have been worn away until others had no way of telling where his limit lay. Everyone at the feast humiliated him, and yet he merely lowered his head and smiled. When Xiao Qie had said that he was seeing him in a different light, he had truly meant it. If a man could grin and bear it to this extent, then that darkness under that calm was, on the contrary, all the more disturbing to Xiao Qie. What it feels like to be alive. Shin Zichuan smiled again. "I can feel it every single day and night while I was in Zhao Zui Temple. Now that I've been released, all the more I find that living isn't easy. I treasure my life, and I'm afraid, but they want me to shoulder this sin and pay for all those human lives with my own. I, Shen Lanzhao, has only this one life. How is that even enough to pay for them all? I ingratiate myself with everyone in so many ways, all in the hope that Second Young Master and the various nobles will be magnanimous and won't be too hard on me. Today, you want me to give you an account. Second Young Master, at least give me a reason." By the time Xiao Qie listened to this point, he had already changed his mind. He has a keen nose, and he always vaguely felt uneasy every time Shin Zichuan cooperated in such a compliant and docile manner. But Shen Zichuan yielded to neither cajolery nor coercion. No matter how hard Xiao Qie tried to pry it out of him, he could not tell the truth from his lies. He did not believe a word of what Shen Zichuan said. Just as Shen Zichuan had said that night, everyone was just playing along for fun. Since that was the case, so why take it seriously? But although people could lie, the traces left behind could not. He just had to mingle among the 9 schools of thoughts, 1 in Kudu, and 10 to 1 he would be able to pry something loose. Shen Zichuan wanted to plan a man by Li Jianhing's side, and it was certain that this person would not be an expert. Based on Shen Zichuan's current circumstances, he could only bribe an errand runner or an attendant. This Li Jianhing's matter was questionable both on the inside and on the outside. If he could not investigate this thoroughly, then there will be no end to troubles in the future. Ever since Xiao Qie cast his lot with Prince Chu, he found himself sleeping less. "I came looking for you to play. How did it become an interrogation?" Xiao Qie changed the topic. He blew the leaves on the branch and lamented, "I heard that someone is making inquiries about you recently. This involves Prince Chu's dignity, so naturally I have to come and ask you. Each time you come finding me to play." Shin Zichuan said, "I'll lose sleep for a night." "You can't put it that way." Xiao Qie said, "You aren't having an easy time, and I'm not having a good time either. We can turn the page on the old grudges between us and let bygones be bygones." Shen Zichuan laughed and said, "Tens of thousands of lives in the 6 prefectures of Zhongbo were lost, and the Second Young wants to bury the hatchet with me. Times are different now." Xiao Qie finally threw away the branch. He rose to his feet and said, You have now received the favor of the Hua clan, and you're the man in the Empress Dowager's good graces. How would I still dare to offend you? Calling me second young master sounds so distant. We could be said to be nodding acquaintances now, right, Lance Hao? Xin Zichuan merely smiled and said, "Second young master, goodbye." Xiao Jie got on his horse and looked at him from above. He said, "When are you going to return the thumb ring to me, Lance Hao? A worn-out thumb ring isn't worth a cent, and keeping it will just revolt you. But why is it that, instead of returning it to me, you seem like you have come to treat it as a treasure?" "I wear it on me," Xun Zichuan said to Xiao Jie, "just to rely on second young master's ferocious aura to ward off evil. So how would I bear to return it to you this easily?" Xiao Jie lashed his horsewhip with a crack and said, "Don't you know? It's exactly evil aura that your second young master has." Xin Zichuan stood where he was and watched him gallop away into the distance. His smile faded away, leaving only an unfathomable stillness. The setting sun dipped, and the orange light reflected under his feet extended into the shadow of Xiao Jie's gradually disappearing back. Stars adorned the night sky. Grand Mentor Qi opened the newly drawn map and showed it to Xin Zichuan. The former Eastern Palace did not have the authority to deploy troops at the frontier, but it came to receive intimate knowledge from the Ministry of War on the setups of the various lands' garrison troops. This is of the Libei Great Commanderies. It's backed by Hongyan Mountains, and its west leads to Luosha Pass, while the east overlooks the Biancha 12 tribes. Xin Zichuan pointed at the Hongyan Mountains on the east side. Autumn is around the corner. There is an undersupply of pasture for the Biancha cavalry, so they are bound to rob the mutual trade market at the boundary. Xiao Jiming wants to deploy his troops. So why isn't there a memorial to seeking instructions being sent to Kudu these days? Because His Majesty is severely ill. Grand Mentor Qi pondered over it. This year spring, Xiao Jiming had only submitted one memorial. He surely has an informant in Kudu, since he still has yet to submit a memorial for the deployment as of today. Then it could only mean one thing. Xin Zichuan said under his breath, "His Majesty doesn't have long to live." So, exactly who is it that can secure the imperial court is Xiao Jiming's reason for biding his time now. Grand Mentor Qi took out a brush, dipped it in ink, and drew a circle around Li Bei. Prince Chu's accession to the throne will only benefit the Xiao clan. They have been at odds with the Hua clan for too long. Because of the Zhongbua incident, they have fallen to the disadvantageous position of being under the control of others, and the opportunity to turn the tide in their favor is now right before them. Xiao Jiming will definitely not pass up this opportunity. But teacher has also said that day. Xin Zichuan pointed to Kudu. As long as the gates of Kudu remain closed, Xiao Jie remains the hostage from Li Bei, with him in the Empress Dowager's hand. How is Xiao Jiming able to act? Since you mentioned this matter, Grand Mentor Qi cast aside his brush. Then I will tell you of another matter. Teacher, please speak. In your view, what kind of man is this Xiao Jie? Xin Zichuan lowered his eyes to look at the map and replied, sharp, smart, doesn't like to follow the steps. I think he is. Grand Mentor Qi scratched his head as if he could not think of a suitable word. After a moment of frustration, he sprawled over the table and said mysteriously to Xin Zichuan, I think he is the opportunity heaven sent to Li Bei to turn things around. He's a natural-born talent. Xin Zichuan swung his brush and asked, Why does teacher say so? Grand Mentor Qi immediately got under the table and pulled out the book he had written with his own hands. Over the years, he sensed himself becoming old and forgetful, and so he had recorded down many matters on paper. With swishing sounds, he flipped through several pages, then leaned over the table again and pushed the book to Xin Zichuan. These are the details Gu Qingqing managed to pry from the Ministry of War. In the first year of Yongyi that is 8 years ago, Shao Chia was 14 years of age when he followed Shao Jiming into battle at Bayancha. In the middle of the summer, Shao Jiming was besieged by 3 Bayancha tribes at the eastern side of the Hongyan mountain ranges. His retreat route was cut off, and he was trapped before the Hongjiang River. The Prince of Libei's reinforcements did not arrive for 3 days, and Shao Jiming pressed on with his desperate battle for survival. But the cavalries of the 3 Bayancha tribes were nimble. As you know, Libei has a legion of armored cavalry. They can deal a powerful blow head-on like a wall of iron, but they can't respond agilely enough to a battle that entails back-and-forth pursuits. Drag it on for too long, and the one exhausted will be Shao Jiming's troops. Grand Mentor Qi downed a few mouthfuls of wine. But on the 3rd night, Bayancha retreated like the ebbing of tide, because their heavily guarded army provisions were set on fire. The fire spread from the center and through their rear formation into disarray. Shao Jiming seized the opportunity to fight a decisive battle and broke through the siege in one night. However, the statement from Li Bei was cut off at this point. The following details were all information that your Shifu took a lot of effort to find out. Can you guess how the heavily guarded army provisions were sent up into flames? Allegedly, the 3 Bayancha tribes constructed and dug a trench for lavatory purposes near the river. Shao Chia silently felt his way from the Hongjiang River to the trench and crawled in that filthy and stinky ditch for half a night. At this point, Grand Mentor Qi stroked his chin. Yet Li Bei suppressed such a meritorious service and did not report it. Not only that, Shao Chia came to Kudu and became an idle hoodlum. But how could a loafer have such endurance? Just imagine. Under that kind of circumstances, if he fails, then his eldest brother would be the one to die. Yet he could lay dormant for 2 days until the Bayancha troops let their guards down before he set the fire. Did he know that his eldest brother's life was at stake during those 2 days? And what if he had not set the fire correctly, or if he failed? To grasp the timing accurately, 1 minute earlier, and Bayancha would strengthen. 1 minute later, and Li Bei would weaken. Yet he struck right at that exact timing. How could he have done it if he didn't have extraordinary insight? Shun Zichuan seemed to be moved. At last, Grand Mentor Qi said, "Moreover, this lad is insanely wild. When he did this, he only brought with him this many people." Grand Mentor Qi extended 2 fingers and paused for a moment. "Lance Hao, I thought Pan Rugi transferred him to the Imperial Army to avoid trouble, but it turned out to be a blunder. They thought the Imperial Army was already written off. But what was the Imperial Army's background? They were all from military households who followed the Emperor back then to get into the 8 cities. The 8 great clans did not think much of them, so they relied on the backing of the Emperor alone. But now the Emperor doesn't want them anymore, and so these 20,000 men became weapons without a master. It's fine if they really fall into the hands of a hedonistic young master. But if they fall into Shao Chia's hand, then what else is there to deter Shao Jiming from deploying troops to protect Prince Chu? So that's it. The part where Shun Zichuan had been puzzling over previously suddenly cleared up. He had thought that since Shao Jiming left Shao Chia in the Kudu, then he should understand that this was a pawn under the control of others. Either he abandoned it or acted with prudence. If he was being prudent, then he should not and must not let Shao Chia get so close to Prince Chu. Otherwise, he would be asking for trouble. No matter what he did, he would always be on tenterhooks and cleaning up messes. This bout of autumn chill in Kudu is about to break out in full fury. We lack influence and power, so it'd be best to steer clear of it. Grand Mentor Qi's mouth was parched. He continued, because of the Imperial College incident, a distance has already formed between the Empress Dowager and Shiguin, as well as with His Majesty. In order to ensure that her authority does not decline, the matter of the imperial heir would be of emergency. If anything were to happen to Prince Chu these days, then the Shao clan's efforts would have been in vain, much like drawing water with a sieve. So it would seem that Shao Chia's urgency to meet you today must have been because he was already on the alert. However, the Empress Dowager herself is more wary and sensitive. Back then, to let Prince Ning ascend to the throne, she did not hesitate to exterminate everyone from the Eastern Palace. So, today, to guard against the unexpected, she will also wipe out Prince Chu. Xiao Jie wants to ensure Prince Chu's safety, but I'm afraid that it won't be an easy feat to achieve. Since the Empress Dowager will not use Shi Guan, then the only one left is Ji Lei. Xin Zichuan's eyes were calm. The experts in the imperial bodyguards are as plentiful as clouds, and they are clean and efficient in their jobs. The fight between those in power is one thing. Grand Mentor Qi said, "It's time for you to decide whether to pursue Prince Chu or follow the Empress Dowager." Xin Zichuan extended his hand and covered the map. Chapter 21, Autumn Hunt. Chapter 21, Autumn Hunt. It rained several times in the 10th month of the lunar year, following which the maple leaves in Mount Feng turned red. Shan Zichuan had already caught sight of some slight frost while herding the elephants during the morning court. Emperor Xianda's illness improved somewhat along with the coming of autumn. Word had it that his meals had resumed, and his coughing during the morning court had eased off a lot. According to tradition, the emperor could only head to the Nanlin One hunting grounds only in the 11th month. But Emperor Xianda seemed to be worried that traveling might prove difficult in cold weather. So he gave orders for the preparations of the autumn hunt to be carried out at the start of the 10th month. The ones responsible for patrol duty are still the 8 great training divisions and the imperial bodyguards. Chen Yang carried the blade for Xiao Qie and said, "Viceroy, didn't His Majesty flew into a rage the last time?" "That was last time." Xiao Qie had just come from the military drill grounds. He wiped his sweat. His Majesty was furious last time because he felt that there were safety concerns both on the inside and on the outside. But it's different this time. Shi Guan had been despised and shunned by Her Majesty, having been left out in the cold for 2 months. He will be desperately wanting to put himself back into the limelight. Are such small favors able to move Shi Guan? When Chen Yang saw no one nearby, he said, "After all, Her Majesty has been gaining power for a long time, and His Majesty is ill. Even if he is willing to hand Shi Guan an olive branch, Shi Guan wouldn't dare to accept it, would he? You said it yourself that it's a small favor." Xiao Qie put on the outer garment he had grabbed. What if His Majesty gave Shi Guan great power and authority? A few days ago, His Majesty even asked about the age of the Shi clan's daughter. Prince Chu does not have a princess consort. If he really bestowed marriage upon them, then even if Shi Guan did not have the intent to, it would appear differently to Her Majesty. Qin Yang said, "A pity we don't have a missy at home." "It's better that way." Xiao Qie said, "If I were to have a sister, she would have to be like Commander-in-Chief Qi. Otherwise, she would have no control over her life. Most likely, she will be forced to marry a husband she has never seen before." Having said to this point, he slowed his pace. The Hua clan has always been the first choice for imperial concubines. At this age, Hua Shangyi, who has been raised and nurtured by the Empress Dowager, has yet to be bestowed a marriage. Even His Majesty does not dare to offend her and could only call her his younger sister. When it comes to whom she will be betrothed to in the future, it's Her Majesty's arrangements that they still have to go along with. Qin Yang said, "Fortunately, our hereditary prince is already married. But who else can third Missy Hua be betrothed to? Viceroy, I really can't tell at all. The Qi clan is the best choice." Xiao Qie smiled. If Qi Juyin was born a man, the Empress Dowager would have long betrothed third Missy Hua to her. A pity Qi Juyin is a girl, and the Hua clan does not have any man of lawful birth in this generation. So they can only eye this piece of meat, but not move their chopsticks. They are getting anxious. The horse was led over, and Xiao Qie stroked it. "Come on, let's go to the East Market on Donglong Street again." Shen Zichuan had only just stepped into Donglong Street. Having been released from his imprisonment, he could naturally no longer stay in Zhao Zui Temple. As no one mentioned it at the outset, this matter was set aside. But in the 8th month, Qiao Tianya suddenly took notice of it and followed him to Zhao Zui Temple. When he saw Grand Mentor Qi all covered in mud, acting like a lunatic, he got Xin Zichuan to open an account in advance with the imperial bodyguards so that he could find a proper place to live in. Thus, at the end of the 9th month, Xin Zichuan moved to an old alley. The rent was cheap and the place suitable for his current status. Who exactly is this person Shifu wants me to find? Xin Zichuan took the indenture 3 and looked at the word Songyue. The place of origin above was blank. Gu Qingqing looked around the crowd and said, "Uncle didn't mention it either. He only said that the teacher has permitted it. That is, to let this person take care of your daily living in the future." After Xin Zichuan moved out of Zhao Zui Temple, it became inconvenient for him to communicate with Grand Mentor Qi. He was unwilling to raise messenger pigeons. Firstly, it was too easy to expose themselves, and secondly, Xiao Qie's gerfalcon was too fierce. It left a deep impression on him. At present, they could only rely on Ji Gang and meet up when Ji Gang used his identity as an errand runner to venture outdoors to make purchases. It was extremely inconvenient, but they had no better option for the time being. He should be in the East Market. Xin Zichuan said to Gu Qingqing, "Let's go for a look." Donglong Street was near Kaling River. It was a pleasure district. There was a trading market set up on the eastern side to deal in human goods. Those who were selling themselves to bury their parents would also choose this place to kneel. For because the common households and residences would all come here to pick errand runners or maidservants. Xiao Qie gripped a register of names from Prince Chu's residence with the intention to come here to investigate some of the men's origins. He had only just strode out of the middleman's place when he saw a familiar nape. Qinyang said, "Isn't that?" Xiao Qie raised his hand, and Qinyang fell silent. Xin Zichuan kept the indenture. Feeling a chill on his nape, he looked back. Xiao Qie was already standing behind him. "Oh, a bigwig." Xin Zichuan said, "Why are you standing behind me?" "Looking at you." Xiao Qie stuffed away the register in passing and strolled over to Xin Zichuan's side. "Are you here to buy servants?" Xin Zichuan said, as if in jest, "I'm selling myself. How on earth can I afford to buy someone already reduced to such a state, huh?" Xiao Qie sized him up. "Isn't it said that many people are seeking you at high prices?" "It's all about the feels." Xin Zichuan continued to walk. "They have to catch my eye before I can decide whether to receive them or not." 5 Xiao Qie knew what kind of men they were and said, "It sure isn't easy to choose between the ugly and the repulsive, is it?" "I'm no match for the second young master." Xin Zichuan looked askance at him. "Following Prince Chu must have given you your fair share of flesh." 6 Xiao Qie said, "Envious? Come look for me." Xin Zichuan smiled too and said, "I haven't been reduced to that stage yet." Both men had almost arrived at the end. Xin Zichuan turned aside and said, "Then I won't bother second young master to accompany me further. I'm heading back." "No hurry." Xiao Qie remained where he was. "This autumn hunt, we still have to look out for each other. The imperial bodyguards and the imperial army have no common ground." Xin Zichuan looked at him. "So what is there for me to look out for you?" Xiao Qie said, "How distant. If I often go over to you to stretch my legs, we can come to share a common ground." Xin Zichuan did not answer him. After he left, Xiao Qie was still rooted at the same spot. Who is he looking for in this place? Xiao Qie gently stroked the hilt of the blade with his thumb. "Gu Qingqing." As expected, it's Gu Qingqing. "Qinyang." "Here. Go and check it out." Xiao Qie said, "Look into all 18 generations of Gu Qingqing's ancestors. 7 after Shin Zechuan's search for the man had been disrupted by Xiaoqie, who was placed on consecutive rotational duties, and so he did not manage to find any more free time. On the eve of the autumn hunt, it was finally his turn to receive an assignment. Sure enough, it was to accompany the emperor to the Nanlin hunting grounds. One day, Shen Zichuan got off work and returned home. Before pushing the door open, he sensed the presence of someone else in the house. With a cloak around him, Feng Quan drank his tea with his fingers, sticking up 8, and said from the other side of the door, "Aren't you coming in?" Shen Zichuan pushed the door open. There was no light lit in the house. With his snow-white face immersed in the darkness, Feng Quan looked like a wandering soul. He set aside the tea and said, "I am here to convey a message from Her Majesty." Shen Zichuan threw his dirty robe on the small clothes rack 9 with curvy raised ends and said, "Thank you for the trouble." "Yeah." Feng Quan looked at Shen Zichuan maliciously and tossed him an object. "If it weren't a matter of urgency, would I have needed to come in person? You have been graced with so many favors from the Empress Dowager, and now it's time to repay it all one at a time. If this matter falls through this autumn hunt, then you won't be able to survive through it either." Shin Zichuan caught the object. It was an Eastern Pearl 10 wrapped in a strip of cloth. A wipe of his fingertip revealed the ink traces of half a character on the strip of cloth, Lin. 11, Chu. 12 Shin Zichuan's eyes shifted back to Feng Quan's face. Feng Quan stood up and walked over to Shin Zichuan. He said, "If you succeed, the Empress Dowager can still spare your life and treat you like a dog to order around. But if you fail, then there's no point in keeping you. Martial arts experts will be as plentiful as trees in a forest." Shin Zichuan said, "I'll try my best." Feng Quan stared daggers at him for a while before he let out a mocking smile. He strode out of the door, shook on his cloak, and melted away into the darkness of the night. Shin Zichuan lit a lamp and stood by the side of the table as he burned away the strip of cloth. The tongue of the flame licked the fabric, turning the word Lin into ashes. The Nanlin hunting grounds was located on the southeast side of Kudu and encompassed a wide area. Half of the usual ingredients used by the court of imperial entertainments came from this place. The 8 great training division forces, half of which had been mobilized, followed after the emperor in a grand display of might. Shen Zichuan was herding the elephants when he heard the thunderous sounds of galloping horse hooves. He did not have to look back to know whose horse it was. Sure enough, he saw the gerfalcon swoop over his head and haul up a wild mouse from among the grass before it went soaring into the sky again. Xiaoqie and Li Jianheng, along with a group of rich young masters from Kudu, spurred their horses past him and noisily dashed straight ahead. The jet-black steed with a snow-white patch on its chest under him was truly a conspicuous sight. Xiao looked up in envy and said, "This Viceroy Zhao's eagle and horse are all wonderful treasures." Shin Zichuan said, "All wild animals." Xiao was young and could not stand loneliness, so he was always wanting to converse with Shen Zichuan. Sitting on the horse, he munched on dried sweet potatoes 13 and said in a Huaizhou accent, "Chuanji, do you know the names of that horse and eagle?" Shin Zichuan smiled and said, "They are wild, there's only so much they can be called." Xiao stretched his body out and said expressively, "That eagle is called Meng. Don't you think it sounds fierce? But that horse's name isn't fierce. It's called Lang Tao Shuejin." He enunciated each word, sounding so childlike that it amused the group of adults. Gasping for breath, Li Jianheng looked back and said to Xiaoqie, "Man, each time I see him, I always wonder why he wasn't born a woman." Xiaoqie turned around the horse and looked at Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng said, I know. I'm not befuddled to that extent. When we arrive at the venue in a moment." Xiaoqie said, "You have to tell me when you venture out. Don't stray away from the guards around night time. Not one of the women you brought must be allowed into the tent either." "I didn't bring a woman along." Li Jianheng put on a bold front to quibble. Xiao Qie threw him an indescribably wicked smile. Behind them, Qin Yang spurred his horse on and caught up to them. He said, "Viceroy, I've gotten someone to send all those women back." Upset, Li Jianheng bit the tip of his tongue. After a while, he said, "Suen, honestly speaking, if you won't even let me sleep with them, then what fun is there to be had at the autumn hunt?" "Plenty." Xiao Qie said, "Even basking in the sun is more interesting than you being cooped up in the tent." Li Jianheng kept sighing as he continued on, listless and dejected, with the rest of the journey. When they arrived, it was nearly dark. Shen Zichuan was not on duty on the first day, so he stayed behind to do odd jobs. Qiao Tianya came too, and called the imperial bodyguards over to treat them to some meat. He saw the bowl in Shen Zichuan's hand and suddenly said, "So you can drink, huh?" Shen Zichuan said, "Just a bowl." Qiao Tianya did not expose him. This man did not look like an imperial bodyguard. He was more like someone from the martial fraternity. He used a dagger to wipe the roast meat and said, "Eat all you can now that you are at the hunting ground. This happens only once a year. What you are eating is all stuff the palace usually uses. So seize the opportunity before you miss it." He chewed on the meat and said, "You have to bring a blade while you are on duty. When your turn comes tomorrow night, use Ching Ching's blade. Why didn't you bring one? Didn't the domesticated elephant's office teach you 2 stances? The blade is too heavy." Looking as though he was too weak to lift it, Shen Zichuan said, "It's too much for me to carry it along with me." "The bones in your body," Qiao Tianya said, "couldn't have been broken by that kick of second young Master Xiao, could it? What a pity. That's a first-grade hoodlum. We can extort him. Otherwise, with that one kick, this older brother can fleece him out of all his family fortune." The imperial bodyguards around them laughed. Shen Zichuan moved the corners of his lips. As he sipped the wine, he took a quick look around along the rim of the bowl. All of them were inseparable from their blades. Other than him, who else was here to kill Prince Chu? Apart from those present here, there were still the assassins in the unseen shadows, and how many of them were lying in wait with cool detachment? Even if Xiao Qie was a natural-born talent, what were the odds that he could successfully protect Prince Chu under this heavy siege? Several tents away, Xiao Qie and Li Jianheng were still drinking wine and playing dice with the others. Chapter 22. Thunder. Chapter 22. Thunder. The next morning, Emperor Xianda assumed personal command over the autumn hunts arena. His health did not permit him to go hunting on a horse, so he prepared some rewards and ordered the men present to head to the hunting grounds to try their luck at winning a prize. Li Jianheng could not get on his horse and had to make several attempts before he could hoist himself onto it. Emperor Xianda looked at him and said, "Jianheng will lead by example. I'll be waiting to have a taste of your prey." Li Jianheng gripped the reins. He had already given instructions to his guards. Even if he could not hit a target, he would not return empty-handed. So he set out in high spirits with a bunch of guards following closely behind him. Xiao Qie rode his horse beside him. There was a stretch of forest at the end of the vast expanse of grassland at the Nanlin hunting grounds. Morning dews hung on branches and leaves that had yellowed. Startled by the shouts and sounds of horses' hooves, prey of all sizes that had been set loose scattered among the undergrowth. Clenching his bow as he sat on his horse, Li Jianheng drew the string apart with great effort and fired an arrow at a rabbit. The arrow jabbed feebly into the ground some distance away from the rabbit. Blind applause and cheers first rang out at the sides. Then the guard who had gone over to take a look brought back a rabbit that had been prepared in advance. Satisfied, Li Jianheng said to Xiao Qie, "My archery skill isn't bad, right? It was Imperial Grandpa who taught me back then." Xiao Qie said sincerely, "I have never seen such a display of archery prowess even in Libei." Li Jianheng immediately laughed and said, "You have been in Kudu for so long you couldn't have forgotten how to draw a bow, could you?" Xiao Jie had only brought an ordinary bow along. It was not even as good as the ones the imperial bodyguards used. He said, "Let me show you my skill too." With that, Xiao Jie drew his bow and fired an arrow at the clearing before him. His shot was even weaker than Prince Chu's. It did not even stab into the ground. Blind cheers and exultation rang out from the sides again. Xiao Jie reveled in it. Tianya had already grown impatient waiting behind them. Amused when he saw this scene, he said, "See that? If you don't train well, you'll be treated like a fool." Looking at Xiao Jie's shoulders and arms, Shen Zichuan was once again reminded of that piece of bone thumb ring. He could not help but smile. Prince Chu had not ridden for long when his back ached. It dampened his willingness to go further. This was the result of having too much to drink last night. At the moment, he was not feeling well all over. He led the horse and wandered around aimlessly for a while, enduring it until it was almost time before he urged his men back. The guards at the back had not even finished shooting all their arrows when they escorted him back like a gust of wind. They did not even head to the forest in the east. Li Jianheng dismounted the horse and kneeled before the emperor. At the side, Pan Rugi made an inventory count of the prey for Emperor Xinda. The more Li Jianheng heard, the more pleased he was. He said, "Imperial elder brother, there's even a red fox. What an excellent fur color. It'll make the perfect fur collar for you." Emperor Xinda was pleased too. He said, "I feel even more spirited now than I was back in Kudu. Pan Rugi, give the stuff to Prince Chu." Li Jianheng lifted the silk fabric with great delight, only to see a great bow no ordinary man could draw presented underneath. He instantly lost interest, although he still had to say, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward." Emperor Xinda laughed and coughed a few times before saying, "You don't like it? This isn't meant for you to use either. This bow was left behind by the great ancestor Emperor One in the early years. It's made of black iron coupled with keel and weighs 120 kati. Even the current 4 great generals cannot draw it. Bestowing it upon you is because I want you to be diligent at all times. When you face this bow, remember the hardships of the great ancestor emperor in his great undertaking to establish the empire." Li Jianheng acknowledged his words and called for his men to carry the bow away. During dinner, Emperor Xinda called Li Jianheng over to sit with him and leaned against him. This was a hint that could not be any more obvious. All the officials presented knew it, but they still had to play dumb because Secretariat Elder Hua Xiqian, was still on an equal footing with Prince Chu. Once everyone had their fill of wine and food, a bonfire was started. Emperor Xinda had not retreated this whole day, and so all those present could not leave either. Li Jianheng had already grown tired of sitting, but then he saw that Emperor Xinda still had no intent to retreat for a rest. "What's going on?" Li Jianheng cast a questioning gaze at Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie pretended not to notice. By this time, the singing and dancing had already receded, and the flame of the bonfire was raging. Emperor Xinda suddenly gathered his clothes and called out, "My dear, Minister Hai!" Hai Liangyi tidied his robe and respectfully kneeled before the emperor to answer. "This old subject is here." Emperor Xinda asked, "What were you going to do today?" Hai Liangyi kowtowed and replied, "This old subject would like to recommend the Chief Supervising Secretary of the 6th Ministry's Office of Scrutiny for Revenue, Shueshozhua, to be given the authority to submit a petition before Your Majesty." Hua Xiqian had already sensed something going on. He stroked his beard and said, "Rensher, why put it in such a way? To begin with, the Chief Supervising Secretary has the authority to remonstrate directly with His Majesty." "That may be so," Hai Liangyi said, "but Xiozhua's Memorial 3 has repeatedly failed to reach His Majesty. He might as well seek a direct audience with His Majesty." "How could there be a memorial that couldn't make its way to His Majesty?" Hua Xiqian asked. Emperor Xinda said, "I'm curious too." My dear Minister Hai, call him up to say his piece. Having received the command, Pan Rugi exchanged looks with Hua Xiqian and strode 2 steps out to call out, summon the Chief Supervising Secretary of the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue, Shueshozhua, for an audience with His Majesty. Shueshozhua was not wearing his official robe. He looked travel-worn, as though he had just dismounted from his horse. He did not look at anyone when he made his way up. Instead, he kneeled first to kowtow and pay his obeisances to Emperor Xinda. What do you have to report? Emperor Xinda asked amid the wind. Shueshozhua said, This subject is the supervising secretary of the Office of Scrutiny. My key task is to audit the financial affairs of the Ministry of Revenue in minute details. In the 3rd month of the 5th year of Xinda, for this subject audited the expenditure ledger for the 4th year of Xinda and discovered a subsidy of 2 million taels recorded. For the sake of prudence, especially in the light of the Ministry of Revenue's statement that it was a subsidy to the 13 cities of Jueshi, this subject personally made a trip to Jueshi. The Provincial Administration Commissioner of Jueshi, Jiang Qingshan, conducted a reconciliation of the accounts with this subject and discovered that out of the subsidy allocated in the 4th year of Xinda, only 1,530,000 taels had been given to Jueshi for real. The remaining 470,000 taels had vanished without a trace. Following this, in the 8th month of the same year, the Ministry of War disbursed the salaries and provisions to the troops at the frontiers. The Ministry of Revenue allocated 2,800,000 taels for this purpose. Of that amount, 1,800,000 taels were for Qidong 5 Commandery's garrison troops, and 1 million taels were for Libei Great Commandery. But by the time this subject chased the money to Luosha Pass after it was handed down, there were only 830,000 taels left. And this goes on incident after incident. The deficit of the state treasury is such a huge sum. Where has all the money gone? Who took them? Elder Secretariat Hua may be unsure, but this subject has the records to submit for His Majesty's perusal. You are spouting nonsense. Hua Xiqian denounced him in a cold tone. The Ministry of Revenue has to reconcile the accounts at the beginning of the year right in the palace itself. How is it that you just had to be the one to know when the Minister of Revenue, Grand Secretariat, and the brush-holding director of the Imperial Palace's Directorate of Ceremonial all had no idea that there was a deficit? Hai Liangyi raised his head and said in a steady voice, This old subject knows. Starting from the 2nd year of Xinda, the count books submitted by the Ministry of Revenue have been split into real and fake copies. When it comes to deciding what is handed over every year, it's not the Minister of Revenue's words that counts, but yours, Hua Xiqian. The crackle of the bonfire exploded like a sudden burst of thunder that struck everyone present into silence. None of them had expected Emperor Xinda to raise tough questions in such a manner so suddenly. Fine. Hua Xiqian laughed and slapped the table to get up. So you are making up wild charges now. What Hua faction? All the lands in the world belong to the Emperor. I, Hua Xiqian, have been open and above board in everything I have done. All along, I have placed His Majesty first. If there are any dubious accounts, take them out now. Zhang Guesher, tally it with him. The Minister of Revenue, Zhang Guesher, kneeled down in a fluster and said, Your Majesty, this subject would like to ask Chief Supervising Secretary Shui a question. Since it's the accounts for the 4th year of Xinda that has a problem, why did he wait until today to bring it up? If there is truly a problem with it, then wouldn't he have held up a major issue? Shueshozhua quickly said, Nowadays, the local officials who have entered the capital do not meet their superiors nor pay obeisance to Your Majesty. Instead, they first send a visitation card 5 and head over to the Hua residence and Pangongong's secondary residence to pay their respects. The Hua faction is so powerful and influential. It may well be asked who still wouldn't dare to follow the lead of Secretariat Elder Hua. Every year, I have to tell the delegated investigating censors to just voice it out if there is a problem. What do I have to fear? The account ledgers of my Hua clan have all been presented before His Majesty. It's all clear and above board. Hua Xiqian stared at Shui Xiuzhua. Shui Yanqing, do you still remember who gave you a recommendation when you had to enter Kudu to be an official during the years of Yongyi? I could be partially considered your teacher, and yet you framed me like this. Shui Xiuzhua raised his head and met Hua Xiqian's eyes for a moment. He said, on the imperial court there is only the ruler and his ministers. There is no teacher and his student. Hua Xiqian turned to Emperor Xianda and asked, does your majesty believe it? Emperor Xianda lowered his eyelids and said, I believe the accounts. Hua Xiqian raised his head and burst out laughing. He joined his palms together and said, fine. Your Majesty, it was a turbulent period in Kuda back then, and the former emperor chose you on his deathbed. Do you still remember who was the one who supported you, who protected and escorted you all the way? But tonight you believed it because of a few disloyal and unfilial scums. Emperor Xianda raised his hand to drink the tea. He finally looked at Hua Xiqian. With his eyes brimming with loathing, he said, shouldn't you be clear whether that was protecting and escorting or coercing and commanding a prince? Hua Xiqian suddenly shoved aside the table and said, Ji Lei! The imperial bodyguards at the feast drew their blades with a swoosh. Hai Liangyi said, the audacity of you to rebel! I wouldn't dare. Hua Xiqian said, but you are already forcing the blades right at me now. Surely you don't expect me to sit and wait to be killed, do you? What do you want? Emperor Xianda said coldly, Shiguan! The 8 great training divisions suddenly strode a step forward to stand before the emperor. Take down Hua Xiqian. Emperor Xianda commanded, don't you dare! Hua Xiqian bellowed, Shiguan, your wife and child are now having tea with the Empress Dowager. If you dare to take another step forward, the lineage of the Shi clan will be severed. The Empress Dowager has treated you well over the years, but you have been repeatedly instigated by others. It is still not too late for you to turn back. Shiguan had originally been forced and left without a choice. Now he took a slight step back, afraid. Emperor Xianda said in a sinister voice, not too late? Shiguan, was it not too late for the former crown prince? Was it not too late for Xinwei? Which of them weren't more loyal than you were? They retreated, but did the Empress Dowager let them off? I have already asked them to draft an imperial edict. As long as Prince Chu ascended to the throne in the future, the daughter of the Shi clan will be the empress of the empire. It has already become a usual practice for His Majesty to issue and rescind his orders, and you still dare to harbor such wishful thinking. Hua Xiqian flicked his sleeves. His Majesty has gone muddle-headed from his illness. Imperial concubine Wei is already half a month pregnant, so how can Prince Chu ascend to the throne? Shiguan gripped his blade. His forehead was drenched in sweat. Layers and layers of dark clouds had already shrouded the night sky. The wind before the eve of a rainstorm ceased too. Banners of flags at the hunting grounds flapped. No one moved. Gritting his teeth, Shiguan drew out his blade and turned to Emperor Xianda. With some difficulty he said, the illness of His Majesty is beyond cure. I gave you a chance. Emperor Xianda looked at Shiguan and gradually began to laugh. The more he laughed, the louder he became. And the louder he was, the more he coughed. He braced himself against the table and said frostily, if I did not have total confidence when I came to this autumn hunt, then how could I hunt down and kill treacherous ministers and traitors like you? Qi Juyin is already leading the troops over to come to my aid. She should be here within 4 hours. So, who are you killing? HM? Who dares to? Ji Lei suddenly piped up. Commander-in-Chief Qi is far away in the Songjuan Commandery in Qidong. The imperial bodyguards are responsible for all incoming and outgoing correspondences. Your Majesty, it's time for you to wake up from your dreams. Emperor Xianda glared furiously at him and said, Chi. Panrugi suddenly covered Emperor Xianda's mouth and forced him to sit down. He looked around the crowd and smiled. His Majesty is having a relapse of his illness. All the civil servants' legs were trembling. Hua Xiqian looked at Li Jianheng and grinned nastily as he said, Prince Chu harbored the intent to stage a revolt at the hunting grounds. He even brought a bow and arrows along. The evidence against him is conclusive. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Except for the guards beside him, the cold gleams of blades suddenly erupted all around. Li Jianheng dropped his chopsticks in shock. As he retreated, he tumbled onto the ground along with his seat. He said, Secretariat, Elder, I have no intent to proclaim myself the Emperor. Your Highness, Hua Xiqian said, do you know how the 4 words, in spite of oneself, is written? Thunder exploded in the sky. Hearing the swarm of footsteps towards him, Li Jianheng hid among his guards. He could not even stand up as he said in a teary voice, I'm an idle prince by nature, so why go to such an extent? The gleam of a blade flashed past before him, and Li Jianheng held his head and yelled. But then he heard a tremendous crash, and the table before him overturned with a bang. Someone gripped his back collar and lifted him up. His Majesty bestowed the conqueror bow upon you, and so you are the crown prince of Dazhou. Xiao Jie let out a sinister smile. As the viceroy of the imperial army in Kudu, I, Xiao Suin, want to see who will meet their fates under this blade of mine. Qinyang, help the crown prince up the horse. Xiao II. Ji Lei slowly drew out his blade. On account of the friendship between us, do you have to do this tonight? I've been fooling around for so long. Xiao Jie released Li Jianheng. I'm itching for a fight. 6, capture him. Ji Lei said, as long as there is no danger to the second young master's life, it's fine to break his arms and legs. Xiao Jie took off his cumbersome outer robe, only to reveal a body fitting Jinzhuang 7 underneath. He cast a glance around and said, whoever is able to break my arms and legs, I will not only award him 100 taels of gold, but also call him master. Longli blade, which had almost never once left its sheath in Kudu, steadily slid out. Inch by inch, light the color of snow glinted, along with a frosty, murderous aura that intimidated. But if he can't break them, then his life is forfeited. Chapter 23. Downpour. Chapter 23. Downpour. A gale assailed across the grass of the hunting grounds. The instant the flame leaped, the sudden sound of blades colliding against one another erupted. The feast was thrown into chaos. Hai, Liang Yi, climbed up from the ground. With a burst of unexpected energy, he slammed headlong into Panrugi and bellowed, Castrated traitor! Don't hurt my lord! Li Jianheng was on the horse, trembling all over as he watched the glinting and flashing display of cold steels. Clinging on to the horse's neck, he closed his eyes and cried out, Suin! Suin, save me! All of a sudden, Xiao Jie kicked Ji Lei back into a retreat. Without even looking back, he backhandedly stabbed the imperial bodyguard who was attempting to launch a sneak attack behind him and snuffed the life out of the latter. Warm blood spattered over half of his body. He pulled out Longli blade, took 2 steps forward, and struck the 8 great training divisions soldier charging at him to the ground. Qinyang had already flipped atop the horse. He hauled Li Jianheng up, whistled at the top of his voice, and shouted to Prince Chu's guards, Follow me to protect His Highness. We'll break through the siege towards the east. Before the horses could move, Ji Lei said in a cold voice, Stop him! Ji Lei had yet to finish his word when he saw a blade slashing down on him. He held up his blade horizontally to block it. The next moment, both his arms sank down heavily as Xiao Jie's blow pained and numbed them. A sound escaped from Ji Lei's throat as the impact sent him staggering. Astonished, he looked before him. Shao II, you played dumb to exploit the situation for your own ends. Ji Lei crouched abruptly with legs astride and forcibly lifted his blade. He bellowed in fury, I've misjudged you. A gust of wind assaulted from the side, and Shao Qie turned his head to dodge the attack. He swept the edge of his blade in a diagonal arc on his right, and a stream of glistening blood followed in its trajectory. Following right after, his blade collided with Ji Lei's once again. Lang Tao Shui Jin charged in, knocked over the table, and dragged the tablecloth along with it as it galloped through the bonfire. In that moment, the fire surged, setting tents and withered grass on fire. The very instant Lang Tao Shui Jin brushed past him, Shao Qie flipped atop its back. With the back of his blade, he swatted the buttocks of the horse Prince Chu was on and said a deep voice, Go! Protect His Majesty. Shui Xiuzhua strode over to pull Hai Liangyi away. Elder Hai, let us go to protect His Majesty. Emperor Xianda gasped for breath. His lips and face were pale. Shui Xiuzhua squatted down to hoist Emperor Xianda over his shoulder and fled from the fire along with the other civil officials. Shiguan wanted to give chase, but Hua Xiqian pointed directly at Prince Chu and said, His Majesty's fate is sealed, so there's no need for us to kill or not kill him. But Prince Chu must die tonight. If he escapes, then you and I will be labeled as the traitorous party. Ji Lei gathered the imperial bodyguards and joined forces with the 2,000 garrison troops in the city of Tuanqing to surround the hunting grounds. You must kill Prince Chu. Shiguan, hurry back to the capital at top speed. The 8 great training divisions will take charge of protecting Kudu. By the time he spoke to this point, he had calmed down. We have the imperial heir in our hands and the Empress Dowager in command. As long Kudu doesn't fall into chaos, even Qi Juyin herself will not be able to act rashly if Prince Chu dies. As for the Shao clan, there will be plenty of opportunities to deal with them in the future. The stench of blood on Shao Qie was thick and heavy. His lips were tightly pursed as he killed everyone in his path the entire journey. Whoever dared to block his way, Longly Blade would decapitate that person, regardless of whose camp they were in. Li Jianheng's stomach lurched, but he covered his lips and did not dare to puke. The remaining 40 men at the sides were all Shao Qie's personal guards. The steed under his legs galloped away without a moment's pause. Behind them, the imperial bodyguards followed hot on their tails. Just as their group galloped to the front of the forest, Shao Qie suddenly commanded, Scatter! The remaining 40 men tore off their guard attires in unison to reveal riding outfits that were exactly the same as Li Jianheng's. Then the procession dispersed with a loud clamor and charged into the forest from various spots. With dark clouds shrouding the moon, there was no way anyone could tell the direction in which Prince Chu had fled under the darkness, especially from a distance away. Ji lay reined in his horse outside the forest and turned his head aside to spit. He said, Surround the hunting grounds. Dig deep and search. If you encounter Shao II, don't engage him in a one-on-one fight. Form a team of at least 4 men and attack him from all sides. Branches kept whipping across his face, hurting Li Jianheng so much that he kept using his arm to shield his face. The surrounding guards had already dispersed, leaving only Shao Qie and Qinyang beside him. Dismount. Shao Qie lifted Li Jianheng and threw him to the ground to let Qinyang take over. Li Jianheng tumbled until even his head was soiled with dirt and earth. He said in a plaintive voice, Suin, Suin, what are you going to do? Your Highness, please follow me. Qinyang pulled Li Jianheng up. It's too conspicuous to travel on a horse through the forest. The imperial bodyguards are experts at encirclement and assassination. Riding a horse is like being a live target. We can't take this risk. I'm not leaving. Li Jianheng fearfully yanked his arm back and pleaded, Suin, you are the only one who can protect me. Xiao Qiye said, knock him out and carry him away. With that, he turned the horse around without waiting for Li Jianheng to reply and galloped away deeper into the forest. Lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the sinister forest with layers upon layers of spooky shadows. The sounds of horses' hooves, of blades being drawn, and of men dashing rang out in succession. The only thing missing was the sound of people speaking. A whiff of the impending rainstorm wafted through the dark night. Xiao Qiye did not know how long he had been fleeing for. Lang Tao Shui Jin gradually came to a halt. Dead silence suddenly descended all around. Raindrops came pelting down from the sky, and a drop shot down before Xiao Qiye's eyes. The darkness, amid that soundless drip, looked as if a monstrous creature was creeping slowly out of it. Countless imperial bodyguards stalked toward Xiao Qiye like a tightly woven net of oppressive darkness, spreading towards him. No one gave orders. Rain pattered down, and the sharp end of a Xiuquan blade one sliced through the water droplets. In the twinkling of an eye, it reached the side of Xiao Qiye's neck. At the same time, Xiao Qiye bent his head. Longly blade left its sheath. With a clang, the back of the blade halted the retracting momentum of the Xiuquan blade. He pressed Longly blade back into its sheath again. There was an ear-piercing sound of scraping as the damaged sharp edge of the Xiuquan blade cracked. Along with its master, it was kicked back. Both tumbled and fell into the rainwater. Numerous figures abruptly leaped up from all four sides of his horse. Xiao Qiye clapped his palm on the back of the horse. His entire body leaped out of the saddle, and once again, Longly blade left its sheath. This time, the glint of the blade swept across, splitting open skin and flesh in a ring around him. Blood spattered onto his face and trickled down to his chin along with the sound of human bodies dropping. Xiao Qiye landed back onto the back of the horse, but did not sit on it. Instead, he maintained a crouching posture with the edge of his blade partially sheathed. The sound of breathing, the pattering of rain. In this pitch-dark night where one was as good as blindfolded, Xiao Qiye had already used his ears and hearing to its maximum capacity. Not one of the imperial bodyguards who had been wounded earlier made a sound. Those closely woven footsteps circled around him a short distance away, forming an indestructible encirclement with him in its center. He who was impatient right this moment would expose his weakness. Xiao Qiye waited in silence, and it was in this moment that Xiao Tianya, who was hiding in the darkness, truly realized what being a lone wolf meant. Xiao Qiye was so unhurried and calm that it was as if the more precarious and dangerous the situation he found himself in, the more cool-headed and unpredictable he could be. And that blade of his was the fangs he bared this very night. Xiao Tianya felt a rare sense of restlessness. The source of this fretfulness came from his order not to kill Xiao Qiye. It was far harder to trap and thwart this kind of dangerous predator than to kill him, because more often than not, there was only one chance they had to get close to him. If they could not take him down, then they would end up slaughtered by this man. Xiao Tianya closed his eyes. When he opened them again, ruthlessness brimmed in them. He pulled out his own Xiuquan blade and took a step out. The next moment, there was a flash of his figure as he burst into action and hacked down on Xiao Qiye's back with a lightning move of his hand. Xiao Qiye reversed his blade to parry the blow and turned around to kick Xiao Tianya on his abdomen. The men from the remaining three sides slashed their blades down on him in unison. He stopped the blades with one arm, but someone saw an opening on his left and sliced the sharp end of his blade towards his face. Xiao Qiye struck his elbow at the side of the blade. The blade swung sideways along with Xiao Qiye's elbow as he slammed the other man in the face with it and sent the latter flipping over to the ground. Once again, Xiao Tianya followed closely on his heels. The rain fell in torrents. There was no shouting, only the sound of blades. Rainwater had scrubbed away at Xiao Qiye's facial features, until they looked all the more ferocious. In this never-ending encirclement, he maintained the acuity that was specific to him and him alone. Time and time again, he warded off the onslaught of assault led by Xiao Tianya, moving in the darkness as though he was treading on thin ice. Xiao Tianya pressed on with his offensive. They were indeed experts at drawn-out encirclement. Was a lone wolf terrifying? They just had to surround him and wear down his patience and calmness into nothingness. He would surely reveal a weak point once they tire him out with their never-ending attacks. Pressure from the intense flurry of blades gradually made Xiao Qie breathless. The downpour masked some of the finer details in the surroundings, like the crossbow being pulled out under the cover of darkness. The more Xiao Qie fought, the more fierce he was. The blood under his blade flowed endlessly. But all of a sudden, Xiao Tianya waved his hand and led the group of black shadows into a withdrawal, plunging Xiao Qie once again into a silence without human voices to rattle his soaring fighting spirit. The rainwater glided across the back of his hands. Xiao Qie could no longer hear the footsteps. Heavy rain drenched him thoroughly. Under him, Lang Tao Shui Jin anxiously treaded its hooves. Twang! The sound from the crossbow trigger was very soft, yet Xiao Qie seemed as though he had heard a deafening sound. He suddenly slapped his horse. Lang Tao Shui Jin leaped away, but he rolled off the horse instead. In a flash, there was a succession of thud, thud, thud as a row of short arrows stabbed into the muddied water behind him. Xiao Qie wiped away the rain on his face, only to hear the sounds of twang from all directions. He leaped up at once and darted away. The irritating footsteps followed him relentlessly. An arrow suddenly grazed Xiao Qie's arm. At the same time a gash of blood materialized, he felt a twinge of numbing itch. Anesthetic! They were really treating him like a violent beast to subdue and capture. There was a dip in the terrain ahead. Xiao Qie sprang up with all his might and leaped across the ditch. He had only just landed on his feet when a sudden gust of chilly wind came assaulting him from the side. Xiao Qie seized the momentum to roll forward as a blade hacked down on the spot he was just at. Before the killer could extract his blade, there was a tightness in his throat as Xiao Qie shoved him down into the muddied water and broke his neck. A jumble of arrows stabbed into the tree trunk beside him. Before Xiao Qie could get up, he was suddenly kicked in the back. Caught by surprise by the man behind him, he tumbled into the undergrowth. But in this brief period of oversight, he braced himself against the ground to steady himself. When Xiao Qie got a clear look at the man before him, he licked away the traces of blood between his teeth and called out to him as though they were lovers. "Oh, Lanzhao!" Xin Zichuan was also bracing himself on the ground with a hand. A thin blade was sandwiched between his fingers. He stared at Xiao Qie in the rain and pounced. Xiao Qie's palm was next to the hilt of his blade. But unexpectedly, Shen Zichuan was already right before him. The latter slapped back Longli blade with one hand and grabbed the front of Xiao Qie's clothes with the other hand to fling him over to the ground. Mud splashed all over. Xiao Qie hooked his arm around the back of Shen Zichuan's neck and turned the freed Longli blade over and sent it slashing towards Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan immediately pressed his body down and came face to face with an upside-down Xiao Qie. The instant their eyes met, he struck the side of Longli blade aside with a lighting move of his hand. Blood droplets on the edge of the blade hit his face and slid along his chin to mingle with the rain before dripping onto the center of Xiao Qie's eyebrows. The imperial bodyguards behind closed in on them. Shen Zichuan wanted to lift his body, but Xiao Qie slid his palm up to press him down until they could almost hear each other's breathing. Panting slightly, Xiao Qie said, "You want to court death with me that much?" But Shen Zichuan bowed his head and said, "Even a wolf will not be able to run any more once struck by an arrow. Your movements have slowed down by so much. You can't go on any more, can you?" Xiao Qie's fingers teasingly caressed Shen Zichuan's nape. His thumb slipped to Shen Zichuan's Adam's apple and pressed against it forcefully. I can still break a neck like this. The thick growth of grass rustled as a human figure bore his way out of it. Without even looking, Shen Zichuan raised his hand to toss out his blade. The other party instantly collapsed to the ground. The killing intent in Shen Zichuan's eyes did not recede, but he pushed away Xiao Qie's touchy-feely hand and dragged him along with him as he slid down the slope. Xiao Tianya was a little late. By the time he arrived, there were only 2 corpses. He briefly turned them over for a look and plucked the blade from the throat of the dead man. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This doesn't seem to belong to Xiao the Second. And how did these killers get in? Xiao the Second is the dog leash to hold Li Bei in check. He cannot die. Wasn't that the fucking consensus?" Chapter 24, Rainy Night. Chapter 24. Rainy night, lightning flashed and thunder boomed. Rain poured like curtains of waterfalls. Xiao Tianya stood up and handed the blade to the man behind him to put away. He said, "Xiao the Second has been hit by an arrow. He won't be able to make his escape." At the bottom of the slope, Xiao Qie and Shen Zichuan lay prone in the mud with bated breath. Right this moment, Imperial bodyguards were everywhere around them, and there were also unknown assassins in hiding. It would prove to be harder than ascending to heaven for both men to escape. But breaking through the encirclement was even tougher. The most fatal of all was Xiao Qie. His left arm, which the arrow had grazed, was going numb. In just an hour, the drug would spread throughout his body and paralyze him. Xiao Tianya brushed aside the tousled grass with his foot and saw the messy tracks of footprints. He silently raised his hand and pointed down the slope. Behind him, the Imperial bodyguards filed out, crouching as they slowly surrounded and edged towards that sunken ditch. Xiao Qie's body tensed as he listened to the approaching sound of men stepping on mud. The hilt of his blade was pressed against his palm. As long as someone jumped down prematurely, he would immediately leap up like a wolf and end the other party in a single blow. The Xiuquan blades one had already swung their way to the edge of the slope. Xiao Qie suddenly was stopped by Shen Zichuan, who had grabbed hold of his soaked clothes. He shifted his gaze over and saw Shen Zichuan's calm eyes. Right at this moment, several figures suddenly sprang down in the forest to engage the Imperial bodyguards in a battle. Xiao Tianya drew his sword at them and saw a flash of flying blades. Following right after, a few Imperial bodyguards toppled to the ground. With their morale boosted, the other party instantly pounced. Once chaos descended above them, Shen Zichuan kept away the few remaining blades he had left. Without needing him to say more, Xiao Qie had already leaped to his feet. He climbed along the muddy slope and rolled into the thick growth of grass on the other side. "Catch them!" Xiao Tianya bellowed. The Imperial bodyguards streaked across the air in a retreat. Xiao Qie extended and hung his arms up on a tree trunk and swiftly flipped atop it. Below him, Shen Zichuan had only just reached when the Imperial bodyguards behind him arrived too. Like a ferocious tiger springing down the mountain, Xiao Qie swiftly hacked down on them with Lonely blade like a heated knife cutting through butter, forcing the crowd of Imperial bodyguards simultaneously back in a retreat. Xiao Tianya sprang up from behind and brandished his blade to sweep it toward Xiao Qie, who could not retract his own blade in time. Xiao Qie abruptly ducked his head. Then there was a thud as the edge of Xiao Tianya's blade collided into a sheath. Shen Zichuan pressed his sheath against the other blade. With one foot, he stepped onto Xiao Qie's back, whose powerful lift of his own body raised Shen Zichuan's whole body up to close in towards Xiao Tianya. The thin blade between his fingers on his other hand suddenly went a sailing towards Xiao Tianya's eyes. Xiao Tianya did not dodge. The Imperial bodyguards at both sides swiftly cleaved down their blades to obstruct the attack. Having already gotten up, Xiao Qie lifted his leg to kick Xiao Tianya right in the chest. Both parties retreated in unison. Xiao Tianya flung off the droplets of blood on his blade. The locks of hair before his forehead had already been sliced off by Shen Zichuan earlier. Xiao Qie and Xin Zichuan took 2 steps back. Without even saying a word, they turned and ran. Xiao Tianya stared at their backs and said, "Give chase." Xiao Qie reached out an arm to pull over Xin Zichuan and said, "East." Xin Zichuan brushed aside the stray branches and said, "There's 1 man in every 5 steps and a squad in every 10. Not to forget, there's still the Tuanqing garrison troops in the east." Xiao Qie slowly retracted his arm. He said resolutely and decisively, "The east is the way out. The gate of death is right before us." Xin Zichuan backhandedly tossed out his blade, and the soldier hiding in an ambush in the tree promptly fell headfirst to the ground. When Xin Zichuan passed by him, he conveniently extracted the other party's Xiuquan blade. Xiao Qie backhandedly grasped the hilt of his blade. The next moment, he sliced through the pitch-black night to hold up 2 blades in the rain. He had already lost all sensations in his left arm. Even the fingers on his right hand were now slightly stiff. It would be a tough battle tonight. Xin Zichuan brandished his blade to slay the man, then kicked over the body. As Xiao Qie strode forward, he staggered. He suddenly pressed his chest against Xin Zichuan's back and brought him tumbling into the billowing waves of grass and rolling into the stream. The rain was still falling, and penetratingly cold water scoured their bodies. Xiao Qie's heavy breathing weighed down beside Xin Zichuan's neck, forming a bizarre duality of scalding heat and icy cold. "Killing me won't do you any good." Propping himself on Longly Blade, Xiao Qie raised his body a little. "So I'm counting on you for the rest of the journey." Xin Zichuan wiped his face with the stream water and said, "There's no point in saving you either. You are here to look for Prince Chu." When Xiao Qie heard him, he pinned him down again. "What's to be done? The imperial bodyguards can't ferret him out either. Only I know where he is. You have already missed your opportunity. No doubt the Empress Dowager will fail tonight. Dote on me. I'm your way out." Xin Zichuan looked back, and the tips of both men's noses came face to face with each other. He said coolly, "I'll hack you to death. We can all just die together. You expended so much effort to get out of imprisonment." Xiao Qie said, "Just to die with me in the name of love." "You might as well use that mouth to have a chat with Xiao Tianya." Xin Zichuan grasped hold of Xiao Qie's hands with his icy fingertips. The next instant, Longly Blade swept back and beat the pursuing troops back for a moment. Having received an opening, Xin Zichuan lifted his leg to shove Xiao Qie aside. He grabbed Xiuquan blade with one hand, carried Longly Blade in the other, and calmed his panting caused by the sprint earlier. "Put that life of yours on account." Xin Zichuan looked as Xiao Tianya dashed closer to them and tightened his grip on the blade. "After tonight, I'm your master." Snow-white light glinted in the ink-like night. Without giving Xiao Tianya the chance to speak, Xin Zichuan slashed down on him head-on. Sprays of water splashed along with his footsteps. Every single one of Xin Zichuan's blow was deadly. As blades collided, the edge of his Xiuquan blade was damaged. Xiao Tianya flung it aside with his own blade and sent it flying. The 2 men instantly separated. Xin Zichuan's empty left hand soaked in the stream water, which washed away the blood that had trickled down. A beauty should sit high behind a curtain in a pavilion. To Xiao Tianya looked as though he had caught a whiff of some scent. "Carrying a blade will hurt the hands. What if you break them?" Xin Zichuan weighed Longly Blade with his right hand. "Isn't breaking my hands and legs just the thing to make me compliant? There is a kind of people in this world who cannot be provoked." Xiao Tianya said, "Men like you, who can even be ruthless to your own self." Xin Zichuan strode forward to attack. Longly Blade was heavy, so he could not wield it smoothly and effortlessly enough. But being heavy had its own advantage. Just like how Xiao Tianya was now too occupied to counteract his blows as he relied on the forcefulness of the G-clan blade technique to hack away at the former. As Xiao Tianya retreated, the pressure almost made him fold over backwards. However, the moment he drew near to the stream, he had an ill sense of foreboding. Sure enough, he saw Shen Zichuan's injured left hand suddenly splashed up from the water. The dirty mud spattered into Xiao Tianya's eyes, causing him to momentarily expose a weak point. Then his chest received yet another heavy blow as Shen Zichuan kicked him down and sent him crashing into the stream. When reinforcements arrived, Shen Zichuan retreated a few steps. He would definitely not persist in engaging in combat, so he started dragging Xiao Qie in an attempt to leave. How could he have expected Xiao Qie to be so tall with such long legs that he could barely hoist him away? The search intensified, and time passed particularly slowly. Everyone they found in the entire forest was all smokescreens. What's more, they were well-trained men who would give their lives for the cause. Once they fell into the imperial bodyguards' hands, they would take their own lives by biting off their tongues to deny Ji Lei the chance to interrogate them. Exactly where was Prince Chu? Only Xiao Qie knew. Little bastard. Somewhat frustrated, Ji Lei rose to his feet to survey the place. Get Tuanqing garrison troop search along the hunting grounds. Shen Zichuan climbed out of the water and dragged Xiao Qie out. But this slope was too steep. He bit down on Xiao Qie's back collar and hauled, finally dragging him up. The wound on Shen Zichuan's left hand bled incessantly. He tore his clothes, rinsed it in the water, and wrapped it around the wound. Xiao Qie leaned against the moss-covered rock and said, "There's a handkerchief in my bosom." Shen Zichuan reached into the clothes on his chest and fished out a handkerchief that was a pile of mud. He squeezed out all the muddy water onto Xiao Qie's chest. Xiao Qie asked, "When will the effects of this drug pass?" 2 hours. Soon. Crouching in a tree is better than taking cover in the water. Xiao Qie looked at him and saw that he was soaked to the skin. His back collar was slightly open, and there were still specks of mud on his neck. The contrast between them was very. The imperial bodyguards have offices for domesticating beasts. Animals can smell the scent of blood. As Shen Zichuan spoke, he lowered his head and took a light sniff of the fingertip that had bled earlier. Very seductive. Xiao Qie watched him. What sorcery was this? This man was still wielding a blade to kill earlier, and he wasn't acting like a woman, so why had he thought of such a term? He must have really been possessed by Li Jianheng. Harp, harp, harp. The latter had kept harping on and on about this every day, that even he himself had come to think and see it this way, just like those old men in Kudu with their special fetishes. Your swordsmanship is pretty good. Xiao Qie's gaze looked as though they could peel off Shen Zichuan's back collar. You must have trained hard in the temple, and yet one can't tell from your body's physical appearance alone. Did you use medicine on yourself? Shen Zichuan looked askance at him. Following his gaze, he raised his hand to touch the back of his neck. He asked in response, "How many times a day do you have to look at it? Are you that obsessed with it?" Xiao Qie licked the residual taste of blood with the tip of his tongue and said, "The way you put it is so ambiguous. You make it sound like I'm a lecherous ghost." Shen Zichuan reached over and covered Xiao Qie's face with the dirty handkerchief and said, "I thought you only fool around with women and courtesans. I never expect you to have a taste for both men and women." Xiao Qie said, "What's this flirting? This second young master just wants you to wipe the mud off your neck. Do you want me to wipe it?" With the handkerchief serving as a partition, Shen Zichuan's fingertip stopped between Xiao Qie's eyebrows. "Or do you want to wipe it for me?" Icy cold rainwater trickled down along his fingers and dripped between Xiao Qie's eyebrows, as if they had fully absorbed that alluring temptation. The droplets that dripped all blossomed into ripples of water that flowed tide after tide into his collar, stirring up in him a wet, ticklish restlessness. Xiao Chia wanted very much to drink some water. At the same time, he wanted Shin Zichuan to stay a little farther away from him. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said, "You sure are something." "You think too much." Shin Zichuan tightened his collar around him, held his blade, and spoke no further. The rain gradually abated. The barking of hounds in the woods rang out from afar. Neither man moved. This rock was propped against the side of the stream, and it was covered with shrubs above. It was an exceptionally small and narrow hiding place, large enough for just one man. Xiao Qie waited for quite a while, listening as the man leading the hound closed in on them. Shin Zichuan wedged Lonely Blade in midair and crouched over to climb his way in from below. Xiao Qie felt a weight on his body as that man edged along his legs to his chest. Both men squeezed, body to body, into this narrow space. Xiao Qie could feel the heat of their thighs rubbing against each other when the other man straddled him. He could also feel the latter's breathing as he leaned in close beside his temple. Xiao Qie covered his eyes. In the darkness, he could freely visualize Shin Zichuan's posture. He could not shake off the image of that white-as-lotus-root neck either. "I beg of you." Xiao Qie sighed. "Sit on my stomach. Don't sit farther down." Shin Zichuan did not move, because the rustling sound above came closer. Xiao Qie adjusted his breathing, but if he raised his head up in this posture, he could touch Shin Zichuan's chin, move down a little, and the tip of his nose could nuzzle along the contour of that neck. Shin Zichuan was originally listening attentively to the movements when he suddenly lifted Xiao Qie's handkerchief to look at him without saying a word. Xiao Qie was also looking at Shin Zichuan. He did not know if the scent of blood tonight had gone to his head, or whatever it was that was going on. In any case, the gradually hardening part of his was pressing up against the man above. It made both men uncomfortable. Fabrics that had been soaked through by rainwater clung so closely to their skins that it was akin to physical contact between bare skins. It was as if he shifted just a little more, he would be intentionally creating friction to ignite a fire. The hound above was still sniffing around. Chapter 25, Daybreak. Chapter 25, Daybreak. Human feet trampled over the shrubbery. As though it had smelled something, the hound nudged aside the branches and leaves with its snout and pawed at the ground. Shin Zichuan was doused with dirt all over his neck. Moving up or down were both out of the question, so he could only remain frozen in position. Xiao Qie felt even more uncomfortable. This posture made it hard for him to loosen up. Every single moment, he was in constant contact with firm, delicate skin. The man riding on his body was not a person at all, but a mass of clouds enveloping him like wet mist, ubiquitous and all-pervasive. This atmosphere whipped him up. The place he had not relieved for a long time remained in high spirits. It was so hard he just wanted to take a cold shower right at once. Raindrops splashed his hair wet. In this endless stalemate, Xiao Qie finally regained some of his strength. His fingers twitched as the sense of numbness slowly receded. The man above their heads finally moved away, but Shin Zichuan's tense body did not relax. Pressing up against each other in a corner of this danger zone turned it into another precarious situation concerning their safety in another way. Keeping his cool, Xiao Qie did not shift his eyes away. He could not look away. He only had to show just a fraction of evasiveness, and it would look like he really had a thing for Shin Zichuan. "You are pressing me too tightly," Xiao Qie said nonchalantly. Shin Zichuan did not reply. For the first time, Xiao Qie knew how to read the words he who rides a tiger finds it difficult to dismount. He wanted to raise his head and gasp for air, but he did not do so, because doing so would look like he was a rascal who was too impatient to even wait. He swore that he did not have that intention. It was just that they were too close to each other. He was instinctively bewitched by this minute touch and distinctive scent, and his body consequently submitted to the impulses of his bestial desires. Xiao Qie felt Shin Zichuan sliding down along his chest. The very instant Shin Sichuan separated from him, he breathed out a light sigh of relief as if he had been relieved of a huge burden. But before he was done heaving his sigh of relief, his collar tightened around him. His person rose, scraping against the moss before he was hurled into the stream without warning. Before Xiao Jie landed in the water, he backhandedly grasped hold of Shin Sichuan's wrists. Then he lifted his leg to hook and trip Shin Sichuan. Just as Shin Sichuan fell into the stream too, Xiao Jie rolled over, lifted Shin Sichuan's wrists, and heavily pinned him under his body. We have already done the amorous stuff. An uncompromising Xiao Jie refused to let Shin Sichuan move. Isn't it too unrighteous to raise your hand at me now? The 10 fingers on both of Shin Sichuan's clasped hands were slightly parted, and his hair scattered in the water. He could only gasp for breath with his chin slightly raised. Pulling at the corners of his lips slightly, he said, "It's not a good choice to force yourself upon others. I don't have that intention." Xiao Jie so much to crush every word into pieces with his teeth. Shin Sichuan pressed his knee against him and looked at him with a meaningful gaze. With a hint of forbearance in Xiao Jie's expression, he hung his head down and shook his dripping wet hair. The water droplets spattered over Shin Sichuan's face. Without waiting for Shin Sichuan to react, he had already reached out his hand to rub the back of Shin Sichuan's neck ruthlessly and stubbornly until the bit of mud that was always on his mind was all but rubbed away. Then he fastened Shin Sichuan's collar tightly and securely around him. Rainy nights are wet and cold. Xiao Jie loosened his grip on Shin Sichuan and stepped down from his body. "Take care of your body." With that, he dunked his head into the water without giving Shin Sichuan a chance to reply. Water droplets slid down and dripped when he raised his head up again, and he had already more or less calmed down. Splashing a handful of water, Xiao Jie grasped his blade up with penetrating eyes and said, "It's almost dawn. Let's go." Ji Lei noticed that the day was about to break, yet they still had yet to find the man. He could not help but increasingly fret. Qiao Tianya peeled away the collar of the dead soldier, but he did not find any traces. This batch of men are Xiao II's men. Qiao Tianya squatted down and pondered it. Every move of his in Kudu cannot escape our eyes. When did he come to raise these kinds of formidable soldiers who have no fear of death? Finding him now is the top priority. Ji Lei looked toward the northwest of Kudu. The 8 great training divisions should have already taken control of all the main city gates of Kudu. We mustn't lose our heads. Looking at Ji Lei's hand that had never once left his blade, Qiao Tianya felt that his restlessness was definitely not just because Xiao II and Prince Chu had yet to be found. It seemed as though there was another reason. Xiao II is the life-saving token. Qiao Tianya maintained his composure and watched Ji Lei. Yet there are other assassins thrown into the mix tonight. Does your excellency have any idea? The number of people the Xiao clan has offended isn't small. Someone wants to fish in troubled waters. Ji Lei suddenly stared at Qiao Tianya. How would I know who it is? Qiao Tianya spontaneously spread his hands out and said, "We can't find Xiao II at present. Your excellency, he must have come prepared. That's why he has slipped from our fingers the entire night. It's almost dawn now, and he has played us into running around in circles. It seems more like we have fallen into his trap." Fallen into his trap. Ji Lei furrowed his brows. I'm afraid the reason he put himself in danger is to delay time. Qiao Tianya stood up and looked out into the grassland in the distance. My guess is that he has reinforcements. The troops on all 4 sides have not moved. So where is his reinforcement from? Qiao Tianya did not answer, because he did not know either. Shiguin rode his horse back to the capital and found it silent all around when he entered the city gates. With his doubts roused, he drew his blade while on horseback and asked his deputy general, Are there any anomalies in Kuru tonight? The deputy general came over to lead the horse. Seeing his nervous expression, he replied, "No, it's all as usual." Shiguin said, "Gather the men, except for those on strict guard duty at the various city gates. All the rest will follow me to encircle and defend the palace." With that, he spurred his horse on towards the palace. His wife and son were still in the palace. As long as the night was not over, the Empress Dowager would definitely not let him see his wife and son. So even if he had to risk his own life, he had to ensure the Empress Dowager's safety. The deputy general went to deploy his men, but as he led the patrol squad, he came across a group of drunken men from the Imperial Army. The 8 great training divisions had always looked down upon the Imperial Army. Without getting off his horse, he brandished the whip and cursed, "Scram!" The vice commander of the Imperial Army was a man with a blade scar on his face. After getting lashed, he unexpectedly grinned and rolled at the hooves of the horse. He shouted, "We are both a part of the garrison guard system. 3 my rank is a little higher than yours. Why did you hit me? How dare you hit me?" The deputy general sneered, "Low-life pests of the government coffers. For Scram, don't hold up the 8 great training divisions from important business." The man swiftly turned and rose to his feet in a single move and smiled malevolently at the deputy general. He said, "Important business? The Imperial Army is the important business you will get a taste of tonight." He had only just said that when the Imperial Army, whom had been in various stages of drunkenness, drew their swords in unison. The deputy general reined in his horse in shock. The rows of men behind him already had their throats slit. The deputy general snapped, "Is this a rebellion?" The 8 great training, the glint from a blade flashed before him, and he instantly fell off the back of his horse. His blood spilled over the ground. The man kicked the deputy general's head aside and wiped his blade clean on the deputy general's chest. He said in a steady voice, "Keep daydreaming. The political situation has changed. It's time for my Imperial Army to piss on your heads from the top." Faint white lines appeared on the horizon. Sunrise was fast approaching. Qiao Tinya hurriedly drank some water and tossed the water bag 5 in passing to the man behind him. He wiped his mouth and said, "Keep searching." But then, after he took a few steps, something clicked in his mind. He suddenly turned his head and carefully sized up the subordinates behind him. Where was Prince Chu hiding? There was no way he could have escaped out of here. So why had they been unable to find him? Because they had been pursuing Prince Chu all night. But it was possible that Prince Chu had already become an imperial bodyguard. Qiao Tianya instantly gave his order. "Inspect the waste tokens. 6 everyone on the duty record tonight must be verified face to face. Check now." The imperial bodyguards removed their waste tokens and presented them, without exception, to the judge to authenticate against their faces. The judge 7 checked each token and swept a glance across each man it belonged to. He conducted his check with his photographic memory until the very end of the line. Waste token. The judge raised his eyes and stared at the other party like an eagle. "Hand your waste token over." The other party pushed his waste token onto the tray, and the imperial bodyguard, leaning closely next to him, suddenly began to tremble. The latter hung his head down, not daring to raise it. The judge did not seem to notice. Using his brush, he drew a tick in the book and said, "Which bureau?" Chunyang replied, "Office of Ceremonial Swords. 8, I haven't seen you during a mission." The judge said, "First time?" Li Jianheng trembled so much that Chunyang knew they could not escape this. He remained unruffled and said, "Strangers at the first meeting, friends at the second. You will find me familiar enough after seeing me a few more times." The judge pointed at Li Jianheng with a brush and said, "Waste token." Li Jianheng did not manage to pull it off even after a few attempts. The judge smiled and reached a hand out as if to remove the token for him. The moment the judge extended his hand, Chunyang's body tensed. Who would have expected Li Jianheng to have already lost heart? As the judge moved, Li Jianheng flinched back holding his head and cried out involuntarily, "Don't hurt me!" Oh shit! Right at this critical moment, they suddenly heard a shrill whistle. Following right after, a horse with a white chest and black back unexpectedly galloped out of the forest. As the day broke, the gerfalcon finally led the way back, circling in the air towards them. Hua Xiqian heard the movements and saw a troop of military forces galloping across the grassland towards them in an attack. He asked in a stern tone, "The 8 great training divisions?" But these men had no insignia on their armors. They did not even carry banners. Knowing that the time had come, Qinyang immediately supported Prince Chu and said in a loud voice, "Under the protection of the imperial army, all those who bear swords before His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be slain. Move back now." Hua Xiqian took 2 steps forward in disbelief. He looked back and shouted, "Prince Chu is being held hostage by traitors. What are you all waiting for?" Li Jianheng had no way to retreat. Seeing the judge pounce on him, he could not help but yell. A long blade that was suddenly tossed out from the forest stabbed into the ground right before Li Jianheng. Xiao Qia leaped down, took off his waist token, and threw it into the tray. He said a deep voice, "With the main forces bringing up the rear, who still dares to move?" Ji Lei had just arrived, riding his horse. On seeing this, he bellowed too. What a load of bullshit! Just a mere imperial army. The gerfalcon landed on Xiao Qia's shoulder. Xiao Qia stroked the gerfalcon as though he was rewarding it. He said, "If old Ji has the balls to then try." Ji Lei looked towards the grassland again. The vanguards of the imperial army had already arrived. Yet there seemed to be no end to the long stretch of military forces behind. The Qidong Songjuan commandery banner suddenly unfurled, and he saw that the one at the head of the galloping horses was precisely Qi Juin. Hua Xiqian retreated several steps, holding on to Pan Rugi, and said in a hoarse voice, "The letter to Qidong has been intercepted." How could they so soundlessly, if all the letters in the kudu have to go through the hands of the imperial bodyguards? Xiao Qia kept away his blade. Then how troublesome would that be? Seeing that the situation was beyond salvation, Hua Xiqian sat on the ground and murmured, "The Empress Dowager is still around. The Empress Dowager is advanced in years. In order to take care of her health, she has already handed all matters pertaining to the patrol and defense of Kudu to the imperial army to take charge." Xiao Qia had run for the entire night, and now he pulled up Li Jianheng and said, "Your Highness has been on the move all night. It has been hard on you." Qi Juin's horse had already arrived. She turned to dismount and kneeled to Li Jianheng to pay her obeisances. She said loudly, "Your Highness, do not worry. The 200,000 military forces under Qidong's command are on full alert. This subject, Qi Juin, will go all out to ensure the safety of your Highness." As if he was in a dream, Li Jianheng looked blankly at Qi Juin, then looked to his left and right. Xiao Tianya was the most discerning and astute. Seeing that the outcome was a foregone conclusion, he immediately kneeled. As soon as he did so, the imperial bodyguards discarded their blades and kneeled down one after another in succession. Li Jianheng clenched his empty palms as though he was clutching on to some life-saving straw. He practically wept with joy. The tears in his eyes trickled down even while he was still muttering, "Now that I'm the crown prince, 9, I'll surely heavily reward everyone's great kindness in the future." Chapter 26 Frost Chapter 26 Frost Imperial Concubine Way was on tenterhooks as she walked. Seeing the unfamiliar palace walls around her, she could not help but ask in fear, "Gong Gong, why aren't we there yet? Where is the Empress Dowager?" The eunuch walking ahead ignored her. Imperial Concubine Wei's hair stood on end in this quiet and secluded place. She stopped in her tracks, then feigned a stomachache and stirred up a ruckus about wanting to head back. She had never seen this eunuch leading the way before. He looked unfamiliar and young. The eunuch turned his head back to look at her and said in a gentle voice, "We will be there soon. Support Imperial Concubine Wei as she walks. We mustn't let Nyang fall." The eunuchs on both sides immediately held on to Imperial Concubine Wei to support her. Imperial Concubine Wei started to struggle. She raised her voice to yell but was gagged. The eunuchs nimbly hoisted her up and speedily walked on ahead. There was a well in the deserted courtyard, with some water remaining at the bottom of the well. The eunuch craned his head to look and said, "Right here. Send Nyang in." Imperial Concubine Wei struggled with all her might, and her well-maintained fingernails scratched the arm of the leading eunuch. Her bun was disheveled as she shook her head and sobbed while clinging to the edge of the well. The eunuch stroked her pretty hand and told the men in a pitying voice to lift the stone. Then a plop startled away the birds on the branch over the vermilion wall. Emperor Xianda lay inside the horse carriage, while Li Jianheng kneeled by his side holding a medicine bowl in his hands. Emperor Xianda's breathing was so weak that he could not even cough. He beckoned to Li Jianheng. The latter quickly put aside the medicine bowl and moved over on his knees. He said, "Imperial elder brother, are you feeling better?" Emperor Xianda placed his hand on the back of Li Jianheng's hand and said laboriously, "Jianheng, your younger brother one is here." Li Jianheng started crying again. He said, "Your younger brother is right here." The former emperor in his later years was impeded by others. At that time, the crown prince of the Eastern Palace was my eldest brother. While Emperor Xianda looked at him, I was like you, an idle prince. The ways of the world are unpredictable. In the end, this empire fell into my hands. But ever since I ascended to the throne, I have been under control. Every move I make is just like a puppet before a screen. If Imperial Mother wants me to laugh, then I have to laugh. If she wants me to die, then I must now die. Li Jianheng choked with tears. Emperor Xianda said, "In the future, you will become that lonely man." Two all at once, Li Jianheng burst into tears. He held Emperor Xianda's hand and pleaded, "Imperial elder brother, how could I be him? I'm just a worm in this Li clan's empire. How am I up to sitting at the peak? Imperial elder brother, I'm scared, I'm so scared." "Don't be." With a sudden burst of energy, Emperor Xianda held Li Jianheng's hand tightly and opened his eyes wide. "You are different from me. The Empress Dowager's kin, 3 have lost. There's only death left for Hua Xiqian. Likewise for Panrugi. If you kill them, then the Empress Dowager will have no one left to aid her. From then on, power will fall back to you, and you will be the ruler of all lands under heaven. What I couldn't do, you can." Emperor Xianda started coughing so violently that he trembled all over. Unwilling to release Li Jianheng, he continued with blood in his mouth. "Eliminate the Empress Dowager's kin and supervise the court officials. The Hua clan has lost. And something else you must bear in mind. Allow no one to sleep too soundly in the bed of imperial power. For those who save you today can kill you tomorrow. Military power is like a fierce tiger." "Shao!" Emperor Xianda vomited fresh blood, throwing Li Jianheng into a panic. "Never!" Emperor Xianda gasped for breath and gripped Li Jianheng so hard that the latter hurt. "Never ever release. Yi, never ever release Yi back to Li Bei." It did not matter if he was a rich young master or an extraordinary talent. As long as he was here, the Shao clan was just a dog. Even though the Empress Dowager's kin had been defeated, it did not mean that the frontier would not assemble their own personal army and consolidate their power to challenge the central administration. Without the Hua clan, who else could hold the Shao clan in check? Since Shao Jia had the disposition to be able to endure it in silence for 5 whole years to transform the imperial army from a degenerate bunch into remarkable soldiers, then imagine if they gave him another 5 more years before letting him return to Li Bei. Would he not become a menace then? Li Jianheng said blankly, "Imperial elder brother, How can we do that? Imperial elder brother, strip him of his power 5 and reduce his troops. Emperor, Xiande said weakly. When necessary, kill him. Li Jianheng saw him close his eyes and instantly wailed. Even before his death, Emperor Xiande never released his hand. The resentment and gloom in his expression never once dissipated. He ascended to the throne for 9 years, and he had never made a decision even once before the Empress Dowager. It was the Empress Dowager who had the final say over his meals, clothing, expenses, and even the choice of woman to spend the night in his chamber. The craziest move he had ever made in this life was to communicate secretly with Qidong and draw Shiguin over to his side to pave, at the hunting grounds, what seemed like a smooth way to the throne for Li Jianheng. The long procession on their way back stopped, and tremendous cries of grief and sorrow rang out. Dense mass of ministers kneeled. Hai Liangyi took the lead in shedding tears and choking with sobs. He cried out, "Your Majesty," and this was the last of Emperor Xiande's honor. The funeral bell in Kudu tolled for a very long time, and the entire country wept bitter tears. Empress Dowager Hua sat on the couch and fed Emperor Xiande's parrot. Listening to the sound of the bell, the parrot shouted, "Jianyun! Jianyun! Jianyun is back!" The Eastern Pearl 7 beside Empress Dowager Hua's ears swayed slightly as she nodded and said, "Jianyun is back!" The parrot then shouted, "Imperial Mother! Imperial Mother!" Empress Dowager Hua remained motionless as she tapped her wooden spoon. The white hair in the slanting shadow could no longer be covered up, and the fine wrinkles at the corners of her eyes looked like the cracks on valuable porcelain. The parrot shouted a few more times before it suddenly fell headlong into the cage and went permanently still. Empress Dowager Hua set aside the wooden spoon and sat quietly until the sound of the bell stopped. Only then she said, "Where's Imperial Concubine Wei? Why is she taking so long to come?" Because of Emperor Xiande, Xiao Qiye was so busy after returning to the capital that he could hardly get a breather. For several days, he kneeled together with the other officials. By the time he could really get to lie down, he was already exhausted. But even though he was dead beat, he still had to bathe. As Xiao Qiye wiped his body, he saw that the scrapes and grazes on his shoulders had already scabbed over. He put on a new robe and came out to ask Qinyang, "Where is that man?" This time, Qinyang knew who he meant. He replied, "The imperial bodyguards are being reorganized, so he has to re-enlist these few days. He didn't even go home much." "I'm asking," Xiao Qiye said, "where's Ji Lei? Who are you talking about?" Qinyang scratched his head a little abashedly and said, "Oh, Ji Lei. He's been detained. He should be executed by beheading after the new emperor ascends to the throne." "Viceroy, weren't you the one who locked that man up?" Xiao Qiye put on his outer garment and said in all seriousness, "I forgot." Shen Zechuan, Ge Qingqing and Xiao Wu were eating their noodles at the noodle stall. When they were halfway through the meal, Xiao Wu suddenly stared fixedly ahead. Shen Zechuan turned his head back and saw Xiao Qiye tossing some silver to the proprietor. He then lifted his robe to sit beside him and said, "2 bowls of noodles." Xiao Wu slurped his noodles down. Holding the bowl, he shuffled on his butt away to another table like a timid quail. Under Xiao Qiye's gaze, Ge Qingqing took his bowl and moved away too. Shin Zichuan picked at his noodles and said, "I'm full." "Finish it." Xiao Qiye pulled out a pair of chopsticks and clamped them at Shin Zichuan. "Afraid to see me? Look at how anxious you are to flee." "Of course." Shin Zichuan slowly took the last bite. "Anyone who gets pinned down once should be afraid. You made your escape pretty fast that other day we were protecting the emperor." Xiao Qiye's noodles came, and he poured vinegar into it. "It was such a good opportunity for you to get a promotion. Why did you run?" "I did nothing of the sort." Shin Zichuan blew at the soup and drank it. "So why join in the fun?" Xiao Qiye started eating his noodles. When he was almost finished, he suddenly piped up, Come to think of it, you squatted behind me that night for a long time, didn't you? Who to choose? Why not play it by ear? If Shiguin took down Kuru, you will give me a stab. If Shiguin didn't, you will give me a hand. Keeping an eye on the perfect opportunity was just to wait for me to fall that one time before you would make your move. Then you're lucky. Shin Zichuan inclined his head and smiled. You're still alive. Xiao Qie said, You couldn't be the one who shot that arrow at me, could you? If I weren't in a perilous situation, then how could your favor have appeared all the more significant? I didn't even ask for anything in return for the great favor I did. Shin Zichuan said, Why are you still thinking that I'm plotting against you? It's not asking for anything in return, that's the problem. Xiao Qie did not seem to have eaten his fill. He set aside his chopsticks and said, That day you dare not appear before Prince Chu. Was it because you were afraid of Ji Lei, or because you were afraid Hua Xiqian would blurt out something? Shin Zichuan stacked his copper coins neatly, then leaned close to Xiao Qie to whisper, Wrong. I was afraid of you. Xiao Qie parroted, Afraid of me? That hardness, man. The human voices around him seemed far away. All that remained in Xiao Qie's ears was this warm puff of hard. Because of this word, he realized that Shin Zichuan was wearing a fastened collar today, which half surrounded that neck, denying him of the chance to eye it wantonly again. His expression underwent a few changes. Then he looked at Shin Zichuan and squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. Don't worry. The second young master has come of age now, too. Shin Zichuan sat back upright. Time to get a wife. Your second young master has more tricks to play than you. Seeing that he was about to leave, Xiao Qie grasped his wrist to forbid him from standing up. He said, You are always wanting to leave before I'm done talking. That's against the rules. And you're always laying your hand on me at every turn. Shin Zichuan said, Tell me again about the rules. Xiao Qie released his hand and said, I'll repay you for the friendly sentiment. Call me master, and I'll consider it repaid. Shin Zichuan said, But you have to return me the thing. Xiao Qie said, Surely you don't want me to keep chasing after you for the thumb ring, right? Shin Zichuan tossed the bone thumb ring to him without demur. Xiao Qie caught it and said suspiciously, What kind of conspiracy is this? To think you would return it the moment I said it. The way honest people handle matters, Shin Zichuan said, is just that straightforward. At this point, there was nothing more to say. Xiao Qie watched Shin Zichuan rise to his feet as he turned the thumb ring around with his fingertips. Somehow he found it too easy. Going home? He asked behind him. It's my turn to be on duty tomorrow. The imperial bodyguards have been reshuffled. So what duty are you talking about? Xiao Qie said, Winter is a difficult time. Take care. Small fry like me drift with the current and go with the flow. Shin Zichuan turned around. The one who should take care isn't me. Xiao Qie touched his knuckles and said, And while you are at it, send my regards to Ji Gangshifu. Shin Zichuan's leg that had already taken a step forward paused in mid-action as he swiftly stared towards him. Xiao Qie wore his thumb ring properly and jested, Lanzhao, want to go and play together? Chapter 27 Autumn Chill. Chapter 27 Autumn Chill. Shin Zichuan immediately smiled and said, This is no big secret anyway. Goodbye. Why don't hear me out first? Xiao Qie was in a good mood after recovering his lost thumb ring. Since Ji Gang is your master, then we are fellow disciples. I'm older than you, so it wouldn't put you at a disadvantage to call me Xixiang. The Ji clan has nothing to do with Li Bei. Shin Zichuan's mind quickly recalled his fight with Xiao Qie in the snow 5 years ago. Back then, he had felt a sense of familiarity that kept bugging him. Not necessarily so. Xiao Qie said, It's hard to say for sure when it comes to stuff like affinity. Shin Zichuan gestured to Gu Qingqing and Xiao Wu and sat back down beside Xiao Qie. He said, You checked Guqingqing out. I can't forget it. Xiao Qie looked at him. 5 years ago he fled so fast. 5 years later, he's close to you. How could I not get suspicious of something so glaring? So I took the opportunity to check him out and managed to dig out all about him. What do you want to do? Xin Zichuan asked with a smile. Nothing. Xiao Qie raised a finger to point and tap at Xin Zichuan's eyes. There's no need for you to force a smile. We could be considered sworn friends in life and death. So there's no point in putting on an act of bravado. Your mind is already troubled. Afraid now, huh? Xin Zichuan said, not quite there yet. Xiao Qie reversed his chopsticks and tapped the table intermittently. He said, since Ji Gang is your Shifu, then it makes sense for the imperial bodyguards led by Go Qingqing to spare your life back then. You are over-suspicious. Shan Zichuan looked at the brown oil stain accumulated on the tabletop. Just because that kick didn't kill me, your suspicions were roused, and you kept probing into it. You are really dogged. That's all the virtues I have, Xiao Qie said, and I use them all on you. Since we are from the same school of martial arts, Xin Zichuan said, it wouldn't do for you not to report your Shifu's name, right? Bored stiff, Xiao Qie tossed the chopsticks back into the bamboo holder and said, let's hear you call me Shi Xiang first. Xin Zichuan said nothing. Xiao Qie said, Ji Gang could be considered a real man. I sent someone to Duanzhou to make inquiries. Everyone thought he was burned to death. Was he the one who killed Zaifuzi? Nope. Xin Zichuan righted the chopstick holder. My Shifu is already advanced in age. How could he have killed him? A slight wind rose right then. Neither man moved. Xiao Qie said, you looked like you have done nothing. Yet I feel as if you have done everything. Whether I did it or not, all of you will not let me go. Propping himself on his stool, Shen Zichuan turned to Xiao Qie and smiled slowly. He said softly, then why don't I do all the bad things so that you are justified in hating me? The next day, it was only when Xiao Qie entered the palace that he learned Imperial Concubine Wei was dead. Li Jianheng had already changed his attire. These days he had cried until he looked wan and sallow. Seated in a high position, he said, they said she slipped and fell into the well. They didn't find her body until last night. This slip was really too coincidental. Seeing no one around, Li Jianheng asked in a whisper, Suin, don't tell me it's you. Xiao Qie shook his head. Li Jianheng seemed relieved. He fidgeted in his seat and said, now that I live in the palace, I can see the eunuchs the moment I open my eyes at night. It's rather scary. They used to call Panrugi Lao Zuzong one, and now this Lao Zuzong is still locked up in prison. Suin, do you think they will hate me? He let loose a stream of grumbles, and they were all about how afraid he was. In the end, he got Xiao Qie to transfer the imperial army over first to take over the key duty of the palace patrol. Xiao Qie naturally would not refuse. He stayed for a moment and listened as Li Jianheng said, Li Bei has sent a message saying that the Prince of Li Bei and your eldest brother are on the way here. Suin, you'll be able to see them in a few more days. Li Jianheng was somewhat playing up to him. To think he had to be even more timid than he was in the past, right before he was about to become the master of the lands under heaven. That insufferable arrogance of his seemed to have been worn away during the autumn hunt. He had already understood who was in power. Xiao Qie did not intend to accept the reward bestowed upon him. His wish was something Li Jianheng could not be any more clearer about. But to date, Li Jianheng had said nothing about letting him back to Li Bei. Xiao Qie's expression remained impassive, but his heart sank. 5 days later, the Prince of Li Bei entered Kudu. That day, the autumn rain continued uninterrupted. Xiao Qie rode his horse out of the city early in the morning and stood in the pavilion where he had seen them off back then. After waiting for 4 hours, he finally saw several flying eagles materializing out of the sky. The Meng on his shoulder, instantly grew excited and charged into the rain to hover and catch up with its brothers and sisters. The armored cavalry galloped over in the rain, looking much like a stroke of thick ink in the water sweeping towards Xiaoqie. Without waiting for the armored cavalry to come nearer, he flipped out of the pavilion and dashed up in the rain to greet them. "Father!" Sitting on his horse, Xiao Jiming laughed aloud and said to his father before him, "He looks so tall and strong now, but the moment he sees father, he shows his real self." Xiao Fengxiu took off his bamboo hat and leaned over to rap on Xiaoqia's head. He scrutinized him for a moment and said, "You've grown taller." Xiaoqia grinned and said, "That's right. Dage is almost going to be half a head shorter than me." "What a smug lad." Xiao Jiming said, "Ever since he outgrew me. He has to mention it every year we meet." Xiao Fengxiu let Zhao Hui lead his horse away as he dismounted and raised his arms to give his youngest son a sudden hug. Patting him heavily on the back, he said, "Silly lad." The pats made Xiaoqia smile. He said, "I have been waiting for a long time. Did something happen on the way?" Zhao Hui said, "The little young master caught a chill at home." So the prince made a detour to Dangzhou to invite the venerable Tu Igui back home for a look. Xiaoqia said, "Our son is sick? When did it happen? Why didn't Dage mention it in the letter?" Xiao Jiming said, "It's just something minor. There's Yiji at home to look after him. Don't worry about it." Xiao Qie felt a little disappointed. 5 years ago, when he left Li Bei, his eldest sister-in-law had been pregnant. Now little Ah-Sun was 4 years old, and he had not even seen him yet. He could only learn of some interesting tidbits of his little nephew from his father's and brother's letters. He wanted to go home. Xiao Qie's disappointment was fleeting. He smiled and said, "I have already prepared a birthday present. When Dage returns home this time, please bring it back on my behalf." Xiao Fengxiu dusted off the brim of his bamboo hat and said, "Before we set off, Sun Er specially painted a picture for you. I'll get Zhao Hui to bring it to you later. This is not the place to chat. I'll head for the palace first. It's not too late for us father and son to talk when I return to the residence at night." The party of men mounted their horses and rode their way into Kudu. It had already been many years since the Prince of Li Bei had shown himself in public. Now that the name of the 4 generals had spread far and wide, very few people would still remember the Prince of Li Bei, Xiao Fengxiu. As autumn came, Grand Mentor Qi ate so well that he put on weight. At present, he was washing his feet in the rain, wiggling and rubbing his toes against each other. He said, "Speaking of the 4 generals of the world, they actually existed 20 years ago. Back then, Xiao Fengxiu of Li Bei, Qi Shiyu of Qidong, Lu Pingyan of Bianjuan Commandery, and Feng Yixing of the Suatian Pass were the commanders-in-chief of the military forces on all sides. Feng Yixing later died in battle, and the Feng clan's bloodline was severed. No one probably remembers this name today, but back then they were all valiant warriors who stepped onto the frontier pass with their horses and wiped out the Biancha troops." Feng Yixing. Ji Gang responded in a loud voice as he did the cooking inside. "What do you mean no one remembers?" Chuan both of General Feng's sons died on the battlefield. He later adopted a son, who is your Shifu's eldest brother. Xin Zichuan scooped rice into the bowls and repeated, "Shifu's eldest brother?" Ji Gang smacked his own head and said, "I forgot to tell you." Grand Mentor Qi yelled, "Is the food ready?" "Aye. Isn't his eldest brother's Wichenshiu?" "What's there to tell? Anyone could guess." Xin Zichuan served the dishes, laid out chopsticks for Grand Mentor Qi, and said respectfully, "Teacher, please have your meal." Grand Mentor Qi gulped down a mouthful of wine and said, "Having someone wait on you is still the most comfortable feeling ever." Ji Gang wiped away his sweat and sat on the other side of the table and said, "You said earlier that Xiao II told you he's from the same school of martial arts with us. Then, I'm afraid his Shifu is Zhuo Qianqiu. Shen Zichuan took 2 mouthfuls of rice. Ji Gang lamented. I haven't seen him in years. Did you exchange blows with Shao II this time? How was it? Were the strokes of his blades strong and forceful? Grand Mentor Qi said, Let Lanzhao eat first. We'll talk again when we have eaten our fill. It's dangerous this time and there's no hurry. We can rest for a few days. I should have thought of it. Ji Gang said, Shao II wore a bone thumb ring. The one in this world who knows best how to wield a powerful bow is Zhuo Qianqiu. Perhaps you will be able to meet your eldest brother now that Xiao Fengshu has entered Kudu. Grand Mentor Qi picked out the dishes. Zhuo Qianqiu fought to the death at Tianfei Watchtower. Although he warded off the Bianchi cavalry, his wife died. It was because of that battle that he obtained the name of Thunder sinking the Jade Stage, but it was also because of it that he never recovered from the setback. Rumor has it that he has left home to become a monk, but it's also possible that he has been living incognito to teach Xiao Fengshu's son after receiving refuge from the latter. Ji Gang said with sorrow, a general success is built upon the sacrifices of tens of thousands of people. So what if he's renowned for his impressive military exploits? In the end, he'll still turn into a handful of less. Those who died on the battlefield are loyal to the end, while those who survived aren't having a wonderful time either. Zhuo Qianqiu lives incognito. Xiao Fengshu is ill and Lu Pingyan is old. 20 more years later, where would the current 4 generals be at? It's all but the slapping of waves on sand, with one generation after generation superseding the former. Grand Mentor Qi was slightly tipsy as he watched Shen Zichuan eat his meal. After a long while he said, It's too much of a loss to suffer through an entire lifetime for nothing. All of us will eventually die. So why not reach for the sky and fulfill your aspirations before you die? Lanzhao here. Have another bowl. By the time they had eaten and drank to their heart's content, the sky was already dark. Grand Mentor Qi lay across the mat while Shen Zichuan sat under the eaves to wipe his teacher's feet. Ji Gang took out 2 outer garments and draped it over both of them. Then he squatted in the corner to smoke his pipe. Resting his head on a papaya, Grand Mentor Qi said, Lanzhao, tell me the situation at the hunting ground again. Shen Zichuan gave a detailed account of it again. Grand Mentor Qi listened with his eyes closed. When Shen Zichuan was done speaking, he remained silent. The vines in the courtyard soaked in rain, with each drop pitter-pattering on the leaves. After the rain drummed on the leaves for an unspecified amount of time, Grand Mentor Qi said, Shao II seemed to be in the limelight this battle, but he is trapped in the same situation as his father and elder brother. The new emperor has called him his brother for as long as 5 years, but he has lain low and concealed himself so deeply. So how could the former not be afraid? Today, the new emperor can let it slide on account of him saving his life. But how long can this friendship withstand until it's all worn away into nothing? I thought he could still tolerate it for a little longer given his endurance. There are countless ways he could have let Qi Juin take the limelight, but he just had to do it on his own. Ji Gang knocked off the ash under the dim light and said, The wolf cub wants to go home too. All he dreams of are the grassland of Li Bei. How old is he? Having this bit of spirit is what being young is about. A little lack of forbearance upsets great plans. Grand Mentor Qi said, If he had endured it this one time, then wouldn't he have been able to return home as a dandy young master? Right at this time, Shao Jie was standing outside the palace gates looking up at the shadowy palace. The overhanging eaves of these vermilion walls seemed to be a trial heaven had given him. Under this frivolous appearance of his, a ferocious beast howled in silence. Shen Zichuan sat upright. It was at this moment that he oddly understood the meaning behind this move of Shao Jie. He wanted to go home. He wanted to go home, openly and above board as his own person. Chapter 28. Drunk in the Alley. Chapter 28. Drunk in the alley the autumn rain in Khudin never stopped falling after the new emperor ascended to the throne. White lanterns hung high beneath old black tiles. If one were to stand atop the city wall overlooking the place, they would see a bleak chill shrouding every single spot. Because of the autumn hunt incident, all the imperial bodyguards had their waist tokens revoked. Imperial bodyguards of 5th grade 2 and above, such as Ji Lei and Trautianya, were all imprisoned. Together with Hua Xiqian and Panrugi, they were handed over to be tried in a joint trial by the 3 judicial offices. 3 Shuexiuzhua was transferred from the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue and promoted to the position of Assistant Minister in the Court of Judicial Review. This position did not seem to have as much authority and power as the Chief Supervising Secretary of the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue, but in truth it gave him an in to the central administration of 3 judicial offices. In other words, he not only had the authority to examine any case reviews, but also had the power to participate in the deliberations and rebuttals of proposals from the Ministry of Justice and the Chief Surveillance Bureau. Shuexiuzhua. Empress Dowager Hua reclined against the Shumi couch 4 and idly tapped the jet-black jade chess piece 5 against the board. I have never heard of this child before the Nanlin hunting grounds incident. Who is he to the Shui clan? Matron Liuxiang gently fanned the incense censer and said, "To reply, Your Majesty, he is the 3rd son of common birth of the Shui clan. This slave has never heard of this person before, and so this slave specifically went to make some inquiries about him. The Shui clan has no lack of successors." Empress Dowager Hua said, "All these years, Yao Wenyu is the one in the limelight. I thought that old fox Hailiangyi would sooner or later recommend Yao Wenyu into the Grand Secretariat after having imparted all his knowledge to him. Who would have expected him to remain silent on it and use the unremarkable Shuexiuzhua instead?" Aunt Lixiang said, "Shuexiuzhua first joined forces with the Provincial Administration Commissioner of Jueshi, Jiang Qingshan, to gather evidence on the sly, then joined up with Secretariat Elder High to act as a go-between. He had access to the 6 ministries when he held office as the Chief Supervising Secretary of the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue. Now he has been promoted to Assistant Minister of the Court of Judicial Review. He will be hearing the case of our Secretariat Elder. I fear that he has made up his mind to get to the bottom of the matter and will not let it go at that. I can't go out now." Empress Dowager Hua looked contemplative. "If Shuexiuzhua wants to investigate, then let him investigate. The Hua clan is already at such a critical juncture. Go and tell eldest brother that he needs to have the determination to act decisively and cut his loss. Only then will we be able to stage a comeback." Matron Liuxiang uttered an acknowledgement and quietly withdrew. Shen Zichuan shook the rainwater off his umbrella and sat in the run-down veranda of the deserted courtyard. Less than an hour later, Shi Hongshuan's mountain-like figure strode through the Moon Gate 6 and walked over to him while holding up an umbrella. This is the time when spies abound all around. I almost couldn't get away. Shi Hongxian gathered up his clothes and frowned as he asked, "Is there some urgent matter for you to call me here at this time?" "Shi Guan is in prison." Shin Zichuan said, "Your long-time wish is right before you, yet you aren't pressing home the attack now following the victory. Are you waiting for him to take desperate action instead? His guilt of committing a capital offense is already but certain." Shi Hongxian said, "Making any more moves now would be like drawing legs on a snake, redundant. Nothing in this world is certain." There was no trace of a smile on Shen Zichuan's fair face. He said, "The more critical the situation is, the more you cannot afford to be negligent. As long as he remains alive in this dangerous situation, there's a chance he will survive through it." Shi Hongxian looked at his side profile and said, "The Hua faction case has already been handed over to the 3 judicial offices. With so many pairs of eyes staring, how are you planning to make your move?" "I'm not making any moves." Shin Zichuan turned his eyes. As the Hua clan's lackey, his crimes during his term of office are too numerous to record. As long as 1 or 2 document proofs is handed over to the 3 judicial offices, then his death will be all but certain. Bearing a weapon before the emperor and trapping the crown prince in to hunt him down, these 2 matters aren't enough to put him to death? As the commander-in-chief of the 8 great training divisions, he has the prerogative to bear a blade before the emperor. The hunt of the crown prince has nothing to do with him. He could simply assert that he headed back to the capital to seek and deploy reinforcements on seeing the situation go wrong. The new emperor now fears the imperial army. Although he has taken down the Hua clan, it is at the time where he needs the help and cooperation of the 8 great clans. It takes time for the 3 judicial offices to review the case. The longer this drags on, the harder it will be for Shi Guin to die. Shin Zichuan sneered a little. As long as Shi Guin doesn't die, you will remain Shi II, never to step into the limelight. After a lengthy silence, Shi Hongxian said, "What are you planning to do?" Shi Guin has been assigned special duty in the 8 great training divisions since the 4th year of Xinda. 7 in the 4 years so far, the 8 great training divisions have received a total of 9 million taels of military funds and provisions. Only 7 million of the disbursement were accounted for. Where did the remaining 2 million taels go? They all disappeared after they passed through Shi Guin's hands. Shan Zichuan said, "The audits of the account books are originally handled by Xue Xiuzhua. In all likelihood, he will still be able to dig out more void expenses once he checks. Pan Rugi and Hua Xiqian can take such a large sum, because if they do, they are just greedy and corrupt. But Shi Guin can't. He cannot afford to be greedy or corrupt. Control of the 8 great training divisions, whose key task is to patrol and defend Kudu, lies in his hands. If he can't explain the whereabouts of all that money, then one could only suspect if he has been embezzling money to bribe the soldiers and to raise his own private army under the name of the 8 great training divisions." A chill suddenly ran down Shi Hongxuan's back. He said, "Raise his own private army. He stands beside the Son of Heaven's 8 couch. What other reason can there be for him to raise his own private army?" Shin Zichuan said, "No way." Shi Hongxian vetoed it. He raised his hand to wipe away his sweat and said, "You think I'm out of my mind? If it's just associating with the Hua clan, then he's the only one who dies. But if it's harboring the intent to rebel, then my whole family will die. It's a crime punishable by extermination of the entire clan." Shin Zichuan laughed aloud and lowered his voice. "A change of sovereign brings a change of ministers. 9, it's a wonderful opportunity for you to distinguish yourself now that a new emperor has ascended to the throne. This is just Shi Guin giving you his life as a congratulatory gift for your promotion." "You want me to—" Shi Hongxian stared at Shan Zichuan for a while and suddenly burst out laughing. He said, "You are really vicious. At the very least, the Empress Dowager has saved you twice. You really show no regard for the kindness shown to you." "Kindness, huh?" Shin Zichuan picked up the umbrella. "It's not too late to repay it after killing them. What's more, the power struggle today is all a game of chess between Shao and Hua. What does it have to do with me?" With that, he opened his umbrella, nodded slightly at Shi Hongxian, then stepped into the night rain. Shi Hongxian sat alone in the veranda. After Shin Zichuan disappeared, he touched his own back, finding it all drenched in cold sweat. A few days later, the Court of Judicial Review reprocessed the autumn hunt case. Jiang Xie, the chief minister of the Court of Judicial Review, served as the presiding judge, while Hai Liangyi served as the supervisor and Xue Xiuzhua, the jury. This was a major case examined and prosecuted by the Chief Surveillance Bureau, with the criminal charges of unconstitutional formation of an insurgent faction, embezzlement of taxes to corrupt governance, and endangerment of the state submitted to the Court of Judicial Review. Of these, unconstitutional formation of an insurgent faction made the 6 ministries jittery. Those who have been to the Hua residence or have received recommendations from Hua Xiqian and Panrugi in the past all found themselves in a precarious position. Countless officials submitted memorials to impeach and report Hua Xiqian and Panrugi these few days, with each one making an impassioned statement of loyalty for fear of getting implicated. Seeing those memorials, Ten gave Li Jianheng a headache. He was not a person who could sit still to begin with. Even so, he did not dare to fool around during a time where the entire nation was in national mourning. He had seen the way Hai Liangyi confronted Hua Xiqian that night. Thus, he was very much afraid of Hai Liangyi. Hai Liangyi was rigid and inflexible. His appropriately trimmed beard was always hanging before the second clasp on the front of his robe, while his crown was properly worn and his hair meticulously combed. He never left his clothes open during the 3 hottest periods of summer, 11, and he never folded his arms during the severe winter months. He was like the pine tree on the mountain ridge when he stood and the swift wind in the quiet valley when he walked. When it came to handling matters, he was never sloppy. He could even listen attentively to the details of the case for 3 days and 3 nights without showing any traces of weariness. Li Jianheng was used to fooling around, so he always went weak in the knees on seeing this kind of elder, scholar-teacher like 12 Minister. Because of the Hua faction case, Hai Liangyi was constantly looking for him to report the details. Li Jianheng found the dragon throne 13 in Mingli Hall so hard that his butt was always hurting from sitting too long, so he got his men to pad it up with several layers of cotton-padded mattress. But Hai Liangyi saw it and remonstrated with him, advising him to be steadfast in his conduct. The thrill of having power and authority in his grasp seemed fleeting. What followed right after was an avalanche of heavy responsibilities. The never-ending morning court sessions, 14, made it difficult for Li Jianheng to persevere. He sat on the dragon throne, sometimes not even understanding what those people at the foot of his throne were arguing about. No money? Then collect taxes. Kill a bunch of corrupt officials, and the money could be recovered. No? What's there to argue about? Li Jianheng did not dare to reveal his innermost thoughts. He was afraid of Hai Liangyi, and even more afraid of these civil servants and military commanders. He did not know what they were fighting about, or why the Hua faction could not be executed immediately by decapitation, let alone what the Empress Dowager's intention in sending him snacks every day was. He huddled up on the dragon throne, as if he were merely having a dream. Is His Majesty ill? Having been summoned, Xiao Jie entered the palace and met the imperial physician from the Imperial Academy of Medicine outside Mingli Hall. The imperial physician said he worried too much, and the autumn chill has gotten to him. When the viceroy enters later, please persuade His Majesty. Xiao Jie took off Longli Blade and strode into Mingli Hall. Li Jianheng had just taken his medicine and was zoning out on the couch at the moment. On hearing that Xiao Jie had come, he hurriedly wore his shoes like slippers and called Xiao Jie in. Suin, Li Jianheng said, you're just in time. The Imperial Bakery 15 will send the silk-nested tigers eye candy later. Come and try it too. We had it at the official banquet a few years ago. Xiao Jie kowtowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for the bestowment. With his clothes draped around him, Li Jianheng went silent for a moment, then said, Suin, take a seat. Xiao Jie sat down, and those serving at the sides withdrew. Li Jianheng suddenly stood up and restlessly turned around in circles where he was. He said, Suin, why aren't they beheading Hua Xiqian? What retrial is the Court of Judicial Review talking about? What else is there for them to go over? Arg. Xiao Jie said, the Court of Judicial Review has to triple-check the case. This is the rule to prevent miscarriages of justice. The evidence against Hua Xiqian is conclusive. He will definitely be executed by decapitation before the new year. A long night is fraught with dreams, 16 Li Jianheng said nervously. The Empress Dowager doesn't look like she's in a panic. You know, She keeps sending people to deliver snacks to me every day. What is she thinking of doing? Does she want to poison me to death too? The Hua clan now is the target of public criticism, so the Empress Dowager somehow has to put on a show of affection. Seeing Li Jianheng's flustered expression with dark circles under his eyes, Xiaoqie said, "Is your Majesty not sleeping well at night?" "How can I sleep?" Li Jianheng said they aren't dead yet. "So how would I be able to sleep?" "Suin, go tell Hai Liangyi on my behalf to skip the retrial and carry out the execution on the spot." "How would that do?" Xiao Qie was the viceroy of the imperial army. He had nothing to do with the 3 judicial offices, so how could he interfere in the joint trial by the 3 judicial offices? Moreover, after what happened at the autumn hunt, the next person they would take down would be his own self, Xiao Qie. The civil officials, with Hai Liangyi at the head, were unwilling to let Xiao Qie go. Xiao Fengshu himself had gotten wind of it these few days as well. No one was willing to take a gamble when it came to this matter. It was only with Xiao Qie in Kudu that Li Bei would prove to be diligent in all they did. The crisis in the 6 prefectures of Zhongbua was a sore point. Xiao Jiming could save Kudu once or twice, but could he save Kudu countless times without reservation? Even if he could, who would believe it? Xiao Qie would definitely not get entangled in any disputes with the civil servants at this point in time. Li Jianheng himself knew that it would not work, so he became more and more dispirited. When the silk-nested tiger's eye candy was sent over, he took a few cursory bites of it, but could taste nothing. As soon as Xiao Qie left, he lay on the couch, feeling that this emperor was really boring to be. Shuanglu, who had always been following him to serve him, kneeled beside the couch and whispered, "Your Majesty, 17, how about this slave accompanies you out for a stroll?" Li Jianheng replied, "Not going. I'm tired." Shuanglu hit upon an idea and continued, "Then how about inviting Lady Muru to play the pipe at 18 for you?" Li Jianheng turned over and took another glance outside. Seeing no one, he said, "I don't think I can. The nation is in mourning. Besides, she's still at Pan Rugi's residence. If I bring her to the palace now, wouldn't I get a scolding?" Shuanglu let out an "oh my" and smiled, then said, "Your Majesty, you are the emperor. You have the final say within this palace. How would those officials on the outside know what eunuchs in the inner palace does?" "We'll do it on the sly." Li Jianheng instantly felt his spirit soar. Not even eating the candy anymore, he said, "Secretary Elder Hai won't know?" "No one will know." Shuanglu shuffled forward on his knees. "You are our master. He isn't. Us slaves run errands for your Majesty. If your Majesty doesn't want to let anyone know, then no one will know." "Great." Li Jianheng clapped his hands. "Great, I finally found an opportunity. Go quickly, the sooner the better. Bring Muru in. Pan Rugi is going to die. Remaining in that compound will only be inviting bad luck." It rained again when Xiao Qie left the palace. He felt vexed for no reason. The zeal and drive he had before the autumn hunt seemed to have dissipated overnight. He did not even want to draw his blade at this moment. Chunyang and Zhao Hui came to pick him up, and Xiao Qie got into the horse carriage. Halfway through their journey back, Xiao Qie suddenly lifted the curtain and said, "Tell father and Dage that I won't be going back tonight." Without waiting for both men to respond, he jumped off the carriage and headed towards Donglong Street without taking anything with him. "He's gone drinking again." Zhao Hui got off the carriage as well and said to Chunyang, "You head back and inform the prince and the hereditary prince. I'll follow the young master. It wouldn't look good for him to get drunk and make a scene during a time when the nation is in mourning." Chunyang said, "In just the time it takes for you to say all these, you would have already lost sight of him. Since the viceroy doesn't want anyone to follow, then let him be." Zhao Hui was Xiao Jiming's deputy general, while Chunyang was Xiao Qie's deputy general. Although both of them were members of the Xiao clan, the subject of their consideration were ultimately different. Zhao Hui was more like the older brother. He turned his head in the rain. Sure enough, he could no longer see Xiao Qia's figure. With the waste tokens of the imperial bodyguards revoked, its subordinates were all temporarily assigned to the imperial army to serve as patrols. Shen Zichuan just finished his rounds tonight. As he returned home, he passed by the back alley of Shangyun Villa 19 on Donglong Street. Because it was just a drizzle, he did not hold up an umbrella. As he was walking along the road, he suddenly heard a bout of puking sounds before him. Then a courtesan wearing wooden clogs and no socks trotted out in pursuit of the person who had been puking. The latter gently fended her off. Xiao Qia propped himself up against the wall and pointed at the back door to motion to the woman to stay away from him. The courtesans of Shangyun Villa were all well acquainted with him. They knew that he would not let others touch him while he was drunk. So this courtesan folded a handkerchief and lay it at the side and said in a gentle voice, "Second young master, please go in again once you feel better. I've prepared hot soup for you." Xiao Qia did not respond. The sound of wooden clogs receded into the distance, and he squatted down. His stomach was churning so badly it was hard to bear. This was the way a man should live. Eat, drink, and make merry as if in a drunken stupor. He had only this one way out. He felt a sudden weight on his back. Xiao Qia suddenly looked back with a stare so cold it would make one flustered. On seeing the man, he thought for a moment before saying, "Why did you kick me?" Shen Zichuan said without blinking, "I didn't." Xiao Qia backhandedly touched his own back for a moment. He pulled at his clothes and said stubbornly, "This is evidence of your guilt." Shen Zichuan scrutinized him for a moment and said, "Have you drunk yourself foolish, Xiao the Second?" Xiao Qia said, "Do I look like a fool?" Without waiting for Shen Zichuan to reply, he answered himself, "I'm not a fool." Smelling him reeking of wine, Shen Zichuan said, "Don't block my way. I want to go home." Xiao Qia turned his head back and stared blankly for a moment before saying to the wall, "Don't block my way. I want to go home too." Shen Zichuan was about to laugh when he heard him continue, "If I can't go home, then you can forget about going home as well." Chapter 29. Fate. Chapter 29. Fate. Shen Zichuan said, "Oh." Not getting the answer he wanted, Xiao Qia looked back at him and asked, "Why aren't you rebutting?" Shen Zichuan raised his hands to open up the umbrella and said, "I don't have a father or a brother back at home. No acquaintances either. So what's the point of going back?" Xiao Qia picked up the handkerchief to wipe away the water on the back of his neck. He stood up and said, "All right. The Prince of Jianqing's residence in Danzhou has already been cleared out. With your identity, you will only be cursed by all if you go back. That's why when it comes to fate," Shen Zichuan looked at Xiao Qia quietly for a pause before continuing, "you will only suffer if you don't get reincarnated into a good life." Xiao Qia did not look at him as he lifted his arm to rub away the raindrops on his forehead. He said, "Then why are you still alive?" Shen Zichuan smiled and said, "Millions of people want me to die. But how could I feel at ease myself if I were to fulfill the wish of others?" Xiao Qia said, "The way for you to survive is to remain in Zhao Zui Temple." Shen Zichuan took 2 steps to bypass the water puddle on the ground and said, "If I remain in Zhao Zui Temple, then you will think that getting executed by decapitation is how I should end up. Xiao Qia, even if you try your best to hide it, you are already used to looking down from above. You are no different from the people who look down on you today, and all those eyes on you now agonize you." He laughed out loud and patted Xiao Qia on the back with a palm. "I seek to live. You seek to die. The Xiao clan once had me trapped, and now the Li clan does the same to you. Isn't the ways of this world strange? The bird in the cage longs for its former woods, while the fish in the pond misses the deep. When your lot in life has been laid bare from start to end, if you can't go back, then you are nothing but a loser with lofty aspirations sans actions. The most regrettable thing in this world is to train a wolf into a dog. How long can your fangs remain sharp in kudu? You followed me during the autumn hunt. Xiaoqie turned his head to the side to look at him, and saved my life just for this moment of gratification. I am but an insignificant nobody. Shin Zichuan said softly, even if I didn't show up, you will still live. Exactly what? Xiaoqie's inebriation had worn off. He asked, are you up to? Repaying a debt of gratitude. The brim of Shin Zichuan's umbrella sheltered Xiaoqie. This was how close he was to the latter. Repaying all of you for your mercy in not killing me. Xiaoqie suddenly grabbed Shin Zichuan by the collar and said, I thought you had repent and turned over a new leaf to become a better person. What wrong did I do? The glint in Shin Zichuan's eyes was even colder than this autumn rain. He pressed in a step closer, almost sticking to Xiaoqie, and asked, what is my crime? Didn't you take a look at various cities of Duanzhou when you climbed your way out of Chashur sinkhole? Xiaoqie tightened his grip. Everyone in the 8 cities was massacred. When the hoofs of horses trod through the city gates, all the blood that splashed up was the people's blood. Shen Wei's troops were defeated. Shin Zichuan finally tore off that mask of his, exposing his burning hatred. 40,000 people from Zhongbo were buried in Chashur sinkhole. I lost my elder brother and Shenyang to death that day. Where does my fault lie in this? Shen Wei deserves to be killed. Xiaoqie reached the end of his limit too. He suddenly pressed Shin Zichuan up against the wall and said, Shen Wei should be put to death. You are a Shin too. So, how are you blameless? The oil paper umbrella tumbled to the ground as Xiaoqie slammed Shin Zichuan into the wall and lifted him until his toes could barely touch the floor. Shin Zichuan lifted his leg to stomp on Xiaoqie's chest. Xiaoqie retreated a few steps back in pain, but he did not release his grip as he pulled Shin Zichuan by the collar and flung him to the ground. The pattering rain suddenly intensified and came pouring down in torrents. A burst of crashes rang out from the dark lane, as overturned odds and ends were trampled underfoot. The courtesans of Shangyun Villa, who had been waiting for Xiaoqie, were startled by the commotion. All of them held on to the doors with their wooden clogs in hands to look. Why did they start fighting? Shangyun hurriedly draped on her outer garment and slipped on her wooden clogs to rush over. My dear masters, talk it over if you have something to say. This isn't worth coming to blows over. Shin Zichuan rode Xiaoqie and punched the latter's head aside. Xiaoqie grabbed Shin Zichuan's wrist and tugged him hard towards himself. Licking the blood between his teeth with the tip of his tongue, he said, Neither you nor I shall dream of having an easy time. Shangyun had already called out the hired help, and they joined forces to drag both men apart. Xiaoqie jerked his arm, and those tall and strapping hirelings felt the webs between their thumbs and forefingers going numb. However, Xiaoqie did not pounce again. He raised his fingers to wipe at the wound on his face and said, Piss off. Seeing that the situation did not look good, Shangyun motioned for the hirelings to hurry over to the prince's residence to call for help. Who would have expected Xiaoqie to say, I'll break the legs of whoever dares to alert my father? Shangyun's voice softened, and she took the opportunity to say, What is this about? Second young master has always shown tenderness towards the fairer sex. Why did you frighten the ladies tonight? It is common for gentlemen to swap pointers with one another after a bout of drinking. Let's forget it and bury the hatchet with a smile, right? Xiaoqie rose to his feet, stripped off his dirty robe, and threw it to Shangyun. He said, Go in. Holding his outer robe, Shangyun attempted to persuade him. Second young master, it's so cold outside. Her voice trailed off as she lost the courage to let out even a squeak. She waved her hand quietly at the courtesans and led them back inside. However, the door was not closed tight this time. All the courtesans clung to the sides of the door and windows to steal a peek. Shin Zichuan picked up the umbrella. He was so filthy all over he was barely recognizable. He had been drenched by the rain, and strands of hair stuck to his cheeks. The contrast of black on white made his fair skin look even whiter. Next time, Shin Zichuan said, "Go right to my door if you want to look for me. I won't necessarily make a trip through this alley even in 800 years. If I knew you would be passing by." Xiao Qie said, "I would not come here even if I have to puke all over inside." Shin Zichuan smiled mockingly and said, "Then it must really be a small world for enemies to meet on such a narrow path." Xiao Qie walked up to him. "I'll watch you closely from now on. You can hardly look after yourself, and you still want to concern yourself over me?" Shin Zichuan raised his umbrella and pulled apart the distance between them. "Old institutions die hard. Just one autumn hunt, and you want to bring the Hua clan down to their knees. You are really delusional. You'd better find a way to preserve your life." Xiao Qie pressed his chest against the umbrella and looked askance at him. "How long can you live without the backing of the Empress Dowager? There is already a new master sitting in the imperial court." Shin Zichuan said, "Isn't it time for you to change all those assumptions you have been taking for granted too? You can't kill any of them." Xiao Qie said, "The ones who owe you are the Bianxia cavalry and Xinwei." "Whatever you say." Shin Zichuan draped on that layer of tame outer coat again. He closed his umbrella and said gently to Xiao Qie, "I'll listen to you, okay?" That indescribable rage within Xiao Qie suddenly bubbled up. He said, "Sure. Then you'll stay with me tonight. You sleep under the bed canopy of a sweet, tender lady." Shin Zichuan said, "And you still have the fetish to share your bed with another man? I'm sorry, but I don't." No matter how Xiao Qie looked at him now, he looked as though he was up to no good. So he said, "What are you shying away from? Didn't you say whatever I say?" "Are you," Shin Zichuan pointed to his head, "out of your mind?" "All the idlers of the imperial bodyguards have been assigned to the imperial army." Xiao Qie said, "So who is the one out of his mind?" Shin Zichuan paused for a moment and said, "What does the viceroy want me to do?" There was still a red imprint remaining on Xiao Qie's cheek. The hostility between his eyebrows dissipated, and he took on the appearance of a lazy slacker. He turned around to sit on the veranda under the eaves and pointed to his own boots. Shin Zichuan unhurriedly moved the corners of his lips at him and said, "Sure." Early in the morning the next day, Chen Yang came to pick him up and was stunned when he saw Shin Zichuan hugging Longli Blade at the entrance of Shangyun Villa. Shin Zichuan, who had been leaning against the door, straightened up his body and bowed a greeting to Chen Yang. Chen Yang had an ill sense of foreboding for an instant and asked, "Shin, why is the Red Cavalry 3 here? Ji Lei is still in prison and has not yet been sentenced." Shan Zichuan said, "The imperial bodyguards are temporarily serving as imperial army under the viceroy's supervision." Chun Yang looked at his calm face and felt a chill down his spine. He gave a slight nod of his head and hurried up the stairs. Shin Zichuan watched him go upstairs. At the same time, Shang Yun was coming down the stairs while lifting the hem of her skirt. She said tenderly, "You haven't eaten yet, right? You haven't changed out of those dirty clothes of yours either." Ling Ting, the courtesan upstairs, leaned against the railing with a tired expression and said, "Why is Madame for still calling out for Ling Ting? You are always forgetting that little lass has been redeemed." 5 it dawned on Shang Yun then, and she said, "I have gotten used to calling her. Go and bring some food over for this Red Cavalry Excellency." When Chen Yang entered, he saw Xiao Qie still sprawled on the couch sleeping. There was no one around attending to him. So Chen Yang went forward and called out to him softly, "Viceroy, Viceroy?" Xiao Qie wearily buried his face and slept for a little longer. He suddenly sat up and asked, "Why is it you? Where is Shen Lan's Hao?" "He's keeping watch downstairs. Viceroy, what happened to your face? Qinyang asked in astonishment. Got punched while I was hunting. Xiao Qie got off the couch and moved his shoulders and arms. He asked, Did Dage ask you to come for me? It was his lordship, the prince. Qinyang said, We received information early in the morning. The Shakyu 6 mutual trade market was looted by the Bayancha cavalry last night. We still need to enter the palace later to discuss this matter in detail. Secretariat Elder Hai has summoned the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue for a convention. Us Libe have to deploy our troops again. Xiao Qie wiped his face with water and immediately stepped out of the door. When he headed downstairs, he saw Shen Zichuan with a courtesan. He strode a few steps down, grabbed the small plate from behind, and tossed a pastry into his mouth. Shen Zichuan looked at him and said, Eat slowly. No one can save you in time if you choke to death. Xiao Qie swallowed it clean. He smiled at him and put his arm on his shoulder. Leading him outside, he said, Lance Hao. Shen Zichuan looked at him. Xiao Qie said frivolously, Why do you still hold an overnight grudge? I've already forgotten all about it after sleep. Let's go. Second young master will take you along to look for fun. Shen Zichuan swatted his hand away with the sheath of his blade and said, Second young master, don't take advantage of the chance to touch the back of my neck. Many people gathered in Mingli Hall. Li Jianheng remained seated on the dragon throne, not daring to move. He first tried to figure out Hai Liangyi's expression with his eyes, then shifted them over to the others while trying his best to look dignified and imposing. Now that the brush-holding director of the Directorate of Ceremonial's position is vacant, this old subject will present all the various ministries' accounts to His Majesty once they are sent to the Grand Secretariat before signing off on them. Hai Liangyi first said to Li Jianheng, What does Your Majesty think of the accounts last night? Li Jianheng had been listening to the Peep of Seven with a beautiful woman in his arms last night. So when Hai Liangyi kowtowed to him, he immediately shifted his buttocks with a guilty conscience and said, Okay. Xue Xiuzhua, who had been kneeling behind Hai Liangyi, initially had on a neutral expression, but he furrowed his brows on hearing these words. Hai Liangyi waited for a while, but when he saw that Li Jianheng had no intention of saying further, he said, Autumn is cold and frosty at present. If Li Bei is to deploy troops, then they must report to Kuda the military salaries and provisions to be paid in advance. Your lordship, how much do you need this time? Xiao Fengshu smiled and said, I have been ill and out of commission for a long time. All the military affairs have long been entrusted to Jiming. Jiming, tell Secretariat Elder Hai how much money we lack. Xiao Jiming kowtowed and said, The 12 tribes of Bayancha looted the market at this time because winter snow is about to fall. The grain supply of the various Bayancha tribes have run out, so they could only loot the mutual trade market. If this were in the past, the military fields of Li Bei can provide for itself and would not need assistance with army supplies. But the former emperor passed away this year, so it's likely that the 12 Bayancha tribes is thinking of taking the advantage of our vulnerability now. If we are to mobilize troops, then we must not only expel them out of our territory, but also station our troops there to guard it. I have already submitted the required sum to the Ministry of Revenue. The newly appointed Minister of Revenue took out the memorial. 8 Shuanglu presented it to Li Jianheng. Li Jianheng looked at it for a moment and said, 2 million taels. What's so hard about it? As long as the soldiers don't go cold and hungry. The Minister of Revenue, Qian Jin, was a little embarrassed and said, Your Majesty does not know it, but we still have yet to make up for last year's deficiency. The State Treasury does not have that much money at such a short notice. Li Jianheng said, Then 1 million taels should be fine, right? Qian Jin kowtowed and said, During the autumn hunt, the mobilization of the 8 great training divisions cost us 230,000 taels, and the former emperor spent 540,000 taels. The remaining money in the state treasury still has to be used to pay out salary arrears to all the senior and junior officials. It's soon to be the end of the year, and the civil officials all need to celebrate the new year. We definitely do not have 1,000,000 taels. Your Majesty, we can only allocate 600,000 taels to Li Bei's armored cavalry. Li Jianheng truly never expected there to be a day he would be poor as an emperor. He had wanted to do Li Bei a favor, and doing so could placate Shao Qie too. Who would have thought that he would have no money? This suddenly put him in such an awkward spot that he wanted so much to dig his way under the table. Instead, he merely uttered a few vague sounds of acknowledgments. Mingli Hall went silent for a moment. Xue Xiuzhua suddenly piped up. Your Majesty, this humble subject has a way. As though he had seen his savior, Li Jianheng said, Please speak. Tell me. Xue Xiuzhua said, When the Hua faction was in power, they put a price on some sinecures and welcomed everyone who could pay up. The Ice Respect 9 they collected every year were all large sums. Then there's Pan Rugi, who took advantage of the loopholes in procurement to amass wealth blatantly. Both men are now in prison. Why not search both the Hua's and Pan's residences and confiscate their possessions to subsidize the military funds? The second young master of the Shi clan, Shi Hongxian, has already made amends and submitted a document to the Court of Judicial Review yesterday to report Shi Guin of raising his own personal army in private. He even leased out the Shi clan's residence in Kudu to repay the empty accounts of the 8 great training divisions, while Shi Guin was in office. The moment Li Jianheng heard they were going to raid the residences, he instantly showed interest. Eager to give it a try, he said, Sure, I have been thinking of this too. Hai Liangyi hesitated for a moment, then said, That's not appropriate. The Court of Judicial Review's retrial is not concluded yet. How can we bypass the law and carry out the sentence straight? Xue Xiuzhua said, It's an emergency. We do not have a choice. Kudu can wait for the retrial, but the Biancha cavalry will not. We cannot let Li Bei's armored cavalry fight a war on empty stomachs. Hai Liangyi was still hesitating, but Li Jianheng had already slapped the table to give his approval. When they came out, Xiao Jiming said to Qi Juin, who had been silent the whole time earlier, How is the Bianjuan commandery holding up? Qi Juin raised her head to look up at the rain beyond the eaves and said, Lu Guangbai is still at Bianjuan, so the 12 tribes of Biancha will naturally not make a move. But Li Bei is lacking a chief commander. That makes it inevitably tricky for you. Xiao Jiming stood for a moment and sighed. It's hard to come by men with military talents. They aren't easy to find. Qi Juin said, No matter how the situation changes in Kudu, it's the duty of the commanders and generals to protect his home and defend his country. Jiming, military talents are hard to come by, and it isn't easy to nurture and train them. Li Bei is a heavily fortified land at Dazhou's frontier. It will only prove to be detrimental to Li Bei if you still don't choose a successor. It was the original aspiration of each and every one of them to be a valiant general of one side and to become an impregnable fortress of Dazhou. However, a man would eventually age, and trusting and tethering the lives of an entire army to one person could be overlooked if it was just for a few years. But let it continue for more than a decade, or even a few decades, and the Li Bei's armored cavalry would turn into one that could not do without Xiao Jiming. If one day the Li Bei's armored cavalry were to lose Xiao Jiming, then what would become of the army that had reigned supreme on the battlefield for decades without any blemish to its reputation? I know you have high hopes for Yi. Qi Juin descended the stairs and turned her head back unhurriedly. But he is destined to never fly out of Kudu. You put your eyes on him. Do you think he never noticed it all these years, even though you never spoke of it? The more expectation you have for him, the more agony he'll be in. Li Bei is not his wings, but his cage. Jiming, you and I have been buddies for many years. Let me give you a word of advice. Choose someone else. The palace eaves in the far distance were all shrouded in fog. A lone crow cawed a few times, and silence descended once more. Chapter 30. King of Wolves. Chapter 30. King of Wolves Xiaoqia seems to have forgotten having lost his cool last night. He spurred his horse on through the street, causing cries of discontent to rise all around from the stall vendors on both sides of the street. He hurried over to the palace gate just in time to see the horse carriage from the Xiao clan's prince residence. Zhao Hui lifted the curtain for Xiao Fengshu and said, "Second young master is here." With his hand on his knee, Xiao Fengshu looked out of the carriage. His gaze passed past his youngest son and landed upon the man inept in riding behind him, Shin Zichuan. He paused for a moment but said nothing. When Xiaoqia arrived before him, he saw the injury on Xiaoqia's face and asked, "What did you do last night?" "I went drinking." Xiaoqia reined in his horse and laughed as he held his horsewhip. "I forgot the time. By the time I woke up, it was already late. Father, are you done with the discussion?" Xiao Fengshu nodded and asked, "Is that Shenwei's son?" The autumn wind suddenly came assaulting Shin Zichuan in the face. It grazed past his temples. He met Xiao Fengshu's eyes and felt a shudder for no reason. His grip on the reins tightened in uneasiness, but Xiao Fengshu did nothing. The sideburns of Li Bei's old king of the wolves were white. Even though he was sitting all hunched over in the horse carriage, one could still make out his extraordinary height and build. That commanding presence was not something anyone could develop overnight. It was a majestic dignity honed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It was a formidable strength so tempered with bones and blood that even his sickness could not overshadow it. Xiaoqia's naturally endowed, sturdy physique was completely inherited from his father. His shocking arm strength, exceptional height, wide shoulders and back, and explosively swift long legs were all gifts from his father. Compared with the gentler and more elegant Xiao Jiming, Xiaoqia was the true wolf pup. If one were to glance over while the two brothers stood together, there would be no doubt that Xiaoqia was the one who gave off a more aggressive vibe. And now, the real king of wolves was watching Shin Zichuan attentively. Despite already learning how to restrain himself, Shin Zichuan still had the strong urge to flee. This was utterly different from being pinned down by Xiaoqia. This was a gaze that would make one shiver subconsciously. At this very moment, Shen Zichuan recalled Grand Mentor Qi's words. "It's Xiao Jiming's time to shine now that Xiao Fengshu is off commission from illness. Everyone fears Xiao Jiming." But Lance Hao, 20 years ago, the one who truly secured the frontier with his steed, was Xiao Fengshu. From today's point of view, Qi Shiyu clearly has more authority of office as the commander-in-chief of the 5 commanderies, but he has not been conferred the title of a prince. One, that is because Qidong is a bestowed fief belonging to the emperor. The 5 commanderies are all founding lands of Dazhou that belong to the Son of Heaven, but it's different for Li Bei. The vast territory of Li Bei stretches from Luoxia Pass to the end of Hongyan mountain ranges in the northeast, and these are all hard-won lands Xiao Fengshu led the armored cavalry of Li Bei to conquer inch by inch during the years of Yongyi. Xiao Jiming is now the commander-in-chief of Li Bei's armored cavalry. River of Ice armored cavalry, how awe-inspiring. But it was Xiao Fengshu who established this powerful regiment of cavalry. The Li Bei's armored cavalry doesn't have a long history like the Bianjuan commandery garrison troops. They are heavy cavalry that Xiao Fengshu specially set up to deal a heavy blow to our external foes during the years of Yongyi, when the Bianxia cavalry repeatedly invaded Luoxia Pass. Li Bei's battle steeds, Li Bei soldiers, and Li Bei's steel blades with hanging chains. Every symbol of the Li Bei's armored cavalry you can see today all came from Xiao Fengshu. The 8 great clans have forcibly entrenched themselves in Kudu for a long time. They are the sores and ulcers of Dazhou. The Xiao clan can stand up to the Hua clan as equals because Xiao Fengshu's status is secure in Li Bei. As long as Xiao Fengshu is alive, the Xiao clan will be the towering tree firmly rooted in Li Bei. The title of the King of Wolves is by no means undeserved. Xiao Qia looked back and said, "He's Shen Wei's son." Xin Zichuan dismounted and paid his obeisances to Xiao Fengshu. Xiao Fengshu looked at him for a moment and said, "Xin Wei is already dead, and his child is innocent. Since the former emperor has let you out, that means he has absolved you of guilt. But why are you following this lad?" Shen Zichuan kneeled on one knee and hung his head down to say, "This humble servant was assigned to the imperial bodyguards. Now that it's temporarily under the imperial army, I'm at the viceroy's disposal." "So I see." Xiao Fengshu looked toward Xiao Qia. "And why are you making things difficult for him?" Xiao Qia licked the wound in his mouth and said, "How would I make things difficult for him? He and I are now sworn friends. Isn't that right, Lance Hao?" Without looking at Shen Zichuan again, Xiao Fengshu started to chat with Xiao Qia. Shen Zichuan propped himself up with a knee and looked at Xiao Qia's unrestrained smile and the way Xiao Fengshu gazed at his son through the puddle of water on the ground. Splashes of raindrops messed up the scene in the puddle. Shen Zichuan retracted his gaze. By the time Xiao Jiming emerged, Xiao Fengshu had already left. Qi Juyin walked a few steps with him and suddenly asked, "Who is that?" Xiao Jiming looked beside Zhao Hui and replied without a change in expression, "That's Shen Zichuan." Qi Juyin halted in her tracks and said with some surprise, "Shen Wei's son? Why is he following Yi?" Xiao Jiming said, "Yi is playful. Most likely he's making things hard for him." Qi Juyin looked for a long time before saying, "That appearance of his is too outstanding. I heard that his mother was a dancer from Duanzhou. Fortunately, she was a dancer from Duanzhou, and not the Songjuan commandery. Commander-in-Chief Qi Shiyu was the most fond of beauties. He was a man who would not move his feet whenever he saw a pretty woman. Although Qi Juyin had very few brothers, she had countless young two back at home. Speaking of which, Qi Juyin turned sideways. Yi is already 23 years of age, right? Isn't he going to marry a wife? Yiji is also getting anxious on his behalf." Xiao Jiming said, "Li Bei doesn't need him to marry a noble lady from a powerful and honorable clan. Just a girl from an ordinary family with a clean background will do. Yiji keeps sending portraits of all the Li Bei women she picked out on his behalf to Kudu every year, but not one of them has ever caught his fancy." Qi Juyin laughed. "A noble lady tends to be haughty. She can't play with him. While a common girl is too timid, she will get frightened the moment she's near him. Besides, how many maidens can handle that temper of his? Finding someone who he is mutually in love with and vice versa is harder than ascending to heaven. What's more, he loves to make his way to the alleys of pleasure houses. You'd better keep an eye on him, or he'll really bring a courtesan back to marry one day." Xiao Jiming knew that her stepmothers were all famous courtesans in Qidong. They would kick up such a row in the backyard all day long that she would always get a headache the moment she got home. That was why she had detested courtesans ever since she was young. Who can stop him if he really meets someone he fancies? Xiao Jiming felt like letting out a long sigh. He said with a headache, "Even 10 bulls won't be able to haul him home. You'd better prepare for rainy days." Qi Juyin thought for a moment. Never mind about all the others, but her personality must not be too intense. Your Iji is gentle by nature. If he brings home someone with a temper, then Iji would have to suffer indignities every day, wouldn't she? Nothing has even begun to take shape yet. 3 Xiao Jiming suddenly laughed out loud. "It's still too early. Marriages are the most unpredictable." Qi Juyin laughed too. "Perhaps someday he will see the light." Xiao Qia felt as though there was a chill on his back. He looked back warily and saw Shen Zichuan standing beside Zhao Hui, looking contemplative. "I'll go to the Imperial Army office in a while to collect the waste token." Xiao Qia blocked the light in front of Shen Zichuan. "Before the final deployment order of the Imperial bodyguards is given, you will have to follow me day and night." day and night. Xin Zichuan repeated the words and looked up at him. Do I still have to lift the chamber pot for the second young master at night? If you want to, then sure. Xiao Qie took a step closer. I'm busy these few days. I have to stay at the residence behind the Imperial Army office. Xin Zichuan did not answer. Xiao Qie had already turned around to receive Xiao Jiming. The review of the Court of Judicial Review had yet to conclude when both the Hua and Pan residences were searched and seized. Li Jianheng took the opportunity to close off access to the Empress Dowager's and Sea Palace on the grounds that the Empress Dowager was troubled by worries to the point of anxiety. With some difficulty, enough money was finally gathered to make up for the shortfall in Li Bei's military fund for salaries and provisions. Xiao Fangxiu and Xiao Jiming could not stay for long, and so they left a few days after. Xiao Qie unexpectedly did not look reluctant to part with them. It was as if he had abandoned the ambitions he had during the autumn hunt after that night of inebriation. From time to time, Li Jianheng would bestow him with rewards, and each time he would accept it with delight. Not only that, he also started to loaf on the job. Originally, the Imperial Army had the important task of conducting patrols. But he worked in fits and starts like the fisherman who fished for 3 days and dried the net for 2 days, for there was often no sight of him where he should be. The Ministry of War gradually began to voice their doubts about him as they grew more inclined to have him replaced. But Li Jianheng refused to agree and even used the tactics of making a scene and throwing his tantrum. He even went to the extent of almost falling out with the Vice Minister of the Ministry of War who presented the petition. He flung away the Memorial 5 from the Vice Minister of the Ministry of War and said, Xiao Suin has made great contributions in coming to my rescue. Why isn't he up to being the Viceroy of the Imperial Army? It's not like he has bungled matters or held things up. I won't replace him. Both men reverted to the way they were before the autumn hunt, and Li Jianheng felt a little more relaxed. The Xiao Qie of that night was more like a figment of his imagination, while this man without an iota of decorum was his buddy. Li Jianheng also felt glad that Xiao Qie did not mention a word about returning to Li Bei. He was of the view that this was his buddy's consideration of his situation. There was really nothing he could do, and it was still possible to play while remaining in Kudu, wasn't it? Now that he had even become the emperor, Xiao Qie could throw his weight around as he liked, given their relationship. No. So why return to Li Bei? How could that bitter cold land be as comfortable and carefree as in Kudu? When Xiao Qie wanted to head out of the city to race his horse, Li Jianheng approved it. When Xiao Qie wanted to expand the Imperial Army office, Li Jianheng approved it too. And when Xiao Qie wanted to be on duty for half a day and idle at home for the other half, Li Jianheng not only approved it, he even approved it with great delight. When both men had nothing to do, they would ride horses and play ball. Li Jianheng could not head for Donglong Street to fool around, but he could ask Xiao Qie over to listen to the Peepa Six together with him. That Muru now lived in Mingli Hall. Li Jianheng originally thought that Xiao Qie would say a few words of admonishments. Instead, Xiao Qie said nothing and merely joined in the fun with him. It feels so fucking good to be an emperor. During the last reign in Kudu, Shi Guin was sentenced to execution by decapitation by the Court of Judicial Review. Because Shi Hongxian distributed his wealth and sought forgiveness, he got into Li Jianheng's good graces and was transferred to the Ministry of Revenue, where he took up a modest position. Shi Hongxian was originally adept at having fun, and this was just perfect for Li Jianheng, so Shi Hongxian would go looking for Li Jianheng every day to offer him suggestions on what and how to play. Shi Guin had only just been sentenced when Hua Xiqian committed suicide by biting off his tongue in the prison. In the testimony he gave, he shouldered all the crimes without so much a word implicating the Empress Dowager. At present, it was just Ji Lei and Pan Rugi who had yet to be sentenced. Hai Liangyi wanted to pry a confession out of these two men's mouths, but he never succeeded. It was not until the house was damp that Shen Sichuan returned. As soon as he opened the door, he saw an Eastern pearl, 7, on the table. Shen Zichuan closed the door. He had only just picked up the pearl in his hand when he heard Chunyang knocking on the door. He opened the door, and Chunyang said, "The Viceroy is calling for you." Shin Zichuan grasped the Eastern pearl in his hand. The strip of cloth it came with was soaked. He said naturally, "I'll go once I change my clothes." Chunyang said, "Don't bother. Just go like this. The Viceroy doesn't have the patience to wait for others." With that, he took a step aside, wanting to leave together with Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan could only let his hands drop and stride out of the door to leave with Chunyang. Xiao Jie was wearing a cloak. When he saw him coming, he said, "Take the blade and come with me." Shin Zichuan went out of the door. It was only when Xiao Jie led the horse over that Shen Zichuan realized Chunyang had not followed them. Xiao Jie got up the horse, and the gerfalcon shook the water droplets off its neck before landing on Xiao Jie's shoulder. Shin Zichuan could only follow after him. The horse left the city and braved the rain to head for the military drill grounds at Mount Foam. When they arrived at the drill grounds, it was empty and void of people. Xiao Jie removed the reins for Lang Tao Shuijin and gave it a pat to let it run around to play by itself. Meng flew under the veranda, unwilling to soak in the rain any longer. "Take off your clothes." Xiao Jie turned around and said to Shen Zichuan as he untied his cloak. Shen Zichuan held the blade in his arms and raised his chin. The water trickled down the front of his clothes, exposing that fair, delicate neck of his. Xiao Jie felt just like a person seeing a cat every time he looked at Shen Zichuan's neck. He always could not help wanting to give it a few rubs. What the heck is wrong with him? He had already taken off his outer garment while he was thinking. When he saw Shen Zichuan still not moving, he urged again, "What are you standing there blankly for? Strip quickly." Shen Zichuan raised his fingers and placed them on his own waist belt. He glanced at him and said slowly, "If I strip, there will be nothing left." Chapter 31, Nape. Chapter 31. Nape, then all the more for you to strip. Xiao Jie took off his arm guards and set them on the wooden ledge under the eaves together with his cloak and outer garment. The soldiers in the inner hall of the military drill grounds wanted to come over to pay their obeisances, but he raised a hand to stop them. He turned around to look calmly at Shen Zichuan and said, "That'd be just perfect for me to see and experience for myself the difference between a body trained by the Ji clan's mental cultivation techniques and mine. Since we are from the same school of martial arts." Shen Zichuan set Longli blade at the side. "Then the stances and moves are naturally the same." "Not necessarily so." Xiao Jie said, "My Shifu incorporated an external boxing style one into it, so it was already quite different from the Ji clan boxing style by the time it was imparted to me. If they were identical, you wouldn't have been totally oblivious of the fact that night. If you want exchange pointers, then just say so." Shin Zichuan slid a leg out in an arc. "Why speak of stripping? You sound just like a beast." In that very instant, Xiao Jie felt as though Shen Zichuan had suddenly turned into another person. Rainwater and mountain fog overlapped, washing out Shen Zichuan's facial features. In contrast, his slender body became all the more striking. "My wish is to be a beast in human clothing." Xiao Jie strode down the stairs and stepped into the curtain of rain. "I gave you a kick 5 years ago. Do you hate me for it?" Shen Zichuan said, "If I say yes, wouldn't that mean I have been tossing and turning, having sleepless nights thinking of you? So nope, I don't hate you at all." Xiao Jie struck up a starting stance and said, "What a pity. If you hate me, then you can get your revenge today." Amid the biting cold wind, Xiao Jie slowly added on, "That is, if you can." Raindrops came pitter-pattering down, bouncing for a few steps before spreading their wings on the veranda. At this moment, Xiao Jie sprang up in the rain to make his move first. He threw out a punch, only to strike at empty air. but the vigor and strength of his blow sent the water droplets flying and splashing onto Shen Zichuan's cheeks. Having missed his target with that strike, Xiao Qiye swept his arm to the left. Shen Zichuan blocked his blow with a lightning move of his hand. When both men's arms collided, Shen Zichuan frowned from the pain and retreated a few steps back. Ji Clan's boxing style. Shen Zichuan pursed his lips into a tight line, but laughed out loud instead. Shifu's boxing style was steady and robust. Xiao Er too obviously lacked the steadiness, but was far more ferocious. His strength was too astonishing. Just a collision like this, and the impact had already numbed Shen Zichuan's arm. The Ji Clan's boxing style was meant to be imparted to this kind of man, because his internal and external constitution all made it particularly suitable for him to train in it. Xiao Qiye's physique granted him the qualification to hold the various heroes in contempt, but was receiving an unfair advantage from heaven, the crux, to determining victory? What Shen Zichuan did not believe the most was the fate heaven decided for them. Shen Zichuan raised a leg up, and raindrops suddenly went splashing toward Xiao Qiye. His leg sweep 3 was quick and brutal. Any other ordinary person would home in on the advantageous and avoid the dangerous. Thus, they would first evade an incoming attack. But Xiao Qiye just had to meet difficulties head-on. He lifted his arm to block and fend off Shen Zichuan's leg with a thud, then strode a steady step forward. It was too late for Shen Zichuan to retract his leg. Facing off Xiao Qiye was just like facing off a tiger or a leopard poised for action. A wavering heart, an evasive gaze, an avoidant stance. As long as he showed any signs of these, Xiao Qiye would instantly storm in. He would never miss any opportunity to attack his opponent. Letting Xiao Qiye go on the defensive was much easier to deal with than letting Xiao Qiye go on the offensive. Shen Zichuan exerted force with his leg, and the pressure slightly slowed down Xiao Qiye's movement. In a twinkling of an eye, Shen Zichuan was lifted into the air by Xiao Qiye. He leaned his entire body back, supported his weight with both arms on the ground, and straightened back up like a soft willow in the wind. The moment he sprang back to his feet, he swept his leg out again. Once again, Xiao Qiye bent his arm to block it. This time his eyes were calm as he said, "An ant trying to shake a tree. For should I diss you for overrating your abilities, or should I commend you for your courage?" Xiao Qiye had only just said this when he backhandedly grabbed Shen Zichuan's calf. His shoulders sank as he attempted to flip Shen Zichuan over to the ground. Having already been swung up, Shen Zichuan made use of the momentum and stepped on Xiao Qiye's shoulder. That amazing waist strength of his came into play again as his legs twisted around Xiao Qiye's neck and spun him over to the ground together with him. Xiao Qiye's palm slid straight up along the straightness and hooked around the spot that had bent into an arch earlier. The suppleness in his palm was so smooth it was incredible. He simply wanted to touch Shen Zichuan, because he could not fathom it, whether it was the Ji Clan's boxing style or the Ji Clan's broadsword style. As long as a person trained all the year round, his body muscles would definitely and visibly develop. But Shen Zichuan not only concealed it to the extent it looked as though he had never trained in martial arts, but also to the extent that both Qin Yang and Xiao Tianyao were taken in, thinking him to be morbidly weak and sick due to a deficiency of vital energy and blood. 5 Shen Zichuan lifted his body off the ground and slammed his elbow toward Xiao Qiye's head. Xiao Qiye tilted his head to dodge the blow. He held on tight to Shen Zichuan's waist and pinned him against his own chest, then felt his way up from the latter's waist to his chest. The Eastern Pearl 6 was still hidden in his bosom. The moment Shen Zichuan's back bumped into Xiao Qiye, he clasped hold of Xiao Qiye's arm and flung him over his shoulder into the rain. The spray of water instantly wetted his hair. Shen Zichuan wanted to retreat, but Xiao Qiye unexpectedly hooked him with his long leg and sent him tripping towards himself. Shen Zichuan's body was already tilting towards Xiao Qiye, but in that very instant he trod on the water and gradually stabilized himself, just like the reverberations of the strings on a chain. 7 Xiao Qie straightened up and threw himself forward again. His hook struck at empty air, but he touched a lock of Shin Zechuan's long hair that had fluttered up in the rain as the latter spun around in a retreat to evade his blow. The rain-soaked lock of hair longingly slipped past Xiao Qie's fingertips, as if wanting for more, causing him to feel a wet itch. Not fighting anymore. Xiao Qie suddenly clenched his fist and looked at Shin Zechuan. The rain has gotten heavier. Shin Zechuan looked back and asked, "Have you touched enough?" Without batting an eyelid, Xiao Qie said, "Not soft, but not hard either." Shin Zechuan said a little mockingly, "I thought you were going to tear off all my clothes." "If I really wanted to." Xiao Qie said, "We would be bearing all of ourselves to each other right now." With that, he raised his other hand and waved the thin blade Shin Zechuan always carried with him. The Ji clan's mental cultivation techniques need to be paired with the broadsword. Even if you use these things every day, you will not be able to defeat me in this lifetime. If you can't beat me, then how are you going to take revenge? Shin Zechuan's thin blades were originally hidden on the outside of his thighs. He glanced down, then looked at Xiao Qie again. He said, "Fighting and killing will hurt relationships. Isn't it more pleasant to play the fool together?" Xiao Qie said, "I only fear that you are hiding a blade behind your smile 9 to stab me when I'm the least unaware." Only the word lust has a blade above it. 10 Shin Zechuan spread out his hands. "Second young master is a gentleman. What's there to fear?" Xiao Qie placed the thin blade in Shin Zechuan's palm and said unhurriedly, "I've just said that I'm a beast in human clothing. Why do you always see me as a gentleman?" Shin Zechuan wanted to retract his hand, but Xiao Qie grabbed him by the wrist and said, "Seeing as you are so obedient today, this second young master will take you someplace that'll make you feel good." "Viceroy," Shin Zechuan suddenly said with a severe countenance, "please, I'm not into men. Let us just part on good terms without hard feelings. Why pester me to such an extent?" Xiao Qie was momentarily dumbfounded. Then he turned his head to the side and saw a whole bunch of Imperial Army soldiers clinging all over the doors and windows of the military drill grounds inner hall to watch the show. The vice commander of the Imperial Army was the scar-faced man who led his men to kill the 8 great training divisions that night. He clutched the window and took the lead to jeer, fighting like a hoodlum taking liberties. "Viceroy, what the hell? You never smiled at us when you lecture us every day." "That was pestering," he said. They winked meaningfully at each other and started heckling. "How could that be the same? The Viceroy is 23 now, and he has no wife at home to dote on. So all the energy in him has to be expended on someone else. It's not the same." Xiao Qie sensed that Shin Zechuan was going to run, and so he pulled the ladder hard towards himself. He said with a superficial smile, "That's right. I'm into pestering others. Lance Hao, why are you running? I'm not done pestering you. The reason you aren't into men is that you have yet to get a sweet taste of them. Second young master will teach you." When it came to being shameless and stupid, he, Xiao Qie, would only concede defeat to Li Jianheng, who wouldn't know the trick of forcing yourself on someone else. Shin Zechuan was really belittling him by trying to use this kind of cheap trick to embarrass him. Without giving Shin Zechuan the chance to reply, Xiao Qie dragged him away. Behind them, Tantai, who touched his scar and asked the soldier beside him, "Who's that man? I've never seen him in our Imperial Army before." "His surname is Shin." The man beside him winked. "The one from Zhongbo." The smile on Tantai, whose face cooled. He propped himself up with his arms to stick his head out, then looked back and said, "He's that fucking Shin who brought disaster upon Zhongbo? What's the Viceroy doing with him? Shan Wei caused the death of so many people. Even 8 heads of his aren't enough for us to behead. The Prince of Jianxing's manor has already been wrecked by others. Yet he's still eating and living well in Kudu. The orphans who have lost their parents on the Chashire River front line are still gnawing on mud. Fuck this. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xiao Chia led Shin Sichuan up Mount Fong. There was a narrow flight of stone steps in the mountain. The stream soaked through the soles of their shoes, chilling them to their bones. But Xiao Chia did not even look back as he parted the maple leaves dripping with water and made his way onto a path. Their shoes sank into the mud they trod upon as they walked farther in with uneven steps. Less than an hour later, Xiao Chia stopped in his tracks. The thatched cottage in the misty rain was small and exquisite, but it did not look like a place to live in. He turned sideways and said to Shen Zichuan, "You saved me once in the Nanlin hunting grounds. As a reward, I'll share half of this place with you." "The reward I want is cold, hard cash," Shin Zichuan said, not soaking in a bath together. "Money and fame are merely worldly possessions." Xiao Chia stretched out both arms to lift the fabric curtain and enter. He stood at the entrance to strip off his attire and shouted, "This place is one that even the emperor's old man himself had never enjoyed before." Shin Zichuan lifted the curtain and saw Xiao Chia's bare upper body. The contours of the muscles on the back of his shoulders were clean and neat, like a physique sculpted with a chisel. Other than a small clothes rack with curvy raised ends 11 in the house, there was only a hot spring that led out. Xiao Chia hung up his clothes on one side of the clothes rack. The other end was obviously reserved for him. Xiao Chia took off his boots, looked back at Shin Zichuan and said, "Do you want to turn your back to me and strip? Or do you want to strip while watching me?" Pulling at his waist belt, Shin Zichuan turned his back. The eastern pearl landed in his palm, and he conveniently put it away into his sleeve. The gaze on his back never shifted away. Shin Zichuan's hand paused for a moment before he pulled off his own outer garment. Xiao Chia watched that garment slip to the ground. The fairness of Shin Zichuan's neck finally extended downward, very much like pear blossom rice paper immersed in moonlight. His back looked so thin and smooth. Xiao Chia thought, "That's right." It was as if he had been staring at Shin Zichuan's nape all for this very moment. How could a man's nape produce such breathtaking beauty? This was beyond everything Xiao Chia had seen and heard in the past. It not only surprised him, but also baffled him. The fangs of the little wolf from Libei were sharp, but he had never bitten such a neck before, nor had he ever bitten such a man. His gaze slid down from Shin Zichuan's nape with a strength that felt like a caress, moving along that slightly heaving contour as it made its way farther down and down. Smooth. Xiao Chia's mouth felt parched. He suddenly returned to his senses with a jolt and hurriedly averted his gaze. "I must be mad," he thought. There were so many courtesans on Donglong Street. Which one of them wasn't a genuine beauty? Why was he looking at a man's back as though he was burning with hunger? Xiao Chia used to turn his nose up at people who were seduced by beautiful women, because the elders and seniors he admired were all men of resolute will. Every one of them could be said to be a true gentleman with the air of a man untempted by lust even with a beautiful woman in their laps. 12 just like his father, his brother, his Sherfu. The famous generals of the world changed generation after generation. But he had never admired Qi Shiyu before precisely because Qi Shiyu was a lecher. After the battle in Zhongbua, the one he loathed the most was Shenwei, and it was because Shenwei was not only guilty of monstrous crimes, but was also lecherous. But at this moment he felt a little dizzy as that bestial instinct, captivated by beauty and stirred by desires, once again showed signs of rearing its head. Xiao Chia strained himself to rein in his gaze, and vividly felt the contradiction between his mind and his desire. He did not love this man, but because of this man's loveliness, the desire to embrace him, ravage him, and tear at him with his teeth sprang up within him for the second time. "Aren't you going in?" Shin Zichuan was completely oblivious as he turned back and approached him, unperturbed. Xiao Jie responded in an angry voice. Duh. Chapter 32, Mountain Night Stay. Chapter 32. Mountain night stay thick, steaming mist, coupled with the drumming sound of the rain. Shen Zichuan was about to enter and soak in the water. As he bent down, Xiao Jie, who was behind him, got a clear look at the curvy contours of his waist and buttocks, which became more and more conspicuous with each of his movements. Has muscles, very toned, but he did not look like a martial arts practitioner the slightest, because the way Xiao Jie saw it, he did not have that threatening vibe. Shen Zichuan submerged himself into the water. His legs, which had soaked in the rain until it was cold, gradually warmed up. Xiao Jie entered the water and leaned far away from him at the other end. Shen Zichuan asked in astonishment, "Why are you hiding so far away?" "It pleases me to." Xiao Jie roughly folded the wet handkerchief to cover his eyes, then put up his arms without looking at Shen Zichuan again. But after a moment, Xiao Jie found it inappropriate, so he raised his hand to pull off the handkerchief and stared fixedly at Shen Zichuan. Shen Zichuan felt that Xiao Er was very much like his gerfalcon right this moment. It was as if he would start going on the offensive with just a little jab. "What do you want to see?" Shen Zichuan's expression was as warm as the spring breeze as he used the tone of one cajoling a child eating candied hawthorns one on the street. "Tell me. I'll let you see." Xiao Jie bent up a leg and pulled off the only remaining cover around his waist without batting an eyelid. He said, "I've already touched them all earlier." Shen Zichuan sank a little lower into the water, exposing only a pair of eyes to look at him. Xiao Jie felt even more irritable being sized up by that gaze of his. He said, "What?" Shen Zichuan revealed his lower jaw and replied, "You were in a good mood earlier. Why the sudden change?" "My mood right now is also pretty good." Xiao Jie said, "Soaking in the bath means one can shut up. There is no need to talk. Can you stop looking up at me like that?" Shen Zichuan slowly lifted his body, and the water trickled down along his chest. His scattered hair spread out like ink saturating the water. It was as if he was a magnolia flower climbing out among this water mist. Xiao Jie could not stand it anymore. Why had he thought of flower? He watched with wide-open eyes as Shen Zichuan came closer to him. He could even smell Shen Zichuan's scent when the latter sat beside him. Not fragrant, mild scent. Feel like catching a few more whiffs. Xiao Jie retracted the arms he had put up at the edges and suddenly pulled over a garment from the clothes rack. He stuffed all of it into the water to cover up his waist. After doing this, he looked calmly at Shen Zichuan and said, "What? Surprised? I'm afraid you might get funny ideas at the sensual sight of second young master. Hence the cover." "Then I thank you," Shen Zichuan said with a displeased expression. Xiao Jie lowered his head, only to realize that the clothing he had pulled off belonged to Shen Zichuan. "For washing my clothes on my behalf." Shen Zichuan said, "Now I'll have to soak in here until tomorrow." The awkward silence permeated through the air rapidly as both men looked at each other. Outside, the wind rustled amid the cold and dismal autumn rain. After a long while, Xiao Jie said, "This clothing won't dry even if we leave it be. Men can go and call Chinyang over." With that, he raised his head and whistled. There was a moment's silence in the hot spring. Neither Lang Tao Xuejin nor Meng came. Xiao Jie whistled again. Outside, Meng shrank its head under its wing and ignored him. Such a heavy rain. It had absolutely no wish to fly out and get itself wet. The silence seemed endless. Eventually, Shen Zichuan said, "I'll wring it dry." Xiao Jie pressed the clothes back down and said while gnashing his teeth at him, "Wait a moment." Both men were stranded in the hot springs for a night. By the time their clothes dried, it was already the hour of Mao. Shen Zichuan finally put on his clothes at long last. As he secured his waist belt, he could still sense that ravenous gaze of a tiger eyeing its prey. but he said nothing and feigned unawareness. Xiao Jie lifted the hanging screen. It was still dark outside. The air was thick with mountain fog and the scent of dampness after a rain. It was inconvenient to head down the mountain, as the stone stairs were all covered in thin ice. Both men moved in a single file, with one in front and one at the back. The military drill grounds occupy the southwestern side of Mount Fong. Xin Zichuan surveyed the place from above. Although it's very close to Kudu, its view is completely blocked by Mount Fong. The 8th Great Training Division won't conduct their patrols here. Your location choice is really excellent. I wouldn't have chosen this land if not for Mount Fong. Xiao Jie pushed aside the maple branches and turned back to indicate to Xin Zichuan to make his way over under his arm. Xin Zichuan passed under it. The scenery before him suddenly opened up as all the obstructions turned to mist. He could see the Imperial Army's military drill grounds clearly. There were already squads running around the grounds. The Imperial Army did not make a move during the autumn hunt. Shen Zichuan sized it up for a moment and said, "But I can see that they are all fully equipped. Hua Xiqian is dead now. The moment the seizure of his assets following the autumn hunt is concluded, the Chief Surveillance Bureau will be coming for you." Xiao Jie obviously could not afford to raise 20,000 Imperial Army soldiers based on his salary alone, and he could not misappropriate the military salary and provisions of the Libe armored cavalry either. But going by the annual budget the Ministry of Revenue allocated to him before the autumn hunt, the Imperial Army obviously would not have the money to establish themselves on such a scale. Shiguan died because he could not explain himself, and now it was time for them to be demanding answers from Xiao Jie. Xiao Jie said, "Let them come." As for where the money had come from, he did not speak further on the issue, and Shen Zichuan did not ask again. After a while, Xiao Jie said many errands from the Ministry of Works requiring manual labor were all handed to the Imperial Army to be carried out. Since 5 years ago, every sum of money paid out to the Imperial Army for the assignments were all recorded down in black and white in the account books. Even if the Chief Surveillance Bureau investigates it, they won't be able to find anything nefarious. It was for this reason that Xiao Jie became the infamous debt collector in the Ministry of Revenue. All of them thought he was asking for money to spend on women and wine. They did not know that he was actually saving money over the years, and that the only account he had that could be said to be an extravagant expense was money for wine. Li Jianheng might be muddle-headed, but he was generous when it came to his buddies. Every time he invited Xiao Jie to Donglong Street, he was the one who paid out of his own pocket for the girls and for the feasts to treat his bunch of disreputable friends. Li Jianheng lived off government coffers, and he had no principal wife to keep him in line. If he had no money, he would ask the palace for it. Emperor Xianda had never been stingy with him when it came to him spending money. Even if he had to take the funds from his own coffers, he would also give him the money. So, Li Jianheng never lacked money. Xiao Jie did not manage to return to Li Bei, but he had never resented Li Jianheng for it, because he knew it better than anyone else that Li Jianheng regarded these disreputable friends of his as his real brothers. Thinking to this point, Xiao Jie said, "The reason the Empress Dowager saved you is naturally because she wants to use you. If all is calm, you can perhaps enjoy a steady rise to the top in the imperial bodyguards." But the former emperor suddenly started resisting. The Empress Dowager has gone looking for you, hasn't she?" Xin Zichuan met Xiao Jie's eyes. He must not evade it, not even for a moment. Xiao Jie had an extremely keen sense of smell. He only had to show a trace of guilt, and Xiao Jie could definitely tell. Xin Zichuan replied with certainty, "Never." The chilly wind brushed past them and swept up the hems of their clothes. Xiao Jie slowly exhaled cold air and smiled unconcernedly. "Then your luck is pretty good." It was already daybreak by the time they returned to Kudu. Xiao Jie said from atop his horse, "I have to rush over for the morning court session. 3, you head back first." Shin Zichuan nodded and watched as Xiao Qie spurred his horse on to leave. When he returned to the abode, he did not see Qinyang. Presumably, the latter had already left to wait for Xiao Qie at the palace gate. Shin Zichuan took out the Eastern pearl from his sleeve and held it between his fingertips to scrutinize it under the faint light. But before he could remove the strip of cloth, he paused. When he undressed, he had placed the Eastern pearl into his right sleeve. But now, it was from the left sleeve he took the Eastern pearl out of. Shin Zichuan clicked his tongue lightly and frowned. Xiao Jie arrived at the palace gate dismounted and made his way into his family's horse carriage, where he quickly changed into his official robe. Qinyang had also prepared breakfast, and the porridge was still hot. Xiao Jie drank a bowl. I went to the military drill grounds last night to look for you, but you weren't there. Qinyang kneeled beside the curtain and whispered, "It isn't stable in Kuta these days. Someone ought to go along with you when you venture outdoors." Xiao Qie set aside the bowl and said, "Get someone to keep a close watch on Shin Lanzhao at all times." Qinyang acknowledged his order and said, "It's all our own men outside the abode. As long as he ventures outdoors, he definitely will not escape your eyes. It's just that the Hua clan has been defeated. Viceroy, what advantage is there for us to watch him closely now?" Xiao Qie did not answer. He did not look too good as he lowered his eyes for a long time. It was not until Chen Yang mentioned the morning court session that he wiped his hands with a clean handkerchief and said, "I find that man unpredictable. If you look at him now, can you tell that he knows a little martial arts?" Qinyang replied, "He looks clearly weaker than he was when he joined the imperial bodyguards. If Viceroy had not spoken of his help during the autumn hunt, I'd definitely not be able to tell. But if Viceroy gets Zhao Hui to take a look, perhaps he might be able to catch something." Zhao Hui met him face to face the last time he entered the capital, and he did not see anything off about him. Xiao Jie said, "That body of his voice stopped abruptly. After a while, he continued, "Send a letter to Li Bei immediately and request Shifu's presence here." Stunned, Qinyang said, "You want to ask? No matter what method he used to cover it up, it will definitely not escape Shifu's eyes." Xiao Jie twirled his thumb ring around and said apathetically, "Besides, there's something I need to speak with Shifu." Li Jianheng shelved the morning court session today. He had yet to sleep his fill when he heard Shuanglu reporting to him that Hai Liangyi was kneeling just outside. Li Jianheng was immediately wide awake, but Mu Ru, who was in his arms, was still asleep. For a moment he could not free himself, so he could only raise his neck and instruct Shuanglu in a whisper, "Go! Send him away." Shuanglu had only gone out for a while before he returned to kneel. He said, "Secretariat elder said he must see your majesty. This slave said your majesty is still asleep, so Secretariat elder said he will kneel and wait for your majesty." Li Jianheng panicked. Mu Ru had only just woken up in his embrace when he hurriedly coaxed her, "My dear, get dressed quickly and go to Qinming Palace at the back for your meal. I have to receive and meet the Secretariat elder." Mu Ru was dainty and delicate, with black hair like a waterfall. At this moment, she did not pester him or make a commotion and simply dressed herself obediently. Once she was done, she glanced seductively at Li Jianheng with her adoring, affectionate eyes and helped him up as if the honor he had bestowed on her was too much for her to take. Li Jianheng loved this look of hers to bits. He tugged at her hand, reluctant to part, wanting so much to hold her on his knees while holding court. Next time, Li Jianheng kissed her several times in a row. "Next time, I'll not ask you to retreat." He embraced her and spoke for quite a while. It was only when Shuanglu entered again to hurry him up that Li Jianheng reluctantly let Mu Ru go. Hai Liangyi entered with a solemn expression and kowtowed. Li Jianheng sat on the dragon throne and said, "Please rise, Secretariat elder. Please rise quickly." Hai Liangyi remained in place and kowtowed again. Not getting a response, Li Jianheng looked left and right, feeling his face burning. He coughed twice and said, "I've caught a cold these 2 days, so I wanted to sleep in a little longer in the morning." Hai Liangyi said, "This old subject has heard that your Majesty has been diligently holding night courts. It's just that there has been no responses to all the memorials that have been submitted. After giving the matter careful thought, this old subject has come to admonish your Majesty in the face. Your Majesty is now in the prime of life and at the height of power. If your Majesty exercises diligence in governing the state, then a bright, thriving future will be close at hand once the depressing atmosphere from before has been swept away." Li Jianheng let out a few dry laughs and said, "I guess so, but your Majesty resides deep in the inner palace surrounded by castrated traitors serving him. If I indulge your Majesty and let your Majesty be, then your Majesty will over time turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to advice and stray far from current politics." Hai Liangyi said resolutely and firmly, "This subject has heard that Shuanglu, the eunuch personally serving your Majesty, has been bribed into staffing plenty of dubious and low-down people around your Majesty. According to the palace rules, anyone who isn't acting on imperial orders yet has the audacity to lead outsiders into the palace should be flogged to death." Shuanglu fell to his knees with a thud and looked at Li Jianheng in terror. He said, "Your Majesty, your Majesty, Mingli Hall is a just and sacred place in this world. How can we tolerate eunuchs making a din here?" Hai Liangyi looked at Li Jianheng. "Your Majesty!" Li Jianheng's chest was pounding hard. He looked at the stern Hai Liangyi and recalled the extreme danger of that night. His palms were sweating, and he wiped them on his dragon robe like a loser. He did not even dare to say a word in reply. The guards outside had already entered to drag Shuanglu away. Shuanglu cried out as he slid across the floor, "Your Majesty, your Majesty!" "His crime," Li Jianheng looked at Shuanglu. "His crime is not punishable by death, your Majesty." Hai Liangyi said firmly, "Pan Rugi formed an eunuch clique and colluded with Hua Xiqian to stir up havoc within and outside Kudu. It's now the time to nip it in the bud as a warning to others. Not only that, promiscuous members of the imperial harem who seduce and bewitch the emperor in an attempt to sway him should also be flogged to death." Trembling with fear, Li Jianheng said, I wouldn't dare, with such a virtuous subject like Secretariat Elder to supervise and prompt me every day. How would I dare to act arbitrarily and fool around? Secretariat Elder mustn't be taken in by those groundless rumors." But Hai Liangyi said mercilessly, "There's no smoke without fire. Your Majesty, we must not allow beautiful women who are the sources of troubles to remain." Li Jianheng was really scared now. How could he bear to let Mu Ru die? He rose to his feet in a panic, cutting a sorry figure as he said, "Secretariat Elder, I've realized my mistakes. Shuanglu has served me for many years. Just drop the matter today, and I'll surely administer affairs of state with due diligence in the future." Hai Liangyi kowtowed, deferring to him when all had been said and done to preserve some of his dignity. Li Jianheng held on to the table and listened to the sound of flogging outside. Blow after blow, one after the other. It was as if the one being hit was himself. He looked at Hai Liangyi with mixed feelings. There was aggrievement and also fear. Xiao Qie was just in time to see others splashing water and wiping the floor when he entered. Bloodstains spread under his feet. They were so vividly red that it was terrifying. All the eunuchs in Mingli Hall were quietly kneeling outside. Not one of them dared to raise their heads. Xiao Qie strode inside, where Li Jianheng was sitting stupefied like a piece of wood on the dragon throne. When Li Jianheng saw Xiao Qie enter, he stared blankly at him for a moment before he burst out bawling. Li Jianheng smashed objects around as he cried and shouted, "What kind of emperor is this? To think someone would point a finger to my nose and humiliate me like this, which land under the heavens isn't land of the emperor. 5, what's wrong with me bestowing favors on a woman? Where's the wrong in it?" Chapter 33. Uncle and Nephew. Chapter 33. Uncle and nephew. After Li Jianheng was done flinging stuff around, he covered his face and sobbed. Xiao Qie avoided the shattered fragments and kneeled. When Li Jianheng's mood calmed a little after a while, he said, "Get up. There's no need for you to kneel like this. You and I are buddies. Doing this will only make us feel estranged." Xiao Qie rose to his feet and said, "The Secretariat Elder is merely upright and frank by nature." Li Jianheng was in low spirits as he covered his face for a long time. He said, "They come here every 2 or 3 days to settle accounts, all of which I've permitted. Even when money flows out like water, I've never said a word. I've been on tenterhooks all day long these days to the point I've lost appetite. It hasn't been a good time for me. Can't I even ask for a few days to take a breather now that Hua Xiqian is dead and Ji Lei is about to be executed? Suin, you have no idea how dissatisfied they are with me sitting here. As long as there's another choice in this world, they would never want me." At this point he felt sad again. But when have I ever thought of being the emperor? They were the ones who pushed me into becoming one. And now they are also the ones to admonish me. The censor of the Chief Surveillance Bureau keeps watching me every day. Even when I venture outdoors to appreciate flowers, they still had to submit memorials to reproach me in those erudite ways of theirs. Never mind if he killed a mere eunuch. But why can't he, Hai Rensher, show me due respect and give me some face? At the very least, I'm also the Emperor of Dezhou. The more Li Jianheng spoke, the angrier he became. But there was nothing else on the table that he could smash. Thus he pounded his own thigh in indignation. He made Muru out to be a contemptible person. But it's not like they are noble and virtuous themselves. In the past, when we were drinking in Donglong Street, which of them did not look dignified only for them to turn out to be scoundrels when they took off their pants? Muru was originally picked out by me from a clan with a clean background. If it weren't for that dog Zaifuzi who got in the way, would she have fallen into that traitor Pan's hands? My heart aches so much it's going to break. Xiao Qie merely listened and said nothing as Li Jianheng gave vent to all his grievances. By the time Li Jianheng stopped his tirade, his anger had already mostly subsided. If they truly treat me as the emperor and respect me, then I'd be willing to be diligent in my study. My imperial elder brother entrusted this vast empire to me. I want to be a sovereign of a flourishing era too. Li Jianheng said with aggrievement, "Hai Rensher just doesn't think much of me." It was only then Xiao Qie said, "On the contrary, it was precisely because the Secretariat Elder has high hopes for your Majesty that he dared to admonish your Majesty so severely. Your Majesty must not bear a grudge against him. Your Majesty has to know that Secretariat Elder Hai is equally stern and exacting with that unpolished jade Yuanjua, Yao Wenyu." Skeptical, Li Jianheng asked, "Really?" Xiao Qie said, "If this wasn't the case, then why would the Secretariat Elder kill Shuanglu today?" Li Jianheng pondered it over for a moment, then said, "True that. If Hai Liangyi did not think much of him, why would he keep asking his opinions on every matter?" Li Jianheng recalled back to the day when he had just ascended to the throne. After Hai Liangyi learned that the Empress Dowager had sent him snacks, he had specifically instructed him in private to change all his spoons and chopsticks into silver. One Hai Liangyi was an inflexible man who conducted himself seriously in both speech and manner. But he was different from Hua Xiqian. He has no disciples, only a student, Yao Wenyu. As Hai Liangyi wanted to avoid rousing suspicion, Yao Wenyu had still yet to enter the government to become an official despite being so talented. Hai Liangyi had never joined any clique in the Grand Secretariat, and he was also the only one who staked all he had and charged out to save Emperor Xinda at the Nanlin hunting grounds. He was the lone minister too mentioned in the books, difficult like a steep precipice, and upright like a lofty branchless tree. While Li Jianheng was thinking back on it, Xiao Qie was thinking about it too. One thing Li Jianheng said was clear, and that was, as long there was another choice in this world, the one to ascend to the dragon throne today would not be him, Li Jianheng. But even Emperor Xinda could not do anything about it, because Li Jianheng was perhaps the one and only candidate they had in this world. Since they had given him his support, then they had to teach and guide him. Dazhou was a nation currently beset by difficulties. It might seem as if a wave of troubles had just calmed in Kudu, but in truth, the storm had already begun to stir again. All the exceedingly loyal ministers, with Hai Liangyi at the head, were now all looking at Li Jianheng. In their eyes, he was perhaps a hopeless case, but Hai Liangyi had raised both of his hands to support and prop Li Jianheng up with that old back of his, wanting him to hang on, to turn over a new leaf, and to be an emperor who would be able to leave his good name in history. Xiao Qie and the civil officials had never gotten along with one another, because the central administration in Kudu feared the military power at the frontiers. These people were not only the reason for the invisible cage in which he was trapped, but they were also men of indomitable will and integrity in Dazhou who could still hobble on forward. Military commanders were not afraid of death because they couldn't. Civil officials were not afraid of death because they were conscientious. Li Jianheng was used to being fawned upon. He needed a teacher like Hai Liangyi who could castigate the contemporary failings of the times. When all is said and done, Lady Mu 3 doesn't have a status. If your Majesty's mind is truly set, then why not have a long heart-to-heart talk with the Secretariat Elder? This is the time when Dazhou needs a continuous line of imperial heirs. As long as your Majesty can speak to him with honesty and sincerity, the Secretariat Elder will definitely not fob your Majesty off. Finally, Xiao Qie said, "As for Ji Lei and Panrugi, I heard that the Court of Judicial Review has yet to sentence them?" At the moment, Li Jianheng was occupied with thoughts of all that was good, with Hai Liangyi. So he nodded absent-mindedly and replied, "The accounts don't tally. They still need another retrial." The Eastern Pearl was hollow. When Shen Zichuan hooked the thin fabric strip out of it, the writing on it was already smudged from the soaking. He burned away the fabric strip. Every one of Xiao Qie's actions last night was on full display right before his eyes. Perhaps that man had touched the Eastern Pearl, but it was impossible for him to see what was written inside. Nevertheless, Xiao Qie's suspicions must have been roused. Shen Zichuan had answered that question on Mount Fengrong. Xiao Qie had even told him the source of the imperial army accounts, all because he was waiting for him to tell him the truth frankly. Yet, he had denied it with absolute certainty. Shen Zichuan decocted the medicine and drank it in one gulp. The bitter taste pervaded his mouth. He endured the bitterness, just like the anguish he revisited every day and night. At last he let out a mocking smile, wiped his mouth, and lay down to sleep. He dreamed again. In the dream, the cold wind was still howling at the Chashire sinkhole. He was no longer lying at the bottom, but standing alone at the edge of the pit, overlooking those 40,000 soldiers who were struggling like ants to survive. The Bayanchik cavalry surrounded the sinkhole like the black tide in the pitch-dark night. They blotted out the sky and the earth, engulfing all the Zhongbua garrison's troops' chances of survival, and turned this place into a slaughterhouse. A hand reached out among the churning waves of withered bones. Jimu stretched out his arrow-covered upper body like a puppet and sobbed as he called out to Shin Zichuan. "Ga hurts so much!" It was as if Shin Zichuan was a statue carved in clay or wood. He could not move, nor could he shout. His breathing quickened, and he was drenched in cold sweat as he clenched his teeth tightly. The leader of the Bayanchik cavalry was wearing a helmet. That hair fluttering in the wind had already turned a shade of a deep red in Shin Zichuan's recurring nightmare. He lifted his arm and pointed lightly at the sinkhole, and the arrows behind him all started falling one after another like a swarm of locusts. They stabbed into the men's bodies in dense clusters, piercing through flesh, spattering warm blood all over. The heavy snow all over the sky turned red too. Shin Zichuan watched Jimu fall into the bloody mud before he was swallowed up by a sticky red wave. His hands were cold. The blood on it was also cold. Shin Zichuan woke up. He sat up with his back to the light by the window as though nothing had happened. He lowered his head and went silent for a moment. Then he got out of bed to get dressed. The guards lurking in the courtyard watched Shin Zichuan step out of his room to eat his meal before heading to the bathhouse. After an hour, the guard who had never taken his eyes off the bathhouse frowned and asked the man beside him, "Why isn't he out yet?" Two men exchanged glances and smelled a rat at the same time. When the guards rushed into the bathhouse, all they saw was the neatly stacked clothes. Shin Zichuan was long gone. Shi Hongxian had booked Bu'er Tavern to invite others to tea. He sat until he needed to answer the call of nature, so he got up to head to the latrine. He had only just stepped out of the door and had not walked a few steps in the corridor when someone patted him from behind. Shi Hongxian looked back and almost took a few steps back. Then he said, "How did you? Why are you always coming and going like a shadow?" "A lot has been going on lately." Shin Zichuan poured cold tea in passing. "The reason Ji Lei and Pan Rugi have yet to be sentenced in the third trial by the Court of Judicial Review is because Hai Liangyi and Xue Xiuzhua have yet to pry out whatever they wanted from those two men's mouths. Am I right?" Shi Hongxian glanced around, then whispered, "You want to kill Ji Lei, but what can you do with everyone's eyes on this case? The reach of Hua faction case is too widespread, and there are too many people who are afraid of being implicated by those two. It's precisely to prevent them from dying a sudden and inexplicable death that Hai Liangyi told the men to take strict precautions when standing guard. You won't be able to strike." "I'm not going to." Shin Zichuan smiled derisively at Shi Hongxian. "But I have a way to get Ji Lei to talk." Shi Hongxian looked at him for a long time. Then he personally lifted the teapot to pour tea for him and asked, "What way?" Shin Zichuan sipped his tea and said, "Let me see Ji Lei." Ji Lei had been tortured for days, and at present he was in shackles as he lay in the prison with disheveled hair and bare feet. He heard someone walking over to open the prison door, then cover his head before dragging him out. Ji Lei was shoved up a horse carriage. After a while, he was dragged down and thrown to the ground. It was quiet all around, with only the sound of water dripping off the corners of the walls. Ji Lei crawled up from the ground and asked with a black fabric bag covering his head, "Who's there?" A water droplet splashed with a plop. No one responded. Ji Lei felt a chill on his back. Bracing himself with his arms, he probed tentatively, "Secretariat, Elder Hai?" But still no one answered. Ji Lei's Adam's apple throbbed. He shuffled forward on his knees and bumped into the bars. He fumbled around, steadied himself, and shouted, "If you aren't Secretariat Elder Hai, then you are Xue Xiuzhua. How are you planning to torture me today? Bring it on. Say something. Why aren't you saying something? Who are you? Who exactly are you? What do you want to do? Do you think I'd be afraid if you don't talk? I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid." Ji Lei bent his head down between his arms to scrape the bag off. He moved his eyes and saw Shan Zichuan sitting in a chair right in front of him. Shan Zichuan was all dressed in bluish white, with one hand on the chair's armrest, as he propped his head up to stare expressionlessly at Ji Lei. Laughter escaped from Ji Lei's throat. He grabbed the bars and squeezed his face in between the bars, then said in a low and deep voice, "Oh, it's you, the stray dog of Zhongbua. What does the vile beast want from your Shirshu? Revenge for Jigang or revenge for yourself?" Shin Zichuan said nothing. The smile vanished from those tender, expressive eyes of his, leaving only a heavy and dark gaze behind. Ji Lei could not even find hatred in them. He felt as if that was not a man with flesh and blood sitting there, but a famished stray cur that had already started to feed on human flesh. Ji Lei lowered his eyes and said with hatred, "The Ji clan has no descendants, and the one who severed Ji Gang's bloodline is you. So what are you looking at me for? Shin Zichuan, it was your Shan clan who killed Ji Mu, and it was also your Shin clan who violated Hua Pingting. How do you face yourself having lived for so long? You are the devil beneath the tens of thousands of ghosts who died unjustly. You are the continuation of Shen Wei's ignoble existence. You deserve to be hacked to pieces. Ji Lei began to laugh softly. He looked demented. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? The bastard whom nobody wants. You think taking off your pants to follow Xiao the Second will give you better days ahead? Ha. Shin Zichuan laughed too. Ji Lei's laughter gradually came to a stop. He said coldly, "Is that funny? My plight today will also be your predicament in the future." Shen Zichuan put down his leg and leaned against the chair like he was pondering it over. He said, "Oh, I'm so scared." His words were breezy with sarcasm the moment he opened his mouth. Devil, bastard, stray dog, vile beast. Shen Zichuan rose to his feet and crouched outside the bars. He began to laugh at Ji Lei and said in an insane yet restrained tone, "You're right, I'm all of them. I'm the devil who climbed my way out of the Chaucer sinkhole, the bastard Shen Wei left behind after he burned himself to death, the stray dog without a home to return to, and the vile beast reviled by thousands. Sure shoo, I'm so delighted you know me so well." Ji Lei began to tremble uncontrollably. Shin Zichuan looked askance at him. His gaze was far more sinister and malicious than how it was back then. It was as if a man had already died under this layer of gorgeous skin, and all that survived was an unnamed beast. 5 years ago! Shin Zichuan drew closer to the bars and scrutinized Ji Lei's fearful expression. He said softly, "The one kneeling here was me. What was that you said to me the day you sent me into Zhao Zui Temple?" Ji Lei's throat and eyes tensed. He wanted to answer, but he could not voice it out. "I have been remembering everyone's kindness with gratitude." Shin Zichuan said piously, "Every day, every night,